Chapter 942. The old man's question was reasonable, and Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. However, the reason could not be revealed to outsiders. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "You old man, you're really unreasonable. If I said that this thing belongs to I, then it belongs to I. Why do you need a reason?" "That's right, Taoist priest is a person of the immortal Tao. Your powers are vast, and you're not someone I can compare to. However, everything under the heavens cannot be reasoned with. If Taoist priest can't produce any convincing evidence, then I," the old man did not say any threatening words, but the jade rui in his hand tightened. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with her divine sense. The jade rui was also very lively. It should be an immortal Tao artifact, but she did not know what use it had. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "That's easy. Of course, I can give you a reason. However, you have to tell I, who are you?" The old man was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since Taoist priest is asking, how can I not tell you?" "All right." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she reached out and took out Chasing Dream. She did not form any seals, but threw it into the air. Then, she used her divine sense to control Chasing Dream according to the Sword of the World technique. Chasing Dream floated in the air. At first, it did not move. Then, it suddenly emitted a weak light. That light flashed and then extinguished. Chasing Dream suddenly moved. Like lightning, it shot towards the old man. "Ah!" The old man was looking at Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw her throw the small sword, he was already on guard. When he saw the small sword flying towards him, he was even more shocked. The fingers on his left hand moved nimbly as he chanted something. His right hand raised the jade rui. A ball of light green light slowly flowed out from the jade rui. However, before the light could shine, Chasing Dream had already shot in front of the old man. Chasing Dream was like lightning. When it arrived in front of the old man, it jumped back and retreated rapidly. It only stopped when it was 10 feet away. Then, it jumped up and down in the air. Whoosh! Only at this moment did the brilliance of the jade scepter open. It was like a wall that blocked the old man's body. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile when she saw that the imperial sword technique was indeed extraordinary. It was only her first time trying it out, but the speed of the Chasing Dream was several times faster than when she did not know the trick to controlling it in the past. Following that, the Chasing Dream trembled again and the brilliance reappeared. At this moment, two identical Chasing Dreams appeared out of thin air, one in front and one behind. They were just as fast as before. With two consecutive bangs, the light screen formed by the jade rui swayed and the old man's figure swayed along with it. The two Chasing Dreams intertwined and swooped down again. The old man's expression changed greatly. His left hand did not dare to be negligent. His fingers moved again as he chanted. Half of the black cloud above his head flew down and the other half attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not have any expression on her face. She reached into her bosom and took out a fire talisman. She threw it out. With a pang sound, the talisman exploded around the black bugs. Sparks rained down and covered the black bugs that were attacking them. However, when the fire dissipated, the black bugs were still flying in the air. Not many of them were burned to death by the fire. Io, could it be that these black bugs can only be destroyed by the delirium eye or little black? When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, her expression changed. Of course, little black was not by her side and the delirium eye did not have any movement. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal. Zhu Meng immediately turned around and rushed towards the black bugs. However, there were too many black bugs. Although Zhu Meng knocked a few of them to the ground, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Most of the black bugs ignored it and swarmed over. Zhang Xiaohua retreated a little when he saw the black worms approaching. He extended his hand and took out the beast head paperweight. This thing had mysteriously subdued the fire crows in the ruins of Huan. Perhaps it would be useful. As expected, the moment the beast head paperweight appeared, the black worms instinctively paused. However, under the command of the old man, they flew over again. However, their flying formation was no longer stable. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Just like in the ruins of Huan, she channeled her vital energy into the beast head paperweight. However, this time, it was different from the ruins of Huan. The beast head paperweight did not suck in all the black bugs like it did in the past. Of course, it was not to no avail. As Zhang Xiaohua channeled her vital energy, the black bugs seemed to feel afraid. They did not charge forward but circled around a few feet in front of Zhang Xiaohua, rolling left and right. The old man was also stunned. He waved his left hand and hurried sounds came from his mouth. He seemed to be urging the black bugs, but, the black bugs escaped his control and stopped. Unknowingly, the two of them were in a stalemate, or rather, they were both feeling awkward and helpless. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She waved her hand and Zhu Meng split into two and flew back into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Then, Zhang Xiaohua flew back a few feet and laughed. How is it? Can this prove that this item belongs to I? When the old man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he revealed an unconcealable joy. Although he did not dare to loosen his grip on the jade rui in his right hand, his left hand did what Zhang Xiaohua did. With a wave of his hand, the bugs that had turned into black fog flew back. When they reached the old man's side, they entrenched themselves on top of his head. Taoist priest, you are indeed skilled in the art of sword manipulation. I can't compare to you. Needless to say, just based on the fact that Taoist priest can control the flying sword inside, I know that this item must have been left behind by you. The old man said with a smile. He did not bother to distinguish whether the flying sword was taken out from the ground or not. Since we have identified the item, you can tell I. Who are you? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and asked from afar. She did not move forward. She thought that the old man would beat around the bush. Who knew that the old man said loudly, I am Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace. May I know who Taoist priest is? Then, he asked with a strange tone, could it be the spring equinox or hibernation awakening? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and pretended not to know. She said, what spring equinox or hibernation awakening? I am Panan. Panan. When Lei Hong heard this, he pondered for a moment as if he was thinking about something. Then, he asked, Senior Pan, forgive me for being slow-witted. Senior's cultivation method was not passed down by the fragrant religion. Moreover, your supernatural powers are obviously superior to the fragrant religion's Nanjing Yi. May I know? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and sneered. How can you know I's origin? I just don't know why you are around the Huan Su if you are from the Greenwood Palace. Lei Hong also smiled and said, of course, I am here on the orders of the sect leader. I am here on official business. Zhang Xiaohua did not believe that this guy could go against Nanjing Yi and attack O Yen. Of course, he was not a good person. Maybe it was related to the sneak attack a few days ago. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put away the beast head paperweight. She cupped her hands and said, in that case, you can continue with your business. I will leave first. After that, she made a gesture and used the art of riding wind. She went straight in one direction and disappeared in a moment. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly leave, Lei Hong did not dare to move. He still held the jade scepter and stood there quietly. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he commanded the black bug to circle around for a long time. He even checked the ground. After confirming that there was no trace of Zhang Xiaohua, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself in shock, where did this immortal senior come from? He looks quite young. How can he be so powerful? Maybe, he is not a hibernation awakening. This power. I am afraid that he is close to the few heavenly kings in the sect. Then, Lei Hong shook his head slightly. Fortunately, this senior is not from the incense cult. Otherwise, it would be difficult. However, even if it is difficult, what can he do? He has not returned to the Tenryu sect for a long time. I am afraid that the heavenly kings have trained many experts. It's a good thing that he doesn't have a way to restrain this soul puppet of mine. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have to die here today. This is a big piece of news. Let's wait for the incense cult's restriction to be lifted and send the news out quickly. Don't delay the sect leader's plan. As he spoke, Lei Hong took out a coarse black bottle from his bosom and kept the black soul puppet. Just as he was about to keep the bottle, he stopped and released a small soul puppet. Then, he held the jade scepter in his hand and used his qinggong to fly in another direction. After Lei Hong and Zhang Xiaohua left, there was only a gentle breeze blowing in this unremarkable place. No one knew what had happened here. 10 days later, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds, there was a sudden movement among the lush greenery. Between two trees, a ball of faint light flashed and a tall and thin man emerged from the ground. It was Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on his face as he looked at the beautiful scenery on the mountain peak. He smiled and said, as expected, there is also an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Quang Lu Peak. I have already gathered 17 alchemy furnaces. Only Jiuhua Peak has not been visited. I am curious, what is the use of these 18 alchemy furnaces? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua obtained the belt and other items that were hidden underground and failed to win the battle with Lei Hong, he went to the 19 peaks of the incense cult. Quang Lu Peak was the second to last one. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, there was a hidden alchemy room at the peak of each peak. There was an identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnace inside. However, when he saw the 17 identical alchemy furnaces in the belt, Zhang Xiaohua was even more suspicious. No matter how bored the seniors of the incense cult were, they would never place an alchemy furnace on each peak. Moreover, they were identical. What was the purpose of these alchemy furnaces? The 17 pill furnaces in the belt were placed together, and there was a faint connection between them. However, if one looked carefully, there was no trace of it. After sitting in the forest for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to go directly to Jiuhua Peak. For the past 10 days or so, he had concealed himself and practiced his flying technique while walking in the aroma cult. He also felt that it was quite tiring. Now that he had arrived at Quanlu Peak, which was right next to Jinghai Lake, he couldn't help but have the thought of going to take a look. Chapter 943. Jinghai Lake was the place where Zhang Xiaohua first entered the fragrant religion. It was quite a large lake, and it was also the place where people entered and exited the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua's immortal cultivation had greatly improved, and her divine sense was also a lot stronger. Therefore, she also had the intention to explore Jinghai Lake. Forming a seal with her hand, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew up and broke through the sky. Her figure gradually dimmed, indicating that her flying technique and concealment technique had greatly improved. The flying technique was indeed powerful. Although Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the sect, it only took her the time to drink a cup of tea to arrive at Jinghai Lake. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. She only felt that the fluctuation of heaven and earth's origin energy above the lake was very strong. Especially above the lake, there were several fluctuations that swept across, and it was very chaotic. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and temporarily dispelled the idea of exploring the lake. She formed a seal and landed in the forest beside the lake. The forest was lush with branches and leaves, and the wind blew the leaves, creating a rustling sound. After Zhang Xiaohua landed, she did not use her qinggong. Instead, she walked step by step in the shade of the trees. The mottled sunlight penetrated through the forest, and it was particularly dazzling. Her feet stepped on the 1-foot-thick underbrush, and the rustling sound made Zhang Xiaohua recall many things. This was the place where Zhang Xiaohua first met the outstanding disciple of the Dan Repository Hall, Lu Lihong. It was also in the morning that Zhang Xiaohua saw the sanctimonious side of Lu Lihong. The dragon scale fruit that she obtained was also taken away by Lu Lihong. However, the things that happened after that were even more unimaginable. She met Lu Lihong again, fought with him, and was ambushed and killed by him. All of this happened in the span of a few months. At this moment, she was revisiting old memories. Where was the expert who deceived her in the past? He had already turned into a handful of soil in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check. In just a moment, she saw a lot of precious herbs in the forest. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua disdained to pick them. Although the herbs in the Yulon Grand Canyon were refined in the Shixin Peak, the remaining herbs were enough for Zhang Xiaohua to use. Although the herbs in the forest were good, they were far from what Zhang Xiaohua had, so naturally, it did not attract her interest. Just when Zhang Xiaohua casually glanced around, suddenly, an obscure fluctuation appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He focused his divine sense on the place just now, but there was no more movement. Could it be that I saw wrongly? Zhang Xiaohua thought with a frown. However, he still changed his direction and went to the place where the fluctuation came from. When he got closer, he found that the place where the fluctuation appeared was out of the forest, right next to the Jinghai Lake. Looking carefully, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to find that it was the place where she and Chang Chang had set up camp. This. Could it be that there is something fishy underground? Zhang Xiaohua thought, and the obscure fluctuation suddenly appeared again. Just like before, it disappeared in a moment. Of course, this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly with her divine sense. It was a small bead under the ground not far away. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check the surroundings of the bead. After confirming that there was no danger, she walked over. The bead was not buried deep, and Zhang Xiaohua easily took it out. Looking at the gray bead in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua concentrated her divine sense and wanted to delve into it. However, the bead seemed to have a strange restriction. It did not isolate her divine sense, but when she tried to force her divine sense into it, the restriction shook violently, and a chaotic aura came out from within the bead. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Her expression changed, and with a flick of her wrist, she immediately threw the gray bead towards the Jinghai Lake. The bead shot out like an arrow from a bow. Even so, when the bead flew to the surface of the lake, the restriction on the surface of the lake was triggered. Before the restriction could activate, there was a weak flash of light, followed by a loud bang. The bead actually exploded on the surface of the lake, and the explosion caused huge waves to rise from the bottom of the lake. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If the bead exploded in her hand, wouldn't she lose her life? No matter how light it was, she reckoned that she would not be able to keep her arm. Is this something that was forcefully buried? Or was it buried by someone else? Zhang Xiaohua was about to ponder, but there was another movement, and a weak divine sense swept over. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. She seemed to have an idea. She pinched a spell, and first, she escaped into the ground. After a short while, a few disciples wearing the uniform of the Wuming Hall hurriedly rushed over. Before they arrived, they saw a woman wearing tight clothes. Her head was wrapped tightly, and she was using her qin gong to stand high above the bushes. After the explosion, the surface of the lake returned to normal. However, the restriction on the surface of the lake was even more chaotic. How could these low-level disciples of the Wuming Hall know about this? They checked for a long time, but they did not find anything, so they had to go elsewhere. When these disciples went far away, the woman hiding in the bushes revealed herself. Her exposed eyes stared at the surface of the lake for a long time, as if she was thinking about something. At this time, the sound of leaves swaying could be heard from not far away. The woman raised her eyebrows, stood up, and looked for the source. Ren Xiaoyao. Before the woman could get close, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's exposed back. She blurted out, "You are indeed cunning. I have been chasing you for a long time, but I could not find any trace of you. If I did not have a sudden impulse to come to the Jinghai Lake to take a look, who would know that you were hiding here?" Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound behind her, and she pretended to be afraid. She used her qin gong, ethereal steps, and went into the depths of the forest. Ethereal steps. The woman seemed to be very familiar with ethereal steps. When Zhang Xiaohua used it, she saw through it. "I knew that there was something wrong with you. I did not expect your problem to be so big." Zhang Xiaohua did not look back. She controlled her speed, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, so that the woman behind her could not catch up. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the two of them went into the depths of the forest. The woman was so angry that she forgot to consider why she could not catch up to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua continued to run forward until she found a spacious area. Zhang Xiaohua stood under a tree with her arms crossed. She turned around and said with a smile, "Great Elder Jing Gang, why are you chasing me?" When the woman heard this, she unconsciously stopped and changed her voice. She asked curiously, How did you know it was me?" As she spoke, she removed the cloth that was wrapped around her head, revealing her white hair and wrinkled face. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "In the entire fragrant cult, you are the only one who can't get along with me. Other than you, who else would care about a small character like me? It's that simple." Jing Gang was stunned and asked in disbelief. "Of course, other than this, what else could it be? You changed your voice and clothes, but you didn't even let me see your face. If I didn't guess, how would I know?" Jing Gang slowly nodded and sneered. "Since you know it's me, you don't seem to be afraid. Why should I be afraid?" Zhang Xiaohua also sneered. "Lord Sect Leader knows how dissatisfied you are with me, so he followed your tone and sent me down the mountain. You went down the mountain without permission to kill me, aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Leader?" "Punished?" Jing Gang laughed. "Let's not talk about the fact that I went down the mountain through a secret passage. Jing Yi only knows that I went into seclusion to cultivate and doesn't know that I went down the mountain. Even if she knew, I would have killed you long ago. What else can she say? It's just a few words of punishment. Do you think I would abandon the decades of relationship between us for a mere disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua held her chin and didn't say anything. Then she heard Jing Gang say, "Actually, I was a bit anxious that day. If you hadn't found Emo Qingshan's relics and I hadn't listened to Mei Suyan's words, I would have lost my mind and only wanted to kill you to avenge Shuchuan. I lost Jing Yi's face in Emo Xian's palace. Do you think I wouldn't have killed you on Lingering Fragrance Peak? But," Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "you don't have evidence that I killed Yu Shuchuan. How do you know that I killed her?" "Evidence? It's just something from the legends. As long as you have the slightest chance, this old woman will kill you and kill all the people who can kill Zhuokun. The real murderer will also be killed by this old woman," Jing Gang said with a sneer. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. "I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one person go. Great Elder, what a good plan. I, Jing Gang, kill people. Do I still need to plan?" Jing Gang said proudly. "That's true." Zhang Xiaohua put down her hand and said, "There's an old proverb that says those who kill will be killed by others. I don't know if Great Elder has heard of it." "Ha ha ha." Jing Gang laughed. "I have heard of it, but I don't understand." "Ren Xiaoyao, you've said so much. You can die now." As she spoke, Jing Gang stretched out her hand and a long sword came out of its scabbard. "Wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Doesn't Great Elder want to know whether I killed Yu Zhuqiuan or not? There's no difference whether you killed her or not. It won't be too late to tell me after you die. Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua said as he reached out his hand and took out something from his bosom. When she saw the item in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, Jing Gang's eyes widened. She scolded angrily, "Ren Xiaoyao, you brat, you actually got the purple phoenix hairpin. Zhuqiuan was indeed killed by you. Give me your life." As she spoke, she raised her long sword. It was very similar to Shimujuan's sword. She was going to stab Zhang Xiaohua. "That's not all." Zhang Xiaohua sneered and took out another purple phoenix hairpin from his bosom. He held both purple phoenix hairpins in his hands and waved them in the air a few times. He smiled and said, "Your two precious disciples have become ghosts in my hands. I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps. Yu Zhuqiuan left early and I'm afraid she couldn't wait for you. Shimujuan, on the other hand, is probably still waiting for you." Chapter 944. Mujuan. When Nun Jing Gang saw the two identical purple phoenix hairpins in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the shock on her face could no longer be described with words. She might have suspected that Yu Zhuqiuan had died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, but that was merely a suspicion. It was merely based on a woman's intuition. In fact, she herself was half convinced. However, she had never thought that Shimujuan would die in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. She had never thought that this would happen. Furthermore, Nun Jing Gang had left the mountain alone to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua. Apart from her extreme hatred for Zhang Xiaohua, she also felt helpless. Ever since Shimujuan had left the mountain to train, he had never returned. Nun Jing Gang's other disciples also had their own matters to attend to. They were all within Nun Jing Yi's field of vision and could not be randomly assigned. Nun Jing Gang had no choice but to leave the mountain herself. Otherwise, she would have sent Shimujuan over. This was because, in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua was no match for Shimujuan at all. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaohua say that Shimujuan had been killed by her, Nun Jing Gang could not believe her ears. However, the two purple phoenix hairpins in Zhang Xiaohua's hands were real. They had been bestowed upon Nun Jing Gang by the previous sect master after she had received the inheritance. They had accompanied Nun Jing Gang for many years and had only been given to Yu Zhuqiuan and Shimujuan later on. Even without using her divine sense, Nun Jing Gang could tell with her naked eyes that these were genuine purple phoenix hairpins. Her two precious disciples would never have casually disposed of such precious items. The only possibility for these purple phoenix hairpins to fall into Zhang Xiaohua's hands was that the two of them had really died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. At this moment, Nun Jing Gang could no longer be bothered to consider the reason behind her two disciples' deaths. She formed a seal with her left hand and Zhang Xiaohua felt the purple phoenix hairpin in her hand move slightly as if it was about to leave her hand. Oh no, this purple phoenix hairpin has actually been refined by Jing Gang. Zhang Xiaohua's mind raced. She swept the hairpin with her divine sense and put it into her purse. Seeing that the purple phoenix hairpin had suddenly disappeared and that she could no longer feel it, Nun Jing Gang was even more shocked. Then, a trace of understanding flashed through her eyes. You're from the Tenryu sect. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He had encountered such questions countless times. Only Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace didn't ask him if he was from the Tenryu sect a few days ago. I don't care if you're from the Tenryu sect or not. After I kill you to avenge my two disciples, I'll settle the score with that bitch Zi Xiao. I'd like to see how Jingyi will protect her. Nun Jing Gang gritted her teeth as she spoke. She waved the long sword in her hand and her figure rose from the ground. She was going to stab the space between Zhang Xiaohua's eyebrows. Hearing Nun Jinggang call Meng a bitch, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Her eyes narrowed and she reached out to take out Chasing Dream. Nun Jinggang's figure danced in the air. Her sword was very charming and it attracted all of Zhang Xiaohua's attention. It was as if only the tip of Nun Jinggang's sword was the most beautiful color in the entire world. She could only stand up and face it head-on. That was the only choice at this moment. This was the move that Shi Mujuan had used before. However, in Nun Jinggang's hands, its power had increased greatly. Putting aside the fact that Nun Jinggang's power had increased, just looking at the indescribable power of this move in her hands, it was definitely not something that a man like Shi Mujuan could use. Perhaps, this shocking sword was created by the fragrant religion specifically for women. How could Zhang Xiaohua's mind be attracted by this? With that thought in mind, Chasing Dream in his hand leaped forward to meet the attack. Flying sword? Nun Jinggang almost blurted out. However, she did not dare to be careless. The sword in her left hand did not change. Instead, she reached into her clothes and took out a jade talisman. She crushed it and a faint white light immediately flashed. It gradually formed a protective light shield around her. However, Chasing Dream was not fast at first. When the protective light shield appeared, it immediately trembled and split into two identical small swords. At the same time, it sped up and flew towards Nun Jinggang's left and right sides. Before Nun Jinggang's protective light shield could be formed. Ah! When Nun Jinggang saw this, she could not help but be shocked. She finally understood Zhang Xiaohua's power. However, she was not nervous. She formed a hand seal and two weak divine senses appeared. One on the left and one on the right, they flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's flying swords. Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses had already covered the entire area. When he saw Nun Jinggang's weak divine senses, he could not help but laugh. However, when he saw that her divine senses could split into two, he was curious. Hence, he used one of the divine senses to change the direction of the two flying swords. One from the top and the other from the bottom, they pierced towards Nun Jinggang's body. However, Nun Jinggang's two divine senses were also magical. Like maggots, they followed the changes in the two flying swords and wrapped around them with great agility. At the same time, the long sword in Nun Jinggang's left hand was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's face. Even though he was facing Nun Jinggang, Zhang Xiaohua did not look as pathetic as when he faced Shi Mujuan. The tip of the long sword was like a dazzling meteor that was about to land on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua immediately moved. He did not hide underground. Instead, he formed a hand seal that he had prepared beforehand. A faint light red light appeared in mid-air and blocked the tip of Nun Jinggang's sword. However, with a soft poof, the light red light did not stop the tip of the sword for long. It was pierced through by Nun Jinggang's long sword. The tip of the sword pierced through the light and continued to land on Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Nun Jinggang sneered, "It's just the Tenryu sect's insignificant technique. How can it block my fragrant sect's ultimate technique? Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. Then, he leaped into the air and flew into the sky. Levitation technique? Nun Jinggang was astonished once again, but the long sword in her hand missed its target. Even though her qigong was good and her swordsmanship was amazing, she could not levitate. How could she catch up to Zhang Xiaohua? By the time Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, the two chasing dreams controlled by his divine sense were already in front of Jinggang Shirtai. Although Jinggang Shirtai's divine sense was weak, her speed was not slower than Zhang Xiaohua's. Moreover, Jinggang Shirtai seemed to have grasped the incense cult's immortal Tao's secret art. She was actually able to block Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. While both of their divine senses were locked in a stalemate, Nun Jinggang's light barrier formed around her body. Nun Jing Gang's face had a trace of tranquility. I didn't expect you to know the levitation technique. This is out of my expectations. When Nun Jing Gang saw Zhang Xiaohua floating in the air, she kept her long sword and took out a palm-sized triangular object. She sneered, "It's a pity that I didn't know you were from the Tenrya sect. I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any weapons. However, this Sangharama plate is enough to take your life." Nun Jing Gang was arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air and sneered, "Let's try it then." As he spoke, he urged his divine sense. Two chasing dreams swirled around Nun Jing Gang's body and rapidly pierced towards her. When Nun Jing Gang saw this, she didn't reply. She silently chanted an incantation in her heart. Her left hand also formed a seal. The two strands of divine sense danced in the air in an attempt to block the flying swords. Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless, but he sincerely wanted to see the results of his 10 days of cultivation. He made another hand seal, and the two flying swords trembled again. Suddenly, there was a moment of absent-mindedness, and 4 identical flying swords appeared. They circled around and stabbed toward Jing Gang Shirtai's body. Ah! Nun Jing Gang's expression changed slightly. She stopped chanting the incantation and immediately, another divine sense appeared and wrapped around one of the flying swords. Fortunately, Nun Jing Gang can only split 3 divine senses. If she split 4, wouldn't my flying swords be blocked by her? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. He had been cultivating the imperial sword technique and had improved in the past few days. He could split the chasing dreams into 4. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach 10,000 swords, it was still a fundamental change. If he cultivated according to this method, he could definitely reach the realm of 10,000 swords. At this moment, when she saw that she could only split 3 divine senses and couldn't contend against Zhang Xiaohua's 4 flying swords, Nun Jing Gang immediately changed her strategy. She used the 3 divine senses to guard and only waited for Zhang Xiaohua's flying swords to pierce through before attacking and blocking the flying swords. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had only used flying swords to deal with martial artists. He had never seen immortals use their divine sense to fight with flying swords. For a moment, he was at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. He could only use his divine sense to drive the flying swords. Like a fly, it flew towards Shirtai Jing Gang's body, randomly greeting her. After a few more minutes, the Sangharama plate in Nun Jing Gang's hand gradually glowed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He tossed his hand and the dragon binding hoop flew out. The moment the dragon binding hoop was tossed out, it expanded and turned into a huge hoop that wrapped around Nun Jing Gang's body. Seeing how powerful the dragon binding hoop was, Nun Jing Gang calmed down. Her left hand stopped moving and she took out a small seal from her chest. She raised her hand and threw it into the air. It was a small seal. Following that, Nun Jing Gang took out a piece of primeval stone from her chest and pointed at it. The primeval stone flew onto the seal and the seal suddenly expanded. It also flew up and blocked Nun Jing Gang's head. The dragon binding hoop flew onto the seal but couldn't wrap around it anymore. My God, so this is because you didn't bring a suitable artifact? Seeing that Nun Jing Gang took out an unknown seal and used a primeval stone to control it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sneer. If you took a suitable artifact, how could I survive? Nun Jing Gang is being honest. Zhang Xiaohua counted the artifacts in his bag and didn't feel that there was anything worth using. He could only focus on controlling the flying swords and piercing them towards Nun Jing Gang's body. Zhang Xiaohua's strategy was effective. He was controlling 4 flying swords, while Nun Jing Gang only had 3 divine senses. It was precisely because of the advantage in numbers that Zhang Xiaohua gained. Under Zhang Xiaohua's wholehearted control, chasing dream stabbed into Nun Jing Gang's body with a soft bang in just a short moment. Chapter 945. The chasing dream dagger stabbed into Nun Jing Gang's body like a bolt of lightning. This time, it was different from when Zhang Xiaohua used the dagger to fight against the mysterious bronze-masked old man. It was also different from when she fought against Shimujuan. The dagger's power was not on the same level. When the chasing dream dagger stabbed into Nun Jing Gang's body, there was a flash of white light. The dagger was blocked and the light dimmed. This caused Nun Jing Gang's expression to change. Even Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a trace of a smile. Although the chasing dream was agile when fighting against the bronze-masked old man, it was easy for the old man to catch it. When it encountered Shimujuan, the chasing dream could not win against the long sword in his hand. It was only now that Zhang Xiaohua had learned the true art of sword manipulation. Only then did she know how domineering the immortal flying sword was. Just one slash was enough to dim Nun Jing Gang's protective light shield by 30%. If she continued in a spurt of energy, wouldn't she succeed with just 3 or 4 slashes? Zhang Xiaohua was wild with joy. On one hand, she activated the dragon binding hoop, and on the other, she activated 4 more sword lights. She continuously stabbed in from all directions. On the other hand, when she saw that 30% of her defensive light shield had been pierced, she could not help but panic. She hastened the activation of the Sangharama disc in her hand. As a result, the light on the Sangharama disc became even brighter. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she frowned. Her divine sense discovered that there was not much qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. She knew that once this Dharma artifact was activated, there would definitely be a different movement. After thinking for a moment, she formed a hand seal and her figure rapidly rushed towards Nun Jing Gang. She also took out the nameless dagger in her hand. Nun Jing Gang was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly go against common sense and actually get close to her. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's flying speed, how was this the levitation technique she remembered? She unconsciously clenched her teeth. With a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the Sangharama disc in her hand. The Sangharama disc absorbed the essence blood and shone resplendently. Soon after, a resounding sound was heard. Immediately, a large cluster of blue light appeared on the Sangharama disc. That light rose into the air. With a turn, it rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua, who was already very close to it. And where the light rolled, there was the sound of waves crashing of the shore. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was different. The blue light had turned into a huge wave, covering the sky and earth as it came crashing down on him. It was not even 3 feet away from his head, but he could already feel the power of the wave. The power of the wave was different from the power of Zhang Xiaohua's Prajna heavy sword. It was a kind of simulation of qi of heaven and earth. It had a feeling that the world was filled with qi of heaven and earth, and there was nowhere to escape to. This. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had experienced this feeling in the weak water array. There was no better way to break it. At this time, when he saw it again, he immediately turned around and flew away. However, the blue wave did not give up. It chased after Zhang Xiaohua and rushed into the air. Zhang Xiaohua's flying technique could not be said to be fast, but the wave of qi of heaven and earth was even faster. With a hua sound, it rushed behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be slow. He turned around and dodged the wave. A few water droplets splashed past and hit Zhang Xiaohua's arm. With a few qi la sounds, Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve was pierced, and the water droplets hit Zhang Xiaohua's simple robe. A wave of bone-piercing pain came from his arm, and Zhang Xiaohua almost grimaced. What kind of magic weapon is this? It's clearly a wave of water. How can there be water droplets? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that this wave of water is also real? Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. There were indeed a few drops of primordial water hidden in the Sangharama plate. Each drop had the power of 1,000 caddies. The waves of primordial water were also very powerful. Otherwise, Jing Gang Nun would not have to fiddle with the Sangharama plate for so long. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the levitation spell to escape, Jing Gang Nun panicked. She wanted to chase after him, but then she came to a realization. She stood there steadily and focused on controlling the Sangharama plate. Zhang Xiaohua flew more than 10 feet away, and temporarily escaped the attack of the wave. He stood in the air with an uncertain expression. He could escape, but if he did, what would happen to his dream? Not to mention Jing Gang Nun's torture, even Jing Yi Nun might not let him go. However, if he didn't escape, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Jing Gang Nun. This Sangharama plate. The attack was too strange. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was strong. He could still control Chu Meng within 10 feet. The four Chu Meng continued to attack Jing Yi Nun. Jing Yi Nun's divine sense was unable to cope with the attacks, and in a moment of carelessness, she was stabbed by Chu Meng again. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was able to control the flying sword from such a distance, Jing Yi Nun's face turned gloomy. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was much stronger than hers. Seeing that her defense was about to collapse, Jing Yi Nun moved the Sangharama plate. A ray of light shot out from the plate and chased after Chu Meng. When the ray of light reached Chu Meng, it turned into a wave and slammed down. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately felt the unparalleled power from Chu Meng. He couldn't help but be alarmed. He hurriedly controlled the small sword and flew back. The wave of light couldn't catch up to the small sword, so it circled around Jing Gang's body to prevent the flying sword from attacking again. Chu Meng transformed into 4 parts and floated in the air restlessly. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was extremely ugly. His arms had the strength of 10,000 jin, and he looked very impressive with the Great Wisdom sword in his hand. However, he had painstakingly tempered his bones and obtained the Great Wisdom sword by chance. Yet, all of this couldn't compare to the other party's magic tool. Furthermore, he knew that Jing Gang's cultivation was inferior to his. Not to mention her divine sense, she didn't even know the levitation technique. However, the other party's strange magic tool was able to ignore this difference. At this moment, only the dragon binding hoop was still in the air. It was in a deadlock with Jing Gang's small seal. However, it was obvious that the small seal was controlled by Jing Gang's martial arts techniques. It didn't need to expend his true energy. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He was a little depressed. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and Chu Meng flew back to his left hand. He then reached out with his right hand and took out a small mirror. It was the small mirror that he had used to kill Shimujuan and block the huge blade in the metal array. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held the mirror with both hands. He naturally threw Chu Meng to the ground. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had taken out a new magic tool, Jing Gang naturally became more cautious. However, when she saw that it was a small mirror from afar, she couldn't help but be stunned. Hence, even Zhang Xiaohua's action of throwing away the flying sword was due to carelessness. She pointed her finger and the brilliance that flew out of the Sangharama plate intensified. The sound of water within the brilliance surged, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to attack. Zhang Xiaohua's face was as calm as still water. He circulated his true energy and poured it into the small mirror. He didn't know how to use this magic tool and could only use it according to his previous experience. However, after pouring his true energy into the small mirror for a long time, there was still no change. Of course, this was within Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. However, Jing Gang didn't know. She didn't know what was so special about Zhang Xiaohua's magic tool. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was rushing towards her with the small mirror in hand, she focused all her attention and prepared for battle. She gathered all the brilliance of the Sangharama plate in front of her chest and waved it forward, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change when he saw the huge wave crashing towards him. He raised the small mirror and faced it head-on. However, when the huge wave approached the small mirror, there was no change. Seeing this, Jing Gang was even more alarmed. She was afraid that the small mirror would unleash a powerful attack. However, when the huge wave came into contact with the small mirror, Jing Gang felt an immense sense of danger. This, without waiting for Nun Jing Gang to make a move, for identical dream-chasing swords suddenly appeared on her back and stabbed into her back at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua's face was also filled with joy. He retreated and flew back to where he came from. It turned out that when Zhang Xiaohua threw Zhu Meng on the ground, he had already used his divine sense to go around the range of Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense and stealthily arrived behind Jing Gang Shirtai. Taking out the small mirror and holding it with both hands was just to attract Jing Gang Shirtai's attention to conceal Zhu Meng's movements. As expected, Jing Gang Shirtai had been tricked. Only when Zhu Meng had split into four did she notice. However, it was already too late. No matter how fast Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense was, it was impossible for her to block the flying swords. The jade talisman that Jing Gang Shirtai had crushed earlier had already been pierced twice by Zhu Meng. Two of the four flying swords had already pierced through the light shield. When the light was extinguished, the other two flying swords had already pierced through Jing Gang Shirtai's back. You. Jing Gang was shocked, but she didn't have any other choice. However, there was no despair in her voice. Sure enough, when the flying swords stabbed into Jing Gang's back, they didn't pierce through. It turned out that it wasn't only Zhang Xiaohua who had a protective robe. How could the fragrant cult's great elder not have a personal protective robe? However, just as Jing Gang heaved a sigh of relief, Zhu Meng, who was sticking to her back, lifted the tip of the sword. It was just like how Zhang Xiaohua used to hold Zhu Meng or how she used to control the sword. With a "woo" sound, the sword suddenly stabbed towards Jing Gang's neck from a strange angle. The flying sword's angle was very tricky and its speed was very fast. Nun Jing Gang had just released her spiritual sense to wrap around the other flying sword when this fatal flying sword easily bypassed her spiritual sense. No, Jing Gang's eyes were about to crack. Soon after, a look of hatred appeared on her face. Just before Zhu Meng pierced the back of her neck, she spat out another mouthful of essence blood and desperately activated the Sangharama plate. The surging waves howled as they pounced toward Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 946. Zhang Xiaohua used the small mirror to attract Nun Jing Gang's attention. Once the flying sword pierced Nun Jing Gang's back, he would immediately retreat. It was a pity that he did not expect Nun Jing Gang to have a defense close to her. This sword did not succeed and he had no choice but to use his original move. In this moment of delay, he lost the opportunity and was unable to completely escape the area of the wave. What made Zhang Xiaohua even more shocked was that Nun Jing Gang was also a powerful character. When she saw that the situation was not going well, she actually had the thought of dying together with Zhu Meng. She did not care about Zhu Meng who was piercing the back of her neck. Instead, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood and used all her might to activate the Sangharama plate. At this moment, the monstrous wave was even bigger and the force contained in the water was also greater. Zhang Xiaohua's intuition told him that if the wave hit him, wouldn't he be smashed into meat paste? However, at this moment, the wave was already right in front of him. It was too late for him to escape. Regardless of whether it was the flying technique or the earth escape technique, they were all useless. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only raise the small mirror and pour all the vital energy in his body into it. The small mirror did not change at all under the infusion of vital energy. When the wave formed by the Xiantian primordial water hit the small mirror for about 3 inches, a ball of light blue light suddenly rose up. The color of the light was similar to the color of the wave. Following the appearance of the light, a huge suction force appeared from the small mirror and pulled the vital energy that Zhang Xiaohua poured into it. Not only that, the entire small mirror was like a bottomless pit as it continuously sucked in the vital energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body. In just a moment, the vital energy that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained in the Huan Su was completely sucked dry by the small mirror. Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, which had been forcefully absorbed by the true qi, had ruptured in many places. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind, and he could not help but grit his teeth. After absorbing all of Zhang Xiaohua's xinqi, the blue brilliance of the small mirror became even more dazzling. With a loud clang, the blue brilliance soared into the sky and collided with the monstrous waves. Then, just like a real wave, with a walla sound, Zhang Xiaohua felt a tremor in her hand. An incomparably huge force was transmitted from her hand. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Xiaohua exerted all of her strength in both hands and desperately pushed upwards. That blue brilliance actually resisted the monstrous waves. It was as if the monstrous waves had collided with an incomparably hard shore. Just as the huge wave flowed backwards, Zhang Xiaohua's chasing dream, which was stabbing towards the back of Abbess Jing Gang's neck, was also inserted as expected. However, at this moment, Jing Gang Nun no longer paid attention to the flying sword behind her. She just opened her eyes wide and looked at the small mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She said in disbelief, "How Tian mirror? How did it become?" Before she could finish her sentence, chasing dream had already pierced through her neck, and she could no longer say another word. When Jing Gang Nun fell to the ground, her eyes were still wide open. It was unknown whether she was unwilling to die like this, or she could not believe what she had just seen. In short, the palace master of the Ruijin Palace of the Spreading Incense Cult, the great elder of the Spreading Incense Cult, Jing Gang Nun, was killed on the spot by Zhang Xiaohua, who had no reputation in the pugilistic world. Without Jing Gang Nun's control, the brilliance of the Sangharama plate was immediately extinguished. The monstrous waves instantly rolled back, and with the sound of water, they were sucked into the Sangharama plate. The brilliance of the small mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand was instantly retracted, and it returned to its normal state. The small seal on top of Jing Gang Nun's head fell to the ground silently. With a plop, as Jing Gang Nun fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua also sat on the ground. This battle of life and death could be said to have exhausted him. Although it was only a short battle, Zhang Xiaohua truly understood that the battle of immortal Tao was not only a battle of cultivation, but also a battle of spells and weapons. Most importantly, it was a battle of wits. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua took out a vitality stone. As he absorbed the vitality to replenish his vital qi, he recalled the battle with lingering fear in his heart. Early on, during the battle with Shimujuan, Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood the cruelty of the battle of immortal Tao. Then, during the probing battle with Lei Hong, he gradually understood the essence of the battle of wits. Although Lei Hong's cultivation was not only 1 star lower than Zhang Xiaohua's, it was difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to successfully kill a spiritual puppet without injuring himself without using the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Therefore, when he encountered Jing Gang Nun's pursuit this time, Zhang Xiaohua changed his previous battle strategy right from the start. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua made a move, he would test out his Dharma artifacts one by one. He would even throw out jade talismans one by one. Of course, this was useful to a certain extent, but it also indirectly exposed his strength and the Dharma artifacts he had, allowing his opponent to be fully prepared. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua heard that Jing Gang Nun did not bring any handy weapons this time, he muttered in his heart. Needless to say, Jing Gang Nun was Shimujuan and Yu Shuichuan's master. Whatever Shimujuan had, Jing Gang Nun would definitely have. She definitely had more defensive jade talismans than Shimujuan, and they were of a higher level. If Zhang Xiaohua used the offensive jade talismans like before, Jing Gang Nun would definitely have more defensive jade talismans and even better defensive techniques. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not use any jade talismans, regardless of whether they were offensive or defensive. This caused Jing Gang Nun to misunderstand that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any jade talismans. Therefore, after crushing one defensive jade talisman, Jing Gang Nun did not crush a second one. Also, when Zhang Xiaohua started to drive the flying sword, she used both her divine sense and spells. This also caused Jing Gang Nun to misunderstand that Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword could only be driven by the spells of her fingers. When Zhang Xiaohua threw Zhu Meng on the ground and raised the small mirror with both hands, she did not notice where Zhu Meng went. These were all things that Zhang Xiaohua had considered when the fight started. Especially after Zhu Meng broke through 30% of Jing Gang's defense with one sword, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this plan had a chance of success. Therefore, he prepared to carry it out. Step by step, according to his plan, he made Jing Gang Nun fall into his trap. Of course, this plan was very shallow. As long as Jing Gang Nun crushed another defensive jade talisman, Zhang Xiaohua might have to flee. This was related to Zhang Xiaohua's experience in fighting immortals, and more importantly, to Jing Gang Nun's lack of experience in fighting immortals. Zhang Xiaohua did not use the defensive jade talisman and the crimson spirit protection because he wanted Jing Gang Nun to forget about defense. In the end, Jing Gang Nun really forgot. However, Zhang Xiaohua's plan was flawless, but he still ignored Jing Gang Nun's madness and her determination to destroy everything. If Zhang Xiaohua did not have the crimson spirit protection and the defensive light shield, the giant wave of the Sangharama plate would definitely take Zhang Xiaohua's life. Fortunately, the so-called Hao Tian mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand could actually reflect the giant wave. If not, even if Zhang Xiaohua stabbed Jing Gang Nun to death, he would also die under the Sangharama plate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had already replenished a portion of his vital qi. When he fought with Jing Gang Nun just now, although there was no sound, there was still some light from the celestial device. It was possible that the patrolling disciples of Wuming Hall would discover it. It was not good to stay here for long. Zhang Xiaohua kept the small mirror, dragon binding hoop, and chasing dream. Then, he picked up the Sangharama plate and the small seal on the ground and looked at them with interest. After that, he threw them into his belt. As for Jing Gang Nun's corpse, it was lying on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, making Zhang Xiaohua feel uncomfortable. Great Elder Jing Gang, perhaps it was because of your indulgence that led to today's outcome. If it was not because of your protection, Yu Zhuochuan would not have met me and would not have asked me about the matter between Zhang Pinger and me. Even if you wanted my life, I would not have killed Yu Zhuochuan. As for Shi Mujuan, this fellow was not wronged. He actually wanted to snatch my dream. It was already a blessing that I did not kill him. He actually wanted to kill me. Who do you think I should blame? You are even better. You did not even have evidence that I killed him. You wanted to take my life just based on a sentence from someone else. You even did it in front of His Excellency the Hierarch. Speaking of which, it is funny. You are the great elder of the Hierarch. You have countless methods to take my life. However, you have a guilty conscience and do not dare to make things difficult for me in public. That is why you used such methods behind my back. Sigh, it is a pity that you personally chased me for more than 10 days. In the end, you still died in my hands. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nun Jing Gang's corpse. Endless feelings of karma welled up in her heart. After a moment, she sighed. She stretched out her hand, wanting to throw out a fire talisman. However, just as she was about to throw it out, she subconsciously paused. She thought to herself, this Nun Jing Gang is not Shi Mujuan or Yu Zhuochuan. If they die, they die. If they go missing, then they go missing. Nun Jing Yi might not care too much about them. However, Nun Jing Gang is a well-known figure in the cult of fragrance. She is His Excellency the Hierarch's great senior sister. How could Nun Jing Yi not look for her? If I don't have her corpse, Nun Jing Yi will definitely suspect me. After all, I was the only one who had a conflict with Nun Jinggang in Mo Xian's palace. It was very disadvantageous for me. If I keep Abbess Jinggang's corpse, Abbess Jing-yi will know at a glance that it was done by someone from the immortal Tao. Heh, the first thing she would think of would be the Heavenly Dragon sect. Why would she think of a nobody like me? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. She took out the Sangharama plate and the small seal from her waist and casually threw them on the ground. She looked around to make sure there were no loopholes. She then formed a hand seal and prepared to fly away. However, just as he flew out 100 feet, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and turned around to return. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground and kept the small seal and the Sangharama plate in her belt. Then, she released her divine sense and scanned Nun Jinggang's body. She then took out the nameless short sword and slashed it across Nun Jinggang's chest. Immediately, several jade talismans and 2 jade slips slipped out from the slit in her clothes. There are more chapters. Chapter 947. Several days later, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on the towering Jiuhua Peak. His eyes were looking ahead at the seemingly endless sea of clouds and the red-crowned cranes that occasionally rushed out from the clouds. His eyes were filled with a smile. Ever since he killed Jinggang Shirtai, Zhang Xiaohua immediately fled. He first used a flying technique to fly to the faraway Yanluo Peak. He showed himself at Yanluo Peak and used Mo Xian Palace's Guardian Disciple token. Accompanied by a few Heaven and Earth Hall disciples, he asked a few questions and saw the scenery of Yanluo Peak. After resting for half a day, he left the mountain under the respectful escort of those disciples. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua did not stop and ran to a few nearby peaks. It was really a coincidence that he met the Tenryu sect's disciple that he saw outside Huansu. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of that disciple's unpreparedness and suddenly stopped him. He wanted to use bewitching finger to make that disciple speak the truth. However, that disciple seemed to have received some special training. He spoke hesitantly and was not very clear. Not to mention the situation of the Tenryu sect in the Tenryu sect, he couldn't even ask anything about the Tenryu sect itself. Instead, he knew the situation of the other sects in the Tenryu sect and did not hide anything. This made Zhang Xiaohua not know whether to laugh or cry. He was just looking for the spies of the other sects in the Tenryu sect. As a result, it could be said that he hit the mark by a fluke and knew quite a lot. It turned out that other than the Tenryu sect had the most spies in the Tenryu sect. Moreover, from what this disciple of the Tenryu sect had said, that mysterious power had been in the Tenryu sect for a long time. Over the years, the number of spies that had infiltrated the Tenryu sect was second only to the Tenryu sect. Of course, other than the 2 sects that Zhang Xiaohua already knew, the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Righteous Alliance, and other sects that had some reputation in Jianghu had more or less sent people to the Tenryu sect. This situation was not only known by this disciple of the Tenryu sect, but also by Mo Shuigong. A few years ago, the head of the Tenryu sect had ordered the Ruijin Temple to encircle and annihilate the spies on a large scale. However, these spies were like weeds on the plains. After the encirclement and annihilation, they rose up again in just a few years. After the encirclement and annihilation, the Tenryu sect stopped. In any case, the Tenryu sect had similar spies in the other sections. These spies only passed on information to the outside world and didn't do anything big. The other sects also turned a blind eye to them. After knowing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. The things he had done were all sensational, especially when he killed Nun Jinggang. If it was an ordinary Tenryu sect spy, they definitely wouldn't make a move. He didn't know if he could shift the blame to the Tenryu sect. However, although that disciple didn't mention the leader of the Tenryu sect spies in the incense cult, when he thought about what Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace said, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was him. Moreover, he had actually tried to harm Mo Yen. Letting him take the blame could be considered a light punishment. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciples' words and walked through several mountain peaks, searching for all the people he thought were spies. With Zhang Xiaohua's immortal Dao concealment technique, no one was able to find any trace of him. Under the influence of bewitching finger, those disciples said a few more things. These things didn't deviate from the Tenryu sect's words, but they were more detailed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Jiuhua Peak with the last 8 trigrams violet gold furnace in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting at the top of Jiuhua Peak and using his divine sense to sense the 18 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces in his belt that had a mysterious connection. He thought to himself, now that I've obtained all of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces and placed them together, nothing strange has happened. I've also carefully examined all of the furnaces. They're all exactly the same. Even the refinement chants on the inner walls are the same. Moreover, just now, I refined all of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces again and spat out the last of my true life origin. However, I only gained a faint connection with them. I only know that these 18 pill furnaces must have a special use, but I don't know what they're used for. Sigh, forget it. The time hasn't come yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and took out a jade slip from his pocket. This jade slip was from Nanjing Gang. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he had 2 violet phoenix hairpins in his pouch. They belonged to Nanjing Gang in the past. Since she could control them, she naturally had a method to refine them. Therefore, he turned around and found 2 jade slips on Nanjing Gang's body. As expected, the jade slip contained the method to refine the violet phoenix hairpins. Of course, this jade slip was something from the incense cult. Other than the violet phoenix hairpins, there was also the Sangarama plate that he had just obtained. Even the small seal, the devil exorcism seal, had a method to refine them. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been in a hurry these past few days. Moreover, he was worried that the incense cult's artifact would emit a unique aura if he refined it. Therefore, he didn't refine it. After all, the current situation was somewhat dangerous and it was better to avoid trouble first. At the back of the jade slip, there were a few simple pill recipes. They weren't for healing. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at them and guessed that they should be classified as poison or confusion. The herbs used were also very strange and were quite similar to the ones he had obtained in the Ghost Valley. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't interested in them. With a wave of his hand, he kept the jade slip into his pouch. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out another jade slip. This jade slip was also from Nanjing Gang. However, at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it and finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. I was wondering why Nanjing Gang's divine sense was so weak and could be divided into 3 parts. Each part could be controlled individually and could even block my flying sword. As for Jing Gang Shirtai, she was able to extend her divine sense from afar and entangle my great wisdom sword as if it had a shape. It turns out that Zhuanxiang cult has such a miraculous technique that can split one's divine sense into small divine senses. Furthermore, this divine sense can actually leave the body and have other wonderful uses. Compared to the divine sense imprint in God's Guide, each has its own merits. However, this divine sense manipulation technique can infinitely fine divine sense. If this technique is cultivated to the realm of great success, it can actually control several types of magic tools and attack at the same time. In the battle of the immortal Tao, this is an extremely powerful divine ability. After Zhang Xiaohua understood the importance of magic tools in the battle of the immortal Tao, he was extremely sensitive to the effects of this technique. In his battle with Nanjing Gang, in the end, because he was distracted to control Chasing Dream, he couldn't use the flying technique at the same time. His body paused for a moment, but it was this moment that almost caused him to be consigned to eternal damnation and suffer the same fate as Nanjing Gang. If he had learned this divine sense manipulation technique earlier, with one divine sense controlling the flying sword and the other controlling the dragon binding ring, wouldn't he be able to easily retreat? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. 10,000 swords shooting at the same time was of course the highest realm of the sword of the world. Right now, he was only able to split one into four. If he mastered the divine sense manipulation technique, then, would he be able to use one strand of divine sense to control the flying sword? Would this flying sword be able to split into four? If he could split many strands of divine sense, wouldn't each strand of divine sense be able to control one flying sword? Splitting one into four. The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew the power of flying swords. Now that he lacked offensive magic tools, the more he could control these flying swords, the more powerful their attacks would be. This divine sense manipulation technique was tailor-made for him. Unfortunately, this divine sense manipulation technique only split and controlled divine sense, but it didn't have a way to train divine sense. This made Zhang Xiaohua a little depressed. Although God's guidance could strengthen divine sense and cultivate the heart of herbalism, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of God's guidance seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Although he had been working hard, there hadn't been any obvious progress. The expansion of his divine sense was only due to the increase in his cultivation level. But why is Nun Jingyi's divine sense so strong? Could it be that it isn't due to this divine sense manipulation technique? Zhang Xiaohua thought gloomily. Although it was just a thought, Zhang Xiaohua still made a hand seal and entered the alchemy room he had just found. Then, he immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and read the divine will cultivation method in detail. Then, he began to cultivate. The day passed quickly. When the sun was setting, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the alchemy room. Just as he was about to fly into the sky, he suddenly slapped his forehead and landed on the ground. I have already obtained the 18 pill furnaces and investigated the spies of the various sections. What else do I need to do? Meng is currently in seclusion and I don't know if she has come out yet. If I return to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I won't be able to see Meng. Even Nun Jinggang's matter will implicate me. Rather than attracting Nun Jingyi's attention in Mo Xian Palace, why don't I take a stroll around the Spreading Fragrance sect and wait for Nun Jingyi's attention to the Tenryu sect before returning to gather information on the spies? Furthermore, this is already 9 Radiance Peak. I remember that the Tenryu sect disciple mentioned that there is a strange place in the jade mine under 9 Radiance Peak. It might be a passageway that leads to the outside of the Spreading Fragrance sect. Why don't I go down and take a look? It would be best if there is a passageway there. If there isn't, I can at least get some good jade stones. It's worth it. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew into the depths of 9 Radiance Peak. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know where the entrance to the mineral vein was, it was dusk now. Teams of Shuyu Hall disciples were returning from the mineral vein. As long as they went in the opposite direction, it would be easy to find it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find a heavily guarded place. Indeed, this place was not a cave as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, it was a gorgeous courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that I made a mistake? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, she saw the door of the inner courtyard open. A pair of exhausted Shuyu Hall disciples filed out. Their attire was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen earlier. It was coarse and dusty. Chapter 948. After the group of disciples came out, they were not in a hurry to go to the main door. Instead, they split up and entered the small houses on both sides of the courtyard. When Zhang Xiaohua scanned the houses with his divine sense, he laughed involuntarily. Wasn't that the place for washing up? Not long after, someone came out in a clean and tidy Shuyu Hall uniform. He came to the main door and the guard at the door skillfully searched the disciple. He waved his hand and let the disciple out. Then, all the disciples were checked before they went up the mountain in groups. Oh, so this is the entrance to the jade mine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and made a hand seal. He went underground and dived into the courtyard. However, when he reached the belly of the mountain, he encountered a layer of restriction that blocked Zhang Xiaohua's way. It seems that the fragrant religion values this jade mine very much. They set up this restriction when they were still cultivating the way of immortality. Looking at the sturdiness of the restriction, it seems that it is not weakened by the lack of vital qi. This jade mine is indeed full of vital qi. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the ground and appeared in a small house. Looking around the ordinary house, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense again. After a long while, he retracted it and frowned. This is going to be difficult. The house near the mountain is obviously the entrance to the mine. There are 5 guards in the house, and the most annoying thing is that the door to the left of the house is a restriction. This restriction is the entrance to the mine. A disciple walked out from the restriction of the house. There was a slight fluctuation of vital qi. Then, the disciple took out a small triangular jade token and handed it to the guard beside him. He then cupped his hands and walked out of the house. The guard kept the jade token and placed it in the bag beside him. Then, his eyes brightened as he stared at the entrance that looked no different from an ordinary door. This is difficult. Although I have a concealment technique, it is unavoidable that my body will be exposed when I pass through the restriction. I will definitely be seen by these 5 people. It won't be difficult to subdue these 5 people. However, if more people come over, they will inevitably be discovered. Why don't we break this restriction? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have the idea of forcibly breaking the seal again. But at this time, the disciple who had just come out happened to walk past these houses. As he walked, he muttered, "Why am I so unlucky? Why was it always the smallest die every time? Motherfucker, just this night shift alone was already worth 10 days, and he still had to continue today." He really didn't understand, it was just a mining place, why was it so expensive? It's been like a day for decades. Oh, no, it's been like a day for hundreds of years. There are people watching from the outside, but there are also people watching from the inside. Is there a need for that? Sigh, is this Wang Laolu cheating? No, I have to get some information from him. Is there a trick to rolling dice? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her body moved slightly as she rushed to the door. Just as she was about to leave, someone shouted, "Ing Laosi, do you still want to eat?" That person replied, "Yes, yes. Can't you see that I'm going over? You guys are going back to the mountain in a while, but the pitiful me still has to be on night shift." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She stopped and pondered for a moment before she sat down cross-legged. As expected, in just the time it took to finish a meal, Ing Laosi picked at the grass between his teeth and slowly walked over. There was no one else beside him. The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. When Ing Laosi reached the door, he extended his finger and dragged him into the house before he could fall to the ground. Throughout the entire process, not a single sound was made. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua transformed into Ing Laosi's face and put on his clothes. She slipped out of the house and followed Ing Laosi's route back to the house. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to enter the jade mine at the foot of the 9 Radiance Peak. Not only is the jade token used to enter the house different every time, but there are also 5 guards who are constantly on guard duty. Every 2 hours, there will be someone patrolling the place. If I didn't bump into Ing Laosi, it would be difficult for me to enter. Even if I managed to stop the 5 guards, I would still be discovered if I went in. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the house. When the guards in the house saw someone enter, their faces turned cold. However, when they saw that the person who entered was Ing Laosi, they relaxed and revealed a mocking look in their eyes. One of the disciples laughed and said, "Ing Laosi, why are you on guard duty again? Could it be that you want to become the most outstanding disciple of our cleansing jade hall this year?" Zhang Xiaohua could easily disguise himself as Ing Laosi, but he could not change his voice completely. He was afraid that he would give himself away, so he circulated his Jinqi, and his face immediately turned red. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, but no words came out. He. Why did Ing Laosi suddenly change his personality? Doesn't he grumble every time he goes in? Just as Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart, the person who took the jade token earlier scolded with a smile, "You little brats, why are you making fun of an honest person? Didn't I get ridiculed by you guys when I complained yesterday? After that, you said that he was talkative. Today, he became a taciturn gourd without a mouth and you said that he was boring. You must be kind and honest." As he spoke, he took out another type of jade token and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He laughed and said, "Ing Laosi, if you don't have anything to do, don't play dice with your group of scoundrels. Can't you see that you lose every time? Although we are not betting on pills, the jade mine is very cold. If you keep on guard duty, be careful that your body won't be able to take it." Zhang Xiaohua took the jade token and pretended to be grateful. She cupped her hands and walked towards the small door. That person was stunned and scolded with a smile, "I said that for your own good. Why didn't you even say a word of thanks?" As he spoke, he stretched out his leg and kicked Zhang Xiaohua's buttocks. The strength of the kick was not small. Zhang Xiaohua staggered and rushed into the small door. Within her divine sense, the door fluctuated and the jade token in her hand glowed with a light that was invisible to the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohua went in. Behind her, she could still hear the laughter of everyone. Zhang Xiaohua let out a cold snort from his nose, but he looked up into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua was in a square hall. The surroundings were empty except for a few luminous pearls inlaid on the walls. In front of the hall was a deep and winding passageway. The passageway was very spacious and it could fit several horse carriages side by side. This was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. This passageway was indeed formed by a restriction and her divine sense could not penetrate it. Even the small door behind her was isolated from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, at this moment, the passageway was quiet and there was no movement. It seemed that everyone had finished their work. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She released her divine sense and walked along the passageway. At first, the chi of heaven and earth in the passageway was not much different from the outside. Around the passageway, there were very few jade stones. As Zhang Xiaohua went all the way down, the number of jade stones on the stone walls of the passageway gradually increased. The chi of heaven and earth gradually became denser. As Zhang Xiaohua went down, the passageway began to open up in all directions. There were many forks and caves. It was too much for the eyes to take in. However, Zhang Xiaohua ignored all of this and walked casually, looking for the passageway that led to the bottom. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua gradually came to a place where the light was slightly dimmer. Although there were some luminous pearls in these places, they were extremely rare. There was only one every few feet. It seemed that the disciples of Shuyu Hall rarely came here. There were many jade stones on the stone walls and the quality was much better than the ones above. However, the dimmer the light was, the denser the chi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua walked all the way and used her divine sense to check the passageway. She wanted to find some clues from the restriction around the passageway. However, she could not find the place that the disciple mentioned. There are many forks in this passageway and there are many disciples of Shuyu Hall. Who knows where the place that the Tenryu sect spy mentioned is? It is impossible for me to find it by myself. Moreover, I did not get any information from Ing Laosi when I used the ecstasy finger just now. This means that the place that the Tenryu sect spy mentioned should be very secretive. Sigh, why don't I capture that guy and ask him properly? Zhang Xiaohua thought regretfully and was ready to stop. After all, the jade stone vein was so huge that she was like a headless fly that couldn't find anything. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the jade stone vein in the Yulon Grand Canyon. The qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. It was just that her earth escape technique was not complete and her cultivation was limited. She was currently in the middle of the jade stone vein. This jade stone vein was definitely much bigger than the previous one. Moreover, the disciples of Shuyu Hall had already dug the passageway to the bottom. As she went down, there were more and more jade stones and the quality was getting better. Who knew what good things would be in the deepest part? Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth was even denser. She might even be able to find the place where the incense cult's immortal cultivation was passed down. There would definitely be better things in there. When she thought of the good things, Zhang Xiaohua's heart beat faster. She increased her speed and used the imperial wind technique to go to the deepest part of the jade stone vein like the wind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at the bottom of the jade mine, the end of the tunnel. There was only a luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling, and there was no other way to go down. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to touch the slightly sparkling and translucent jadestone. She extended her divine sense and felt that there were many more jadestones in the 500 feet below them. Moreover, the restriction of the passageway did not stop here. Could it be that, there's something down there? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin thoughtfully. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the depths of the jade mine. Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up. He used the earth escape technique to travel to the deepest part of the jade mine. He wanted to find the secret of the incense sect's immortal Tao. However, even after a long time, he still did not discover anything even after he had reached the depths of the ground. Moreover, as he went deeper and deeper into the ground, a powerful force that could not be resisted by human strength grew stronger and stronger, trying to squeeze him out of the ground. Maybe I'm wrong. Although the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi below 9 Radiance Peak is abundant, it isn't the place for the incense sect to impart their immortal Tao. Since that's the case, I might as well find more jade. It would be even better if I could find the legendary jade essence. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, another idea popped up in his mind. He began to search around in the deepest part of his body. Just as he was searching, a powerful Yuan Qi fluctuation suddenly came from the front. It was detected by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense that was sweeping around. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Such a powerful Yuan Qi fluctuation was most likely produced by an extremely powerful mystic tool. However, when he got closer, the scene in front of him left him flabbergasted. There was a colorful and gorgeous rainbow in front of him. It was like a rainbow coming out from the ground and going straight up. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised when he scanned the area with his divine sense. Each of the 5 colors was a piece of top-quality jade essence. It was sparkling and translucent. It was incomparably beautiful. However, when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward and dig, he realized that the entire rainbow of jade essence was surrounded by a powerful restriction. This restriction was so strong that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen it before. When Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses and took a closer look, he found that the entire ground beneath his feet was covered in such restrictive spells. It was as if the entire ground beneath the jade mine was covered, leaving only the chalcedony area leading to the outside world. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. Needless to say, she really found the place. Underneath this restriction should be the place where the incense cult's immortal cultivation method was passed down. However, this restriction was extremely peculiar and its fluctuations were not very obvious. If Zhang Xiaohua had not seen the rainbow-like jade essence and deliberately probed it, she would not have been able to find it so easily with her divine sense. Even now, within his divine sense, the restriction was like the earth, seemingly endless, covering the entire area beneath his feet. Isn't this a little too much? Even the Sumeru world that Wan Wuxin and Senior Huan were in couldn't be compared to it. No wonder the incense sect was able to survive even after the immortal Tao was annihilated 10,000 years ago. Just this continuous restriction alone is not something the Misty School can compare to. Then, the Dalan Temple that is as famous as the cult of fragrance? And what kind of legacy did he rely on? In my impression, the Dalan Temple's elder Chang Gung seemed to be an ordinary Jianghu expert. At that time, I had just started practicing martial arts and did not even have the slightest inkling of the immortal Tao. How could I know if Elder Chang Gung was from the immortal Tao? Moreover, even now, with the nameless cultivation method, I can conceal my cultivation. Even someone as strong as Abbess Jing Yi could not detect it. How could the dignified Dalan Temple not have such a method? Then, what about the Tenryu sect that is even more powerful than the cult of fragrance? Is their heavenly king also from the immortal Tao? Qin Shiyue's master seems to be called Garuda or something. Perhaps he is also from the immortal Tao. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things. But then, with a smile in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "What does this have to do with me? My Beidou school has not been established yet. When I have the opportunity to establish the cult of fragrance in the future, I will let Pan and go and take a look." With that, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and used the earth-burrowing technique to search above the restrictive spell for a long time. First, he wanted to see how the restrictive spell could be broken. Second, he wanted to find a secluded place. If he broke the restrictive spell and entered, he would not attract the attention of the disciples of the cult of fragrance. However, after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua could not figure out what the restrictive spell was. He only vaguely felt that there were some similarities between the restrictive spell and the rabbit talisman in his Naiwan palace. But when he looked at it carefully, he felt that there was a big difference. The jade slip that Elder Hua had left behind also had some similarities, but when he looked at it carefully, he found that there was a big difference. This. What? What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua touched his chin and hesitated. Previously, when he was at the core of the ruins of Huan, he had used the flow on his left arm and chasing dream to break the restrictive spell of the heavenly thunder. He already felt that the flow was showing signs of drying up. Perhaps it could not support this use. But if he did not use it, how could he be reserved when a treasure was right under his feet? After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He scanned with his divine sense and found a place that was far away from the five-colored chalcedony. When he reached the edge of the restrictive spell, Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. He waved his left hand and Nameless pierced his sword. As expected, the mysterious flow flowed out from his left arm. However, it was obviously much weaker than before. Although this flow was very weak, when it poured into Zhu Meng was still able to easily cut a hole in the restriction beneath its feet. However, there were still restrictions at the bottom of the hole. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua had set up 18 layers of restrictions in one go that a strand of clear light emerged from the restrictions. After that, a strand of aura that was extremely weak yet extremely powerful and practically shook Zhang Xiaohua's mind directly emerged and caused Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense to tremble. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The 18 layers of restrictive spells that he had just cut started to fuse together again. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think. He plunged his head into the restrictive spell. However, within the restrictive spell, before he could stand firm and see what was in front of him, the weak aura from before became overwhelming. It was a kind of submission from the bottom of his heart. It was an instinct from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. It suppressed him tightly, forcing him to bend his knees, forcing him to go limp. I understand now. Zhang Xiaohua tried his best to hold on. Suddenly, he thought of this feeling. When he was on the deserted island outside the sea and obtained the great wisdom sword, didn't he encounter a huge eye in the depths of the magma? Didn't he feel the same way at that time? However, the feeling now was even stronger than before. It almost made him unable to breathe. Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to form a seal. His body swayed as he floated in the air. Although he tried his best to release his divine sense, the oppressive feeling was not only pressuring him from the bottom of his heart. Even his divine sense was forced not to be released. Just as he was about to open his eyes and look at everything in the restrictive spell with his naked eyes, suddenly, after the oppressive aura, another divine sense, as huge as the will of the heavens, swept over. Ah! Divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The feeling when the divine sense swept into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace was similar to the feeling when Zhang Xiaohua encountered the huge eye previously. Last time, the divine sense was as heavy as a rock. However, it was not released and seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, this time, the divine sense was flexible. It was just that. Zhang Xiaohua also faintly felt that it was extremely tired, extremely old, extremely obscure and extremely empty. Although this divine sense was like that of an old man, it was also like the will of the heavens that could not be defied. When the divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua's body, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he was naked. What nameless mantra? What concealment mantra? What concealment mantra? They were all useless. Of course, when the divine sense swept into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any resistance at all and allowed it to enter directly. Suddenly, when the divine sense touched the layer of golden divine restriction outside the elixir core, the divine restriction emitted a layer of bright light and bounced off the divine sense. Immediately, two talismans emitted the same color and flashed out from the divine restriction. They were the two talismans, one dragon and one tiger. Once the two dragon and tiger talismans appeared, it was as if they were alive. One curled up like a dragon soaring to the ninth heaven, and the other opened its claws like a howling mountain. In an instant, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger resounded. From Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, a kind of chi power was produced. It was a kind of chi power that resisted the invading divine sense. Although the chi power of the dragon and tiger talismans was small, it was extremely pure and vigorous. Combined with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, it actually formed a sharp contrast with the matchless divine sense. For a moment, the divine sense was different from Zhang Xiaohua's imagination. It did not entangle with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and spread out again. This doesn't seem to be divine sense. With the support of the dragon and tiger talismans, Zhang Xiaohua could faintly resist the overwhelming and suffocating chi power. She could actually stand up straight. Although she still could not release her divine sense, there was no longer that oppressive feeling like before. She could even open her eyes. However, when Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, the scene before him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Even the things he had seen in the restriction at the core of the ruins of Huan could not compare to what was before him. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a vast and boundless space. She could not see the end of it with her naked eyes. Far away in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there was a green gourd suspended in midair. The shape of the gourd looked familiar. It was exactly the same as the gourd on the sleeves of the disciples of the pill department in the pill expanding hall. However, this was not the most unforgettable thing for Zhang Xiaohua. Just below the green gourd, she could vaguely see the outline of a huge dragon head. Behind the dragon head, the faint outline of a pale yellow dragon body extended endlessly into the distance. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, there was no end to it. Dragon vein. When Zhang Xiaohua saw everything in front of her, she almost fell from midair. After thinking for a long time, such a word popped up in her mind. And this word seemed to be something she had seen in a jade slip, or in a biography, or in a legend in the countryside. Chapter 950. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the vague outline of the dragon's head, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he calmed himself down, he looked at his surroundings curiously. It was obvious that above his head was a vast expanse of light blue, just like the clear blue sky outside. Below his feet, there was a faint golden outline of water ripples. This outline wasn't as clear as the dragon's head in the distance, but upon closer inspection, he could tell that it was the body of the dragon vein. How long is this dragon vein? Could it be that it spirals within the restriction? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. At this moment, the aura from the dragon and tiger talisman in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace was able to withstand the aura from the dragon vein. However, his divine sense couldn't leave his body, so he was no different from an ordinary person. Of course, the dragon vein was incomparably huge. Even if Zhang Xiaohua could release his divine sense, it could only cover a range of 400 to 500 feet. Compared to the dragon vein, it was just a drop in the ocean. How could he see the entire dragon vein? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is bad. When I entered, it was already night. I have been outside the restriction for a long time. Could it be midnight now? At this moment, a strange fluctuation appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's body. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, he immediately fell from the sky and fell straight into the vague outline of the dragon vein. The strange thing was that when Zhang Xiaohua's body fell, the fluctuation became more intense. Boundless stellar energy shot out and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, he was at the edge of the dragon vein's spine. The dragon vein seemed to be resisting and wanted to prevent anything from entering. However, the starlight was just a ripple that passed through the spine without any obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the dragon vein. After entering the dragon vein, it was different from the outside. Although it was also empty, there was a slightly viscous thing that was similar to the chi of heaven and earth and starlight flowing in the dragon vein. It seemed to be the essence of the dragon vein. Right in the center of the enormous essence of the dragon vein, something that was countless times thinner than a strand of hair was fluttering slightly, like a strand of hair brushing against one's face in the wind. Coincidentally, when Zhang Xiaohua's body fell beside the strand of hair, he floated in the air and didn't move anymore. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be meditating as usual. He was sitting cross-legged. The mysterious fluctuation in his 5 centers facing heaven body continued to surge, drawing in the starlight from the sky. In his meridians, the Carefree Heart Sutra was also activated, slowly absorbing the starlight and the heaven-earth yuan qi within the restriction into his meridians. At the beginning, everything was the same as before. However, after a while, the suction force on Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually increased. The pores all over his body opened up like a bottomless pit, swallowing the little heaven-earth yuan qi in the dragon vein, as well as the things that were similar to heaven-earth yuan qi. Therefore, the thing that was thinner than a strand of hair started to sway even more vigorously under the suction force. When it started to sway even more, an extremely weak and almost inaudible fluctuation came from far away. When it came into contact with the fluctuation on Zhang Xiaohua's body, it immediately approached intimately as if it had seen sweet dew. The starlight from the sky was being refined in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. An extremely small portion was used in the meridians, an extremely small portion was integrated into the vital energy, and the rest was gathered in a mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. The weak fluctuation also followed the trajectory of the starlight after it was refined and entered that mysterious place. The moment the fluctuation entered, it immediately shook violently, as if a person in despair had found a way out. An unparalleled joy came from far away, and then a dragon's roar resounded through the restriction. Tremor. A huge tremor. When the dragon's roar sounded, the entire dragon vein shook violently, and the entire restriction also moved up and down with this tremor. Then, the thing that was thinner than a strand of hair started to sway again. This time, it was different from before. If the previous sway was like a seaweed, then the current sway was like the tail of a fish. To be more precise, it was the sway of a dragon. As the thin strand of hair moved slightly, the entire dragon vein swam. Far away, under the green gourd, the huge outline of the dragon's head was slowly moving towards Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the outline of the dragon's head, where the thin strand of hair was, there was a dragon head that was invisible to the naked eye. It opened its eyes and used two extremely thin golden dragon claws under its abdomen to move forward with difficulty. Above the dragon's head, there were a few formations that covered the dragon's head. In the middle, there was a strong suction force that continuously sucked the heaven and earth yuan qi in the dragon vein into the formations. The formations then sent the heaven and earth yuan qi into the green gourd above the dragon's head. The gourd was upside down, and the mouth of the gourd sucked the heaven and earth yuan qi in. On top of the gourd, there was another strange formation. On top of the formation, there was a layer of restriction. On top of that, there was the strange five-colored chalcedony that Zhang Xiaohua saw outside the restriction. At this moment, the formation was absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi in the dragon vein, but at the same time, it also restricted the movement of the dragon's head in the dragon vein. Although the dragon's head was slightly tilted, and the dragon's claws were also exerting force, there was only a rumbling sound, and it couldn't move much. Seeing that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to Zhang Xiaohua, the dragon that couldn't be seen by the naked eye became anxious. The huge dragon's head also revealed its anxiety. A dragon's roar resounded through the restriction, but there was no one else in the restriction other than Zhang Xiaohua, so who could hear it? Another 10 minutes passed, but there was no change in the situation. The seal under the green gourd was suppressing the huge and empty dragon vein. The remaining dragon soul in the dragon vein was also gradually stabilizing. However, at this moment, the situation took a turn for the better. The tiny dragon soul that was close to Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually swayed left and right with the circulation of Zhang Xiaohua's carefree heart sutra. It slowly approached Zhang Xiaohua's body, and when the dragon's head felt the attractive force, its tiny eyes opened in surprise. As a result, the dragon soul beside Zhang Xiaohua swayed unconsciously, and it consciously moved closer. Not long after, it was also sucked to the side of Zhang Xiaohua's pores, following the trajectory of the yuan qi and the heterogeneous yuan qi in the dragon vein. However, regardless of whether it was the yuan qi of heaven and earth or the heterogeneous yuan qi in the dragon vein, they were all extremely minute. They were exactly what Zhang Xiaohua's pores could absorb. The essence of the dragon vein was different. It was a material object, and not something that the Carefree Heart Sutra could absorb. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to absorb it, but the dragon soul was intentionally being absorbed. As the dragon soul's intentional actions and Zhang Xiaohua's unintentional absorption of the yuan qi, more and more dragon soul gathered around Zhang Xiaohua's body. In contrast, the empty dragon vein that only had an outer appearance became more and more stuck together. This situation only gradually stopped when a huge butterfly-like dragon tail appeared. However, although the slender dragon soul could be ignored, the huge outline of the dragon vein couldn't be ignored. The dragon tail and the dragon's body that connected to Zhang Xiaohua's body formed an airtight encirclement. Although the starlight that filled the sky was able to reach Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings, the pure dragon soul and the outline of the dragon vein blocked all the pores on his body. For a moment, the amount of starlight that was absorbed into his body was greatly reduced. Not long after, the undulations on Zhang Xiaohua's body changed again. Suddenly, at the core of the Carefree Heart Sutra's meridians, which was the middle dantian's Shanzhong acupoint, a faint golden brilliance flashed. This brilliance formed a circular arc that expanded outwards and enveloped the slender dragon soul. Immediately, a powerful suction force was born from the halo and sucked the dragon tail in. What was even more unbelievable was that the enormous outline of the dragon vein, which was many times larger than Zhang Xiaohua's body, was also sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint along with the dragon tail. Feeling that its tail was being sucked in, the dragon head that was extremely far away was not shocked but happy. It didn't put up any resistance and allowed itself to be sucked in. Therefore, on this night, other than refining the starlight and absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint on his chest also had the strange phenomenon of absorbing the dragon vein and dragon soul. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the dragon vein seemed to be endless. There was no sign of it ending. The dragon head, which was initially extremely shocked, gradually revealed an expression of impatience. The dragon head moved slightly, as if it wanted to break free. The dragon soul paused slightly, and the faint golden halo immediately produced a suction force that was stronger than before, preventing the dragon soul from breaking free. When the dragon soul saw this, it seemed to have learned the trick and charged forward with all its might. Just as the dragon soul expected, as the dragon soul struggled to break free, the suction force from the Shanzhong acupoint increased several times and the speed at which the dragon soul was being sucked in also increased. After a long time, the starlight on Zhang Xiaohua's body began to dim and the suction force also decreased slightly. The dragon soul panicked and seemed to know that the starlight was about to dissipate. It unconsciously opened its small dragon mouth and the dragon mouth on the outline of the dragon vein widened. With a dragon roar, it threw itself at the array above its head. The suction force of the array increased greatly, but as the dragon vein approached, it produced a repulsive force that seemed to maintain a balance. However, the situation at the Shanzhong acupoint was the opposite. As the dragon soul struggled, it first relaxed slightly and then a mysterious fluctuation shook. Zhang Xiaohua's entire body emitted a faint golden brilliance and the Shanzhong acupoint immediately produced a strong suction force. This force was coincidental and acted on the dragon soul when the array produced a repulsive force. With a loud swoosh, the entire seal shook. Following which, the seal was emptied and the dragon soul was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. Chapter 951. In order to maintain the balance, the formation above the dragon vein produced a repulsive force towards the dragon soul. Who would have thought that the dragon soul would be sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint and be sucked into her meridians in a flash? At the same time, the formation instantly produced another suction force, wanting to continue binding the dragon vein under the formation. However, at this moment, the dragon vein and dragon soul had already entered Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. The restriction was empty and there was no trace of the dragon vein left. As a result, the entire array formation stopped moving. As for the dragon soul had succeeded in its trick and was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint as it wished. However, the dragon soul took too long to be absorbed. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing the dragon soul, she was also absorbing the starlight. The vital energy in her meridians also flowed along with the Carefree Heart Sutra. The tail of the dragon vein and dragon soul entered the Shanzhong acupoint and did not gather in the middle dantian. Instead, they flowed along with the vital energy and entered all the meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body. It was not a big deal that the dragon vein and dragon soul entered her meridians. If the dragon's head entered the middle dantian, firstly, the middle dantian was the center of vital energy and formed a separate space. Even if the dragon soul was as large as the dragon soul, it could still be stored. Secondly, the dragon soul was an item of vital energy and was the best at changing. Previously, it was suppressed by the formation within the restriction and could not change at will. Now that it had entered the middle dantian, it only needed to shrink and it could be completely stored. Unfortunately, the Carefree Heart Sutra that Zhang Xiaohua cultivated at night was precisely to refine the endless starlight from beyond the heavens. The things refined by starlight were the most vital. When the dragon vein entered Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, it stuck the dragon vein and Zhang Xiaohua's meridians together. In this night, the refined starlight played a major role and stuck the dragon vein to all of Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. When the dragon's soul entered Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupuncture point, the dragon's soul knew that the situation was not good. When the dragon's soul shrank, it could not do as it pleased. Instead, the dragon's soul seemed to have become one with Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. For a moment, the dragon's soul was shocked. It had just escaped the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. In a moment of panic, it did not care about anything else. The dragon's soul was already extremely weak and had long been on the verge of death. If it had not seen the majestic vitality behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, how could it have allowed this mortal to absorb it? Now that it had fallen into such a state, it could not be calculative about gains and losses. The dragon's soul let out a dragon's roar and its body shrank rapidly. In just a moment, it had shrunk from an unimaginable length to a 3-inch small dragon. At this moment, the small dragon looked even more dispirited. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were still operating the Carefree Heart Sutra. An endless stream of starlight and the yuan qi of heaven and earth were being refined into her Shanzhong acupuncture point and then into her meridians. The small dragon looked like it could not stand steadily. Then, the small dragon stretched out its body and rushed into her meridians. It followed the refined starlight and headed straight for the mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. In another moment, the mysterious undulations around Zhang Xiaohua's body stopped abruptly. The projected starlight also dissipated abruptly. Everything disappeared without a trace. However, within the boundless restriction, there was no trace of the enormous and weak dragon's vein. A faint dragon's head appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupuncture point. At this moment, her entire meridians had been occupied by the dragon's vein. Or rather, because of the refined starlight, the dragon's vein had faintly fused with her meridians. In the future, they would definitely fuse together. When the starlight dissipated, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. It was the invisible majesty after absorbing the dragon's soul and dragon's vein. What's going on? When she saw that there was nothing in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel surprised. Furthermore, it was obvious that the majesty that made her unable to breathe yesterday had disappeared. The green gourd in the distance was still there and she could release her divine sense as usual. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense was different from before. However, if she wanted to point out the difference, she could not pinpoint it. The range of 400 to 500 feet did not expand, but the things that she could sense with her divine sense were different. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua could sense the remnant aura left behind by the dragon's vein yesterday. Where could such an enormous dragon's vein go? Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips and was a little depressed. Could it be like the earth's core and hide in the void? However, when she looked at the green gourd, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, since the dragon's vein was gone, Zhang Xiaohua's movements were more free. When he flew to the bottom of the gourd, his divine sense saw that there were several formations below the mouth of the gourd. He could not help but feel even more surprised. What? What kind of formation is this? In the empty air, there were 5 weak fluctuations of vital energy. However, these fluctuations did not have a source and seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The fluctuations of vital energy in each place were different, but when the fluctuations of these 5 places were put together, they formed a new formation. Seeing the magic of this formation, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be curious. He flew forward and observed carefully. This formation had disappeared just now and was also in a static state. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of anything. After observing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. He could not find the source of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and his face was filled with disbelief. He reached out his hand and took out a jade box from his chest. He struck a few incantations on the jade box and opened the jade box. What greeted his eyes was a blue pearl. It was the water element pearl that Zhang Xiaohua obtained from the ruins of Nirvana Heavenly Evolution 5 Elements Formation. Taking out the water element pearl, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. At this moment, what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw was different from before. He felt the uniqueness of the water vital energy in the water. Then, he looked at the 5 formations that were emitting different fluctuations in the air. He flew straight to one place and scanned with his divine sense. He compared the vital energy fluctuations of the water element pearl with those of the 5 formations. After that, he took out the other 5 elements beads and compared them with the energy waves of the 5 formations. Standing in the air, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. As expected, the energy waves emitted by this formless formation are the same as the water element beads. It should be of the water element. The energy waves emitted by the other formations are also responding to the other 5 elements beads. Needless to say, this is also a 5 elements formation, but, what is this 5 elements formation for? After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the original location of the dragon vein, then at the top of the green gourd. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought appeared in his mind and he was overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua immediately made a gesture and flew towards the top of the green gourd. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua returned with a face full of joy. That's right, there is still a formation above the green gourd. At the bottom of the green gourd, there is a faint trace of pure vital energy of the universe being sent into the formation. If I am not wrong, the vital energy of the universe is being sent out to replenish the seal, allowing it to be as strong as ever. Where does the pure vital energy of the universe in the green gourd come from? Isn't it coming from the invisible 5 elements formation? And where does the vital energy of the universe in the 5 elements formation come from? Isn't it the dragon vein that I saw yesterday? If the vital energy of the universe had not been absorbed by the 5 elements formation for so many years, how could the dragon vein be barely visible? Impressive, impressive. The seniors of the aroma sect are truly impressive. Just for this layer of restrictive spells, they were able to suppress a dragon's vein and use the essence of the dragon's vein to transform into the chi of heaven and earth to support this restrictive spell. But this restrictive spell only contains the dragon's vein. What's the point of maintaining it? Before Zhang Xiaohua could figure out the problem, another thought lit up Zhang Xiaohua's mind. This invisible formation can actually gather the vital energy of the dragon vein. Could it be the spirit-gathering formation that was mentioned in Elder Hua's Jade Scroll? Is it the formation that was used to gather the vital energy of the universe together during the heyday of the immortal Tao so that the cultivators could absorb the vital energy of the universe many times more than usual? At that thought, Zhang Xiaohua's heart burned with passion. Indeed, heaven and earth yuan qi was scarce at the moment. If there was a spirit-gathering array that could gather the already scarce heaven and earth yuan qi, not to mention a breakthrough in cultivation, even if there was enough heaven and earth yuan qi to allow people to sense it and set foot on the path to immortality, that would be a great merit. However, she could not find the source of the vital energy of the universe. It seemed to be hidden in the void, which made Zhang Xiaohua scratch her head. What can I do? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the void in front of her and scanned it with her divine sense. She frowned. After scanning the area with his spiritual consciousness for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua unknowingly discovered some clues. He was currently standing beside the water element array and holding the water element pearl in his hand. The yuan qi fluctuation in the air seemed to be resonating with the water element pearl. Whoever started the trouble should end it. It seems like the water elemental pearl is the only way to find out the secret of the water-type formation. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the water elemental pearl in her hand and sighed. If only the delusion breaker Dharma I could open and see through the void, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Brain power. As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua tried to inject her vital energy into the water elemental pearl. She was right. She did not know how to use the water elemental pearl. The only thing she knew was to inject her vital energy into it. It was really boring. Of course, a blunt method was undeniably a method. As Zhang Xiaohua injected her vital energy, the water elemental pearl gradually emitted a faint blue brilliance. This brilliance was very weak, but it was able to cause a change in the energy waves. As the energy waves of the water elemental pearl changed, the dozens of energy waves in the formation hidden in the void also changed slightly. Zhang Xiaohua was elated. She scanned the area with her divine sense and memorized the positions of the dozens of energy waves clearly. Using the same method, Zhang Xiaohua also memorized the positions of the other 4 energy waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what was in the void. He only knew that as long as he changed the dozens of energy waves into vital stones of various attributes, he should be able to imitate the 5 elemental spirit convergence formation. Chapter 952. Zhang Xiaohua used the most clumsy method to understand the 5 elemental spirit gathering array. He memorized it in his mind and kept all the 5 elemental beads. Then, he flew to the side of the green gourd. The green gourd was not big. It was smaller than an ordinary gourd. The surface of the gourd was suffused with a green glow. As far as the eye could see, there was a layer of light flowing across the surface of the gourd. Within the light, there were many talismans that looked like tadpoles appearing and disappearing. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the area, the gourd was different from what he could see with his naked eyes. There was only a slight fluctuation of energy that was different from an ordinary weapon. There was nothing special about it. Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when he saw this. He had quite a number of magic tools in his possession now, and he had gradually come to know that the more inconspicuous the energy fluctuation was, the more formidable the magic tool was. Not to mention others, just the bracelet on his left arm did not have the slightest energy fluctuation. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand to grab the green gourd. When Zhang Xiaohua's hand touched the green gourd, a jade green light flashed and blocked his hand. He could not get any closer. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. However, there was no trace of disappointment on his face. He knew that this would be the result. It would be strange if such an important item did not have any powerful restrictions. Besides that, Zhang Xiaohua was clearly aware that this restriction was definitely not something he could break through right now. If he wanted to forcefully break through the restriction, he could only use the nameless flow on his left arm. However, he was currently within the restriction and had to rely on this flow to escape, so how could he waste it here? He looked at the green gourd with some reluctance, then leaped towards the seal above his head. When he took out the chasing dream, a weak stream of energy flowed into it. It only broke the first 3 layers of the seal, but the 4th layer blocked the chasing dream. Not good. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed. Needless to say, the mysterious energy was already depleted. It was not enough to break the remaining 15 layers of the restriction. What should we do now? Zhang Xiaohua stopped. Chasing Dream was stuck in the restriction and didn't dare to move anymore. Zhang Xiaohua had never known the origin of the mysterious flow on her left arm. She only knew that it would appear when she performed the nameless swordsmanship and was always successful in breaking inhibition. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua relied on. Unfortunately, this flow was not cultivated by herself. It came and went inexplicably. Now that she was trapped in the inhibition, she could only rely on this flow to get out. Seeing that the flow was about to dry up, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed her brows as she looked at the restriction above her head. She watched as the restriction she had just broken started to close up. She subconsciously turned her gaze towards the green gourd. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and pulled Chasing Dream out of the restriction. She returned to the front of the gourd and used her divine sense to inspect it. Then, she waved her sword and stabbed at the gourd. Shwa! Like a small stone being thrown into a pond, a ripple appeared on the surface of the gourd. Following that, a black crack appeared on the surface of the gourd. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed drastically. The mysterious flow had already been cut off. What remained was flowing towards Chasing Dream. Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and immediately circled around the gourd. The tip of Chasing Dream's sword also circled the gourd and drew a thin black line on it. After doing all this, the flow on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm had already dried up. There was only a small amount left in Chasing Dream. She sighed. Zhang Xiaohua kept Chasing Dream in her arms and watched the changes in the gourd. The black line that was drawn by Chasing Dream first expanded and then shrunk. It was as though it was about to heal. Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank as she watched. However, when the black line shrank to a certain size, it could not shrink any further. After a while, it suddenly expanded, and this expansion could not be stopped. It was like a piece of burning oil paper. With a hua sound, the entire space beside the gourd was set ablaze. After a flash of brilliance, it revealed the same green gourd as before. Zhang Xiaohua's expression alternated between joy and worry. When the situation stabilized, she tried to stretch her hand out again. As expected, when her hand touched the gourd, she didn't see any restriction. The waist of the gourd was very slender. She could only hold it with one hand. It was delicate to the touch and actually felt a little warm. Zhang Xiaohua tried to use some strength to grab it. The gourd didn't move at all. She then used more strength, but the gourd still didn't move. This wasn't out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. She saw that his expression didn't change. She used all her strength to lift the gourd shook twice. It was as though it weighed over 10,000 caddies. This time, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a serious expression. He didn't expect this small gourd to be so heavy. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out both hands and grabbed the middle of the gourd. She shouted, "Rise!" Ever since Zhang Xiaohua tempered his bones, his strength had been constantly increasing. At this moment, even he didn't know how much strength he had in his arms. But even with this strength, he could only barely move the gourd from its original position. It was only moved slightly more than a foot. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat miserable. Such a heavy gourd. Even the great wisdom heavy sword can't compare to it. How can I carry it? Just as she was thinking, the gourd in her divine sense emitted a trace of cryptic fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua's eyebrows jumped. She locked her divine sense on the gourd and tried to put it into her purse. Again, it was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. That heavy gourd actually disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy. The immortal Tao's methods are indeed powerful. To actually be able to put such a heavy object into a purse, it's really too wonderful. Oh, right. Why can't I put my great wisdom heavy sword into it? However, right at this moment, before Zhang Xiaohua could think any further, she suddenly heard a "kacha, kacha" sound above her head. It was as if something had broken. When Zhang Xiaohua raised her head, she saw that the light green seal was now brittle. The cracks were like the clear sky, spreading out into the distance. Following which, with a hua sound, the entire seal was destroyed. Following which, with a hu sound, a powerful wave of air came crashing down from above. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood how powerful it was. She exclaimed in shock, "Don't tell me this mountain is going to collapse." Indeed, with a sound from above, an endless amount of rocks, mud, and jade came crashing down from above. "Io, my jade essence." In her panic, Zhang Xiaohua did not forget her purpose in coming to the jade essence mine. While shouting, she made a hand seal and directly rushed towards the swaying five-colored jade essence. The endless amount of rocks came crashing down, filling up the original location of the dragon vein. Although Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of the earth escape, there was a kind of downward pressure and a kind of upward pressure that made him feel quite uncomfortable. He forced himself to use the earth escape and even the crimson spirit shield to protect his body. What made Zhang Xiaohua happy was that his efforts were not in vain. The 5-colored jade essence just happened to slip past her. Wherever her divine sense passed, it filled up the empty belt. At this time, far away in Lingxiang Peak's Mo Xian Palace, in a jade coffin, Nun Jinggang's body was lying quietly. Around her, Nun Jingyi, Nun Jingfan, Nun Shuizhen, and some elders of the incense cult all looked solemn and sorrowful. Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan stood a little further away. Their eyes were filled with horror and they kept silent. Elders, senior sister's body was found by the patrolling disciples in a secluded place in Jinghai Lake several days ago. Nun Jingyi's face was gloomy. She opened her mouth and looked at the elders. She said, senior sister's fatal wound was a sword on her throat. It was from the back to the front, and it was fatal. Everyone was shocked. Nun Jingfan frowned and said, Sect leader, this matter is a little strange. What do you mean? Nun Jingyi felt a little heartache when she saw Nun Jinggang die with her eyes wide open. First elder. Wasn't she always in seclusion in Ruijin Palace? I didn't see her go down the mountain. Why? Why did she go to Jinghai Lake? Moreover, sect leader should know better than us about first elder's martial arts. Let's not talk about martial arts first. She received the inheritance back then and had already stepped into the path of immortality. Even in the entire Jianghu, how many people are first elder's match? Also, first elder's wound is also strange. Why was it stabbed from the back? Could it be that someone close to first elder suddenly did it? Nun Shuizhen suddenly asked, what about first elder's disciple? Has Yu Shuichuan been found? Reporting to master, there's no news yet. Yu Yen continued from behind. Also, first elder's first disciple, Shimujuan, left the mountain to train a month ago. There's also no news. I've already sent the disciples of Ruijin Palace to search for him. Someone close to her. This. An elder said in a low voice. No, Nun Jingyi heard and shook her head. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with Shimujuan. Then, she pointed at the sword on Nun Jinggang's throat and said, although first senior sister's fatal sword wound is a sword wound, it's different from an ordinary sword wound. If I'm not wrong, it should be a flying sword from the path of immortality. Path of immortality? Flying sword? Everyone was even more surprised. When the disciples patrolling the mountain found first senior sister's remains, there was only a long sword beside her. Even in her torn clothes, there were only a few jade talismans. As for the other, defensive Dharma weapons, they were all gone. I first looked at the place where first senior sister usually cultivated. The few Dharma weapons she used were all there. I don't know what kind of Dharma weapons she took down the mountain. However, these Dharma weapons were not found by the disciples patrolling the mountain. They were probably taken away by the person who killed first senior sister. Could it be, that person from Huansu? Nun Shuizhen guessed. No, that senior from Huansu has a high cultivation and saved Xiaqing and the rest. He has a relationship with our fragrant sect. He wouldn't attack first senior sister for no reason. Then it can only be a spy who sneaked in. Chapter 953. Hearing Nun Shuizhen's guess, all the elders frowned. Spies had existed in the incense cult for a long time, and they all knew about it. However, these spies were weak in martial arts and couldn't cause any big waves, so the incense cult didn't do much. What's more, the fragrant cult also had spies in other sections. This was an open secret. If the fragrant cult wiped out all the spies in the other sects, the spies in the other sects would definitely meet the same fate. Thus, the other sects were well aware of this and turned a blind eye. They did not expose this matter. Previously, Jingyi Shitai felt that some of the spies were causing a ruckus, so she only sent Zhang Xiaohua, the newly minted guardian disciple, to investigate. Didn't this prove this point? As if Nun Xuezhen had seen through her thoughts, Nun Jingyi's face sank. She said, "This is also my guess." Then, she looked out of the window and said leisurely, "But, the spies of the other sects are basically under the control of my Mo Ning sect disciples, and they don't have such strength. Could it be the Tenryu sect? Or could it be a pawn that the mysterious power had placed in the incense cult long ago?" Nun Jing Fan also nodded. "Sect leader, you're right. Only these two sects have the strength to send people from the Xiantian Dao to spy in the incense cult." But then, Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. "The problem is, why did the Tenryu sect do this to the Great Elder? Could it be, that the Great Elder saw through some big secret?" Nun Xuezhen exclaimed, "Sect leader, you're right. Aren't the Jinghai Lake and Jianxi Lake the entrance to the incense cult sect protecting formation? The Tenryu sect must have done something there, and the Great Elder Jing Gang found out, so the spies of the Tenryu sect killed them." Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. At this time, Chen Chen suddenly asked, "But I don't understand. Master Jing Gang. Why did she go to the Jinghai Lake? Didn't she say that she was in closed-door cultivation?" As soon as she said that, Peacock glared at her from the side. Chen Chen was confused and looked at Nun Jingfan suspiciously. Nun Jingyi remained silent. After a long while, she asked, "Where is Ren Xiaoyao now?" "Sect leader Bing, this Ren Xiaoyao is quite diligent. First, he went to White Mountain Peak, then Wild Goose Peak. Out of the 19 spreading fragrance peaks, he went to 4 of them. That, when Grand Elder Jing Gang was found, he was at Quanlu Peak, which was 3 days' journey from Calm Sea Lake. Now, I don't know where he went, but he should be on the way to Shiling Peak. This fellow is rather clever. I guess he's rather lucky. After this, if Shi Mujuan doesn't find trouble with him, I won't have anything to worry about. Sigh, I thought that eldest senior sister." At this point, Nun Jingyi stopped talking. She turned around and walked to her seat. She raised her head and asked, "Last night, what happened to the earthquake? Is there any news from the foot of the mountain?" Nun Xuezhen took a step forward and reported, "I sent my disciples down the mountain last night and they haven't returned yet. I don't know the reason. Grand Elder Jing Gang has fallen and Shimujuan is temporarily not at Lingxiang Peak. Ruijin Hall has been without a deputy hall master, so it's inconvenient to have no one to manage it. Peacock. Your disciple is here." Peacock immediately stepped forward. "You'll temporarily be the hall master of Ruijin Hall. Chen Chen and Yuyan will assist you. First, familiarize yourself with the daily affairs." This. Peacock was shocked. "Ruijin Hall is the first hall of our Lingxiang Peak. Your disciple's talent is shallow. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, sect leader Bing. It's better to let Master Bing be in charge while we assist her." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. "There's no need. You're an inherited disciple and your status is fixed. If you don't experience the storm, how can you see the rainbow? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your master. If you have any difficulties, you can also ask me." Peacock hesitated for a moment. Looking at Chen Chen and Yuyan's eager eyes, she could only bow. "Thank you, sect leader Bing. Alright, junior sister Xuezhen. Send people to investigate the whereabouts of the spies that we already know. Find out who." Just as Nun Jingyi said this, the entire Lingxiang Peak shook violently. Jade tiles and dust fell from the roof. Everyone lost their footing and almost fell down. Everyone was shocked and immediately used their qinggong to leap into the air. Only Nun Jingyi's expression did not change. Her body floated up slightly and floated in the air. When the shaking stopped, everyone calmed down. Nun Jingyi released her divine sense to see what was happening outside. However, when her divine sense reached out for about 200 feet, her expression changed drastically. She shouted sternly, "Junior sister Xuezhen, hurry!" Before she could finish speaking, a series of loud rumbling noises rang out. The entire mountain peak shook violently again, and this time, it was several times stronger than before. "Let's go!" Nun Jingyi shouted, and her figure dashed out of Mo Xian Palace. The people behind her didn't dare to delay, and all of them leaped out. When everyone arrived outside Mo Xian Palace, they saw that the entire peak was shaking left and right. It even sank a little. Everyone felt that they could not stand. Those with weaker qinggong had already fallen down. There were also many who hugged trees and did not know what to do. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the shaking stopped. As for how much the peak sank, it was only a feeling and not something that could be measured. "Honorable Cult Master, this subordinate will send someone to investigate." Senior Nun Xuezhen's face was anxious. She bowed and was about to leave when Senior Nun Jingyi said sternly, "Junior Martial Sister Xuezhen, there's no need to be anxious. Pass down the order immediately. First, find some capable people to go to Jinghai Lake and see if there's anything wrong with our fragrant cult's great protective formation. Then, Nun Jingyi turned around and said to Peacock, "Peacock, send the best people from Ruijin Palace to assist Elder Xuezhen. Take down all the spies in our sect leader Xuezhen, no matter which sect they are from or what position they hold. If there's any resistance, kill them all." Peacock was stunned. She immediately bowed and said, "Yes, sect leader." Nun Xuezhen was also stunned. She asked, "Sect leader Bing, this," without waiting for Abbess Xuezhen to finish speaking, a series of 12 sounds rang out in the distance. It was none other than 12 blood-red signals that had been released. Ah! Nun Jingyi was not the only one who was shocked. She asked loudly, "This is the direction of Jiuhua Peak. How did they send the most urgent signal? Could it be that the Tenryu sect is attacking Jiuhua Peak?" Chen Chen asked anxiously. "How is that possible? If the Tenryu sect is attacking, it's Jinghai Lake that sent the signal." Peacock frowned. At this moment, a disciple of Ruijin Palace hurriedly came over with a disciple of Mo Xian Palace. When he saw Nun Jingyi, he shouted, "Sect leader Bing, our Lingxiang Peak's protective array, what's wrong with the protective array?" Nun Jingyi calmed down when she heard this. Disciple also doesn't know. Just now, Lingering Fragrance Peak was shaking. When we were patrolling at the foot of the mountain, we saw that Lingering Fragrance Peak had sunk a lot. There were also many brilliant lights flashing in the air. It was abnormally bright. When the shaking stopped, the disciples outside of Lingering Fragrance Peak, could actually see the true scenery of the peak. The protective array. Chen Chen could not help but shout, "I'm afraid it's gone." "Don't talk nonsense." Peacock heard this and immediately scolded. What Chen Chen said, might be true. Nun Jingyi shook her head slightly. She looked worriedly at the 12 blood-red signals in the sky and said, "Let's go and take a look." When they arrived at Lingxiang Peak, other people might not know, but Nun Jingyi scanned with her divine sense. How could she not know? Her eyes flickered as she looked at the original protective array. After a while, she ordered, "Junior Sister Xuezhen, Peacock, immediately send out the elite disciples. Mobilize the disciples of Wuming Hall and quickly go to Jinghai Lake to set up a defense. If the protective array is like this, then there's probably a problem with the protective array. Also, send disciples to Jiuhua Peak to see what's going on." "Yes." Both of them bowed. "Also, pass down my order. All the inner disciples of Lingxiang Peak should immediately get ready. Those who are in seclusion should all come out. Our Lingxiang sect is facing a turning point." Turning point? Everyone was surprised, but they also seemed to be deep in thought. That's right. The Lingxiang sect has been protected by the protective array of the Immortal Path for a long time, but now the Immortal Path has been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. The qi of heaven and earth is scarce. There are always heaven-defying methods, but there will be a time when they run out of power. This moment will come sooner or later, but it will come sooner than we expected. Ha ha ha, but elders, there's no need to be afraid. The Lingxiang sect belongs to the Jianhu, and the Jianhu also belongs to the Lingxiang sect. We've just returned to the Jianhu. We've already prepared for this. This preparation was originally left for Peacock, but now we can only reluctantly do it. When the elders heard Nun Jingyi's order to check Jinghai Lake and the protective array, their hearts were beating wildly. They were both surprised and happy. Only when Nun Jingyi confirmed it again did someone ask, "Sir Leader, do you mean that from now on, the Lingxiang sect will be like an ordinary sect in the Jianhu? We can move around the Jianhu often?" Nun Jingyi glanced at her and nodded. "I know. Because of the sect's rules, you can only guard the incense sect. Now that the sect's protective array is gone, we've returned to the Jianhu." "Of course you can, the protective array. How could it be gone?" "But, there hasn't been any news." "Sir Leader, how could?" The impatient Chen Chen asked anxiously. "Silly child, I have my ways." Nun Jingyi sighed when she saw that she could only release her divine sense to a range of 200 feet. Then. "Disciples. Won't it be another year before we can get out of the passage?" Chen Chen was still worried, but his eyes were shining with joy. "You." Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. What she was worried about was not known by disciples like Chen Chen. Chen Chen's thoughts were simpler and more direct. Chapter 954. Why is this happening? Why are they all running down the mountain? And why is it so messy? Zhang Xiaohua immediately concealed himself after emerging from the ground. He was surprised when he saw the disciples running down the 9 Radiance Peak. It's just that the underground dragon vein is empty. The entire 9 Radiance Peak has sunk a little. Is there a need to be so scared? After that, Zhang Xiaohua puckered his lips and formed seals with his hand. He was just about to fly away when he heard 12 enormous bangs resound in succession, and 12 blood-red signals flew up into the sky from halfway up 9 Radiance Peak. What signal is that? Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite understand. However, when he saw the disciples running away in panic, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's not dangerous. You guys can run for now. I should be near the Shilling Peak now. I won't be accompanying you." As he spoke, he used the flight technique and flew towards Shilling Peak. In just half a day, Zhang Xiaohua arrived near the Shilling Peak. When he landed, he was surprised. Something's not right. There seems to be something different. Why is the energy of heaven and earth in the fragrant cult getting thinner? Although it's just a little thinner, it's not normal. I've been here for so long and I've never seen such a situation. While he was puzzled, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. However, the moment he released his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down in shock. He was pleasantly surprised. What's wrong? My divine sense can see so far. Of course, the Shilling Peak was not far away. If it was a normal day, how could he see it with his divine sense? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could see more than half of the Shilling Peak with his divine sense. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be surprised? Could it be that my divine sense improved after last night's refinement? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. But the fragrant cult's divine sense cultivation method is only for controlling the divine sense. It doesn't have any effect on strengthening the divine sense. Could it be the sect-protecting formation that suppresses my consciousness? It's possible. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flickered as he thought of the restriction he had broken last night. I don't think so. Could it be that the sect-protecting array of the incense cult was destroyed by me? At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua recalled that in the Huansu, Wan Wuxin had told her about Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoye setting up the array together. Could it be that green gourd is the powerful magic weapon they obtained here? And the dragon vein is a part of their formation? I don't know where the dragon vein went, but the green gourd was taken by oh no, isn't this the legendary, taking drastic measures? I am in trouble now. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and looked at the Shilling Peak in the distance. She thought to herself, let's not talk about the sect-protecting formation first. Now that such a huge change has happened to the fragrant cult, I have to return to Lingering Fragrance Peak. At this time, no one will be concerned about me. Abbess Jing Yi won't link me to Abbess Jing Gang's death, right? However, before returning to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I have to be careful. The money pouch, belt and other items have not been refined. Now that my divine sense has recovered and I can even use my natal energy, I have to deal with them properly. I don't want Abbess Jing Yi to find out anything. Zhang Xiaohua found a secluded place and used the jade talisman to set up a restriction. Then, she got busy. A few days later, when they were half a day away from Lingering Fragrance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huanhuan's back and looked at the mountain path thoughtfully. Many disciples were riding their horses and rushing to different places. It seems like a huge change has happened. If not, why is this mountain path so crowded when there aren't many disciples? Not to mention the inner disciples, even the outer disciples have come down from the mountain and are trying to find out what happened. Just as she was thinking, there was a rush of horse hooves and a group of masked female disciples galloped from the front. Don't tell me they are the messengers from Mo Sun Gong. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned and she patted Huanhuan's head before moving to the side of the road. There were other disciples hurrying to and fro on the mountain path. When they saw the group of female disciples, they dodged to the side like Zhang Xiaohua and opened up a path for them. After a while, most of the female disciples galloped past Zhang Xiaohua. However, when the last female disciple galloped past, the red horse's front hooves suddenly stopped and it lost its balance. The female disciple was quite alert. She patted the horse's back and leaped off the horse in an attempt to land on the ground. However, at this moment, her left leg coincidentally touched something on the saddle. The blood in her body stagnated and her internal energy was insufficient. She lost control of her body and slammed into a person on the mountain path. This situation happened so suddenly that the female disciple was caught off guard. Just as she was about to collide with the male disciple on the mountain path stretched out his hand and took out a sword embryo from the back of his mount. He casually stretched out his hand and flicked the sword embryo at the female disciple's waist. With just a little bit of force, the female disciple flew up. At this time, the female disciple's blood and chi had returned to normal. She borrowed the force of the sword embryo and slowly floated down. Before she could stabilize herself, the female disciple's face revealed a trace of surprise. She cupped her hands and said, "Junior brother, thank you for your help." The male disciple grinned and said, "There is no need for that. We are all from Mo Sun Gong. It is only right for us to help each other." Mo Sun Gong's fellow disciples. The female disciple frowned. She looked at the sword embryo in the male disciple's hand and suddenly realized something. She smiled and said, "I was wondering who had such great strength. So it is junior brother Ren." The male disciple cupped his hands and said, "Senior sister, you must be joking. I am Ren Xiaoyao. I just came back from the outside." Then he looked at the group of disciples who were already far away and said, "I wonder, what happened in the sect? Why is it so noisy? Also, Mo Sun Gong's senior sister went out in such a large group." The female disciple looked at the date red horse that fell to the ground and immediately jumped up. She was a bit worried and said, "Junior brother Ren, did you not feel the earth shaking a few days ago?" Zhang Xiaohua realized something and said, "Of course I know about the shaking. Almost all of the shaking caused me to fall off the cliff. Could it be related to the shaking?" The female disciple nodded and said, "Because of the shaking, our fragrant sex protection formation was activated. Now we are completely exposed to the world of martial arts. Everything from the past will change. We have received orders from the sect master to pass down the order. As for the specific details, junior brother Ren should go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak to ask." As she spoke, the female disciple cupped her hands and bid farewell. She turned around and mounted the date red horse. After galloping a few steps, she turned around and said with a smile, "Sect Master has decreed that all disciples in closed-door cultivation must come out. Senior Sister Zi Xia should be among them." Then, a bell-like laughter sounded and gradually went away. Meng has come out of closed-door cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She patted Huan's bald horn and the David's deer flew away. In less than half a day, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the foot of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. At this time, the Lingering Fragrance Peak was different from before. Although there was no longer a sentry post every 5 steps or 10 steps, there would be a hidden sentry post at every certain distance. When he arrived at the mountain pass, it was even more exaggerated. A few disciples of the vigorous Golden Palace were standing there with weapons in their hands. They looked around with serious eyes. They had the same expression as the guards under the ethereal sex memorial archway. Zhang Xiaohua rode on the David's deer and used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. She secretly said, "The fragrant sect has not been in the world of martial arts for a long time. They have long lost the habits of the world of martial arts. Now that the sect's protection formation is gone, they are suddenly thrown into the world of martial arts. If they are not well prepared, it will be like forcing ducks to a perch." This thick tablet seems to have changed. However, when she saw the disciples of Ruijin Palace staring at her from not far away, Zhang Xiaohua walked past the thick tablet as if nothing had happened. "Stand there." When the disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching, he scolded, "Which palace's disciple are you? Take out your waist token and check it." "Waist token? Check it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, when she used her divine sense to scan the surroundings, she was stunned. "What's wrong? The peak's protection formation is also gone." While he was in doubt, Zhang Xiaohua took out her waist token and handed it over. She asked, "This? Senior Martial Brother, in the past, when I entered Lingering Fragrance Peak, I didn't need to check my waist token. Why, after I left for dozens of days, this rule changed?" "Shut up." The disciple said angrily, "It's just checking your waist token. Why are you talking so much?" However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's waist token, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He frowned and asked curiously, Why is your waist token Mo Xian Gong's?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. She asked back, "Senior Martial Brother, were you not in Ruijin Palace a month ago?" "Yes. I went to Shiling Peak for business and just returned 10 days ago." The disciple didn't understand. Seeing that it was Mo Xian Gong's waist token, he was respectful. "Does Mo Xian Gong have male disciples? If a male disciple took Mo Xian Gong's waist token, who could it be?" "Senior Martial Brother, have you not heard of the guardian disciples of our fragrant religion?" Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little proud. Ruijin Palace was destroyed by her. Now that she mentioned it in front of the disciples of Ruijin Palace who didn't know the details, how could she not be proud? Guardian disciple Ren Xiaoyao. The disciple took half a step back and looked at the very young face in front of him in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's me. Senior Martial Brother, can I go up the mountain now?" "Ha, of course you can. So it's the guardian disciple of our religion. I'm Wang Ming. I've long heard of Junior Martial Brother's deeds. I didn't expect to meet you here. Please go up the mountain. Wang Ming returned the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua and made way for the path up the mountain. He cupped his hands and said. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands with a smile. Then they followed the mountain path all the way to Mo Xiangong. Inside Mo Xian's palace, Nun Jingyi was seated high above. Below her were several elders. Below them were several white-haired old men. Among them, there were 3 who looked extremely similar and attracted the most attention. At this time, everyone was no longer as panicked as before. They sat in their chairs and listened to Nun Jingyi say, now that the fragrant religion is open, everyone in Jianghu will know about it sooner or later. Instead of that, it's better to act early, to set up in advance. Chapter 955. Set up in advance. Everyone looked at Nun Jingyi, not understanding. Nun Shuizhen probed, I don't understand what you mean, Hierarch Lord. Although we had a sect-protecting formation in the past, we still have many disciples in the Jianghu. Although we can't compare with Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, we can't underestimate them. This kind of setup. Junior Sister Shuizhen is right. Those are the forces of our fragrant religion. They are all the arrangements made by our ancestors. Our religion's intention is just to make the first move when we appear in Jianghu. Make the first move? Nun Jingfan asked curiously, please enlighten me. Our ancestors once said that the appearance of the fragrant religion would cause chaos in the Jianghu. Since we, the fragrant religion, have appeared in the Jianghu, we might disrupt the current structure of the Jianghu. A storm of blood may be unavoidable, but if we make the first move before the other sects react, wouldn't it be advantageous for us? Peacock said, you are far-sighted. I can't compare. Chen Chen quickly added, that's right, that's right. What good plan do you have? Tell us. Nun Jingyi smiled, there's no such thing as far-sighted or scheming. It's just that I'm in a position. Besides, there are some things that I've been thinking about. Now that Jianghu has reopened, it's just that we're starting ahead of schedule. When she saw the people's gazes, Nun Jingyi said, since incense cult has returned to the world of martial artists, then, we should greet our old friends in the world of martial artists. We have decided that in 3 months, we will hold a martial arts tournament on incense cult's Yu Peak. We will invite all the major sects in the world of martial artists to incense cult. Although it was a question, there was no denying it. Everyone was stunned at first, then a trace of fanaticism flashed in their eyes. They clapped and laughed, you're wise and far-sighted. We can't compare to you. Nun Shuizhen nodded, I'm still thinking about how to get along with the sects in Jianghu. With this martial arts convention, not only will the news of Jianghu's reappearance spread, but it will also show our strength. It'll make everyone admire us. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then. Are there any arena matches? Chen Chen asked anxiously from the side. When the people of Jianghu gather together, of course, they will discuss martial arts and swordsmanship. The competition in the arena should be indispensable. If the cult of incense wants to establish its prestige in Jianghu, it must be done. Abbess Jingfan looked at Chen Chen and the silent peacock and said with a smile. Oh, that's right. Is there any news about First Elder Jinggang? Nun Jingyi asked Nun Shuizhen calmly. Abbess Shuizhen took a look at Peacock and stood up. Your subordinate is stupid. Peacock and I sent out disciples to kidnap quite a number of the spies, but, there was no improvement, since that's the case, I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Well. Abbess Shuizhen was ultimately compassionate. She probed, wouldn't that be, killing too many? A cold smile appeared on Jingyi's face, Jianghu is a dangerous place. Our incense order respects women, so who knows how many rascals covet it. Now that our incense order has returned to Jianghu, it's time to establish our might. Moreover, after the Martial Arts Society convention, how can we get along with those sects peacefully? Our incense order has to have a share of the pie in Jianghu. Kill, kill, kill. If we don't kill, our first elder will have no one to accompany him in his sacrifice, right? Yes, Your Excellency. Abbess Xuezhen did not dare to disobey and said in a low voice. Also, immediately send a disciple to send a message to Ming Qing. The plan has changed. Tell him to complete the task within 3 months. Yes, your subordinate understands. At this time, Chen Chen smiled again and said, Your Excellency, since the Martial Arts Society convention is going to be held, then how do we inform the major sects? Are we going to send disciples out again? Seeing Chen Chen's eager look, Abbess Jingyi smiled. You little girl, you're only thinking about going out to play. Sigh, now that the door is open, you'll have plenty of opportunities to go out in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? These children are so pitiful. They've never been to Jianghu alone, so how can they know how dangerous it is? They all think that they're going out to play like messengers. Abbess Jingfan said lovingly. However, what Chen Chen said is also reasonable. Today, I'm telling you about the Martial Arts Society convention because I want to discuss with the elders who will go out. Since we're holding the Martial Arts Society convention, we must send out the invitations. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Peacock said, the inner disciples of our incense order have little experience in Jianghu and they're all women. The matter of inviting the sects is quite tricky. However, if we let the disciples of Ruijin Temple do it, it'll be disrespectful. I think that the major sects should send some disciples of Mo Xian Temple to send the invitations. As for the smaller sects, only the disciples of Ruijin Temple should go. Peacock's words make sense. Abbess Jingyi nodded. It's similar to what I'm thinking. Well, Peacock is a disciple of our incense order. She'll send the invitations to the Tenryu sect to show our respect for them. That's great. Your Excellency, do you want people from the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance to go as well? What do you think of me? Chen Chen clamored. Nun Jing-yi ignored her and looked at Yuyan. She smiled and said, Yuyan and this junior sister Xuezhen have not only surpassed their master in martial arts, they have also learned to be calm. The Righteous Alliance has always been restless, so I'll let you go. Yuyan was neither haughty nor humble. She stood up and saluted. I'll follow your orders. Abbess Jingyi looked at Abbess Jingfan and said, as for the other sects' invitations, I'll let junior sister Jingfan and junior sister Xuezhen worry about them. Let the reliable disciples of Ruijin Temple send them. Chen Chen pouted when she saw that there was nothing for her to do. She felt wronged. Your Excellency, this disciple is also a disciple of inheritance. The Dalan Temple hasn't sent anyone yet. Why don't they send a disciple? You. Abbess Jingyi saw this and shook her head. There are only 3 disciples of inheritance in this generation. Peacock and Yuyan have already gone out. How can you go? Moreover, your junior sister Peacock. You're in charge of Ruijin Temple. While Peacock and Yuyan are out, you should take charge and familiarize yourself with the affairs of Ruijin Temple. But Chen Chen was still reluctant. Shi Mujuan will be back soon. Let him sit and do the boring things. This disciple will go to the Dalan Temple on behalf of your Excellency. Abbess Jingyi smiled bitterly. She pointed at Chen Chen and scolded with a smile. You little girl, there are so many people in Mo Nua Temple who are eyeing the position of Ruijin Temple. You're good. I let you sit there but you don't want to. You just have to run outside. However, the Dalan Temple is a Buddhist holy land. It has a bad habit of not letting women in. Even if you go, the monks of the Dalan Temple won't let you in. Wouldn't it be a loss of face for my Xiangjiao? Ah. There's such a saying. Chen Chen was stunned. She scolded, "They're all raised by their parents. Why can only men enter but not women? No wonder everyone in the world calls them bald donkeys." Pfft, everyone laughed. Even Abbess Jingyi couldn't help laughing. She pointed at Chen Chen and wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Abbess Jingfan said, "Your Excellency is right. The Dalan Temple is a troublesome place. The Tenryu sect and the Righteous Alliance are both invited by the inherited disciples. If the Dalan Temple isn't an inherited disciple, it would be rude of us. But if Chen Chen also goes, all three of us inherited disciples will go out. It's really inappropriate. What can we do? What can we do?" Abbess Shuizhen smiled. "Maybe when Shimujuan comes back, he's the eldest disciple of Ruijin Temple. Although he's not an inherited disciple, he can still go. Yes, Shimujuan is the first candidate to go to the Dalan Temple." Abbess Jingyi nodded. "But it's been a few days since the Guardian Array was opened. He should have returned long ago. Why is he still?" While they were talking, Abbess Jingyi scanned the outside with her divine sense. She was delighted and smiled. "I have another idea. The second candidate to go to the Dalan Temple has been chosen." "The second candidate?" Chen Chen was stunned. He shouted, "Shimujuan can go, I won't fight with him. How can there be another candidate? Who is it?" Abbess Jingyi said, "Disciples outside, bring in guardian disciple Ren Xiaoyao." "Ren Xiaoyao?" Chen Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the entrance of the hall. In just a short moment, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of Mo Xian Palace. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall and saw that it was filled with people. There was also a jade coffin in the middle of the hall. He was astonished. After meeting Abbess Jingyi and the others, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the jade coffin again. He didn't ask anything and just stood at the bottom. Chen Chen sized up Zhang Xiaohua with his big black eyes. He seemed to feel that there was something different about Zhang Xiaohua, but he couldn't tell what it was. "Ren Xiaoyao, did you gain anything from this trip?" Abbess Jingyi suddenly asked after a moment of silence. "Yes." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he said calmly, "I followed sect master's orders and went to a few mountains. I investigated openly and secretly and obtained some information. I also found out that there were some spies." After that, Zhang Xiaohua told her what he knew. Of course, he didn't mention anything about Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, "I know that sect master is wise and everything is under your control. Therefore, I didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy." You are considerate." Abbess Jingyi said coldly, "However, are you still hiding something from me?" "Hiding something from sect master?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He asked curiously, "I told you everything in detail and didn't hide anything. Is that so?" Abbess Jingyi said coldly, "You didn't kill Grand Elder Jing Gang." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that his mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could fit in it. Before he could say anything, a strand of divine sense swept past and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's neck. "You still won't admit it? Grand Elder Jing Gang left Lingxiang Peak to hunt you down. Now that his corpse is on Shiling Peak, isn't that where you went? You still want to quibble?" After that, the divine sense tightened and was about to strangle Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Chapter 956. Sir Hierarch, you are wise. Zhang Xiaohua anxiously scratched at his neck, as if he wanted to grab hold of Nun Jingyi's divine sense. He argued, "This disciple knows that this disciple has caused Grand Elder Jing Gang to misunderstand me, so I received sect master's decree to leave immediately after recovering from my injuries. Even when I was at the foot of the mountain, I didn't dare to reveal my whereabouts. During this period of time, this disciple was very afraid that Grand Elder Jing Gang would suddenly appear. I was always nervous. It wasn't until I set foot in Imo Soa Palace that I felt at ease. Only in front of Sect Master did I feel a sense of security. I have been to Shilin Peak, but I have never seen Great Elder Jing Gang. Moreover, Sir Hierarch, if I had seen Great Elder Jing Gang, would I still be standing in Mo Xian Palace? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, if I had the skills to kill Great Elder Jing Gang, would I still need to hide? Nun Jingyi's face was hidden under the veil and her emotions could not be seen. Everyone in the hall, except for Chen Chen who looked anxious and Peacock who was looking down at the ground, looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest and did not speak. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Nun Jingyi's divine sense was retracted. Whether you killed him or not, you are the most suspicious. Nun Jingyi said coldly, Shi Mujuan has always hated you. When he returns from his training, you will be in for it. Zhang Xiaohua laughed coldly in her heart but her face was awkward. She said, Sir Hierarch, I have been wronged. You have been wronged. Perhaps I know. Even if Shi Mujuan knows, he may not be able to let it go. Unless you can find Yuzhuchuan. I have only seen senior brother Yu once. I don't even know what he looks like now. Where do you want me to find him? This is really difficult for me. Hehe, I can point you out a way to get you out of this predicament temporarily. Really? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be overjoyed and said anxiously, Sir Hierarch, please enlighten me. I am very grateful. You've been on your way back. Do you know what happened in the church? Yes, this disciple has asked the senior sister who sent the message, so I know a little. Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. That's good. Now that the fragrant order has reappeared in the pugilistic world, you can go out at any time. If you go out, won't Shi Mujuan be unable to find you? Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy, but she immediately became discouraged. Disciples' martial arts are not complete yet. Even if I can leave, what can I do? If senior martial brother Shi wants to find me, he will find me no matter what. Disciple should stay by Lord Cult Leader's side, only then will it be safer. Bah! Nun Jingyi laughed and scolded, since when did our cult let you run away? This sect only wants you to make a trip to the pugilistic world. When Shi Mujuan returns and finds the murderer who killed Great Elder Jing Gang, he won't vent his anger on you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. Yes, this time it was genuine joy. She smiled and said, Thank you, Lord Cult Leader, for granting my wish. Thank you, Lord Cult Leader, for your concern. You're really a living bodhisattva who saves people in distress. Bah! Nun Jingyi scolded again. I haven't even told you and you've already brought up the Dalan Temple's shady business. Chen Chen, tell him what happened. Chen Chen's expression was strange. She said, Ren Xiaoyao, consider yourself lucky. You actually snatched away this senior sister's good thing. Then she told him about the invitation. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened after hearing this and laughed secretly. The heavens are really helping me. She bowed to the ground again. Thank you, Lord Cult Leader, for granting my wish. Thank you, Senior Sister Chen, for granting my wish. This cult leader will make it clear to you first. Rest at Lingxiang Peak for 2 days. If Shi Mujuan returns, he will naturally go and it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if he goes, he won't find trouble with you. This cult leader won't go back on his words. If he doesn't return, it will be your turn to go. Yes, this disciple understands. Yes, if you go, you must remember that you're the guardian disciple of our cult leader. You're under the direct command of Mo Xinggong. You're even higher than the disciples of Ruijin Temple. Don't lose face in front of the Dalan Temple. If there's any news, this cult leader won't give you any face. But, this disciple's martial arts are weak. I'm afraid. Zhang Xiaohua said the unpleasant words up front. Don't worry. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. You're still young and the only guardian disciple of our cult leader. Even if the Dalan Temple makes things difficult for you, they have to restrain themselves. You don't have to be too afraid. He, the cult leader is wise. Letting Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple with weak martial arts, go to the Dalan Temple is giving the Dalan Temple face by sending the only guardian disciple of Mo Xingong. Secondly, it's respecting the Dalan Temple's rule of not allowing women to enter. Both sects don't have to make things difficult for him. The most amazing thing is that our guardian disciple is young and his martial arts aren't high. Only his strength is unparalleled. He's going to make things difficult for the Dalan Temple. Nun Jingfan praised from the side. Nun Jingyi smiled but didn't say anything. She seemed to have other plans in mind. Nun Jingfan continued, it's just a pity that Ren Xiaoyao became a guardian disciple and separated from Xia. The last time he came back, Xia was in seclusion. Although he can see her this time, he has to leave again in 2 days. It's like two birds flying together. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes in her heart. She thought, where did Nun Jingfan learn to enlighten people? Is this called two birds flying together? I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Nun Jingfan looked at Nun Jingyi with a smile. There's no harm in saying it. Ren Xiaoyao is young and doesn't have much experience in Jianghu. We should send a disciple of Ruijin Temple to follow him. However, he broke into Yixiang and offended Ruijin Temple. They might not care about him. Xia is careful and she is also a couple with Ren Xiaoyao. If Xia accompanies him to the Dalan Temple, she is the disciple of senior sister Jing Xian. Her status is second only to the successor disciples. If the Dalan Temple doesn't understand why we send a guardian disciple, won't Xia show our respect to the Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. She didn't care about Nun Jingfan's wrong words. She almost wanted to call Nun Jingfan Her Excellency Hierarch. Nun Jingyi was also happy when she heard this. She clapped her hands and said, good. Once Xia goes, Ren Xiaoyao's position as a guardian disciple will be confirmed. It will be difficult for the Dalan Temple to find fault. Whether it's for public or private reasons, Xia should go. Peacock's eyes were still looking at the ground. Chen Chen's face was full of resentment. He opened his mouth and said, Master, why are you so partial to this guardian disciple? You even let him take a couple on the road. Are they going to deliver the invitation or to laugh proudly in Jianghu? It's both. Nun Jingfan smiled. To help others, to push the boat with the current, or to satisfy both sides, anyone would be willing to do it. Nun Xuezhen looked at the few elders who had been silent all this time. She asked, Excellency Hierarch, should we invite a few elders to accompany the disciples when they go out? To ensure their safety? Nun Jingyi thought for a moment and waved her hand. No need. This is a diplomatic trip. Even if there are some grudges with some sects, there's no need to think about it. If there are any sects that don't know their place, this martial arts convention will be an opportunity. Then, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and dismissed Zhang Xiaohua. She didn't even let him pay his respects to Nun Jinggang's corpse. It was as if she had forgotten about this matter. Zhang Xiaohua left Mo Xian Palace and went straight to his room. Everything was the same as before. He knew that Meng had come out of seclusion but didn't know that he was back. When he was about to go out to look for her, he heard hurried footsteps. Without using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua could tell that it was Meng. Seeing Meng's thick eyebrows, white face, and pure eyes, Zhang Xiaohua smiled in his heart. He went forward and said, Meng, how did you know I was back? Then, his hand held Meng's hand without leaving a trace. Meng blushed and struggled a few times. In the end, she let him hold her hand. She lowered her head and said shyly, "The junior sister on duty saw you and immediately informed me." "Hee, I didn't expect you to be so popular." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the shy Meng with a smile. "It's nothing. You're just a disciple of a guardian. Otherwise, who would know about me?" "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, I'm already low-key enough. How can I still attract so much attention?" "Then you have to teach me how to not attract attention. I just want to protect your eyes." Meng laughed and blushed. She said, "You have a good feeling." Then, she held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said worriedly, "I heard. Senior sister Chen Chen said that great elder Jing Gang wanted to harm you. I was very worried. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so foolish. Look at what you're saying." Zhang Xiaohua let go of her hand and moved a strand of messy hair away from the corner of Meng's eyes. He stroked Meng's black hair and said with heartache, Shirtai can rest in peace now that you've done this for her. I have 9 lives. Even if Yuan wanted to kill me, she couldn't. Even if Nun Jing Gang wanted to kill me, she couldn't. Even if Shi Mujuan wanted to kill me, he couldn't. Senior brother, she wanted to kill you? Meng said in surprise, hasn't he not returned to the mountain yet? Zhang Xiaohua saw that she accidentally let it slip and quickly changed the topic. Right, I just found out that Nun Jing Gang was killed in Mo Xian's palace. Do you know who killed her? Meng shook her head. How would I know? I just heard that great elder died. I was worried that you were killed by her. I just felt relieved when I heard that you're back. Xiaohua, it's so good to see you alive. Yes, me too. I couldn't help but come back earlier when I thought of you waiting for me at Lingxiang Peak. Right, I have good news for you, good news. Meng Qi said, is it related to me? Or yours? Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, of course it's related to you and me. Guess. If it was Nie Qianyu, she would have tilted her head and thought, but Meng shook her head. If you want to tell me now. If you don't, I don't want to hear it either. Chapter 957. Zhang Xiaohua felt helpless and said, Meng, can you not be so boring? I'm boring, who would bother you to look for me? Seeing that Meng was angry, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, okay, I'll tell you now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told her about the sect protecting spell and the martial arts convention. I know about the sect protecting spell. Lord Leader pulled out all the disciples who were in seclusion to deal with this matter, but the martial arts convention? It should be a grand occasion, I'm really looking forward to it. Meng's eyes shone with a longing look. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Don't you want to go out for a walk? Go to the Dalan temple to send an invitation? Che. Meng laughed. That's senior brother Shi's business, what does it have to do with you and me? Lord Sect Leader is just encouraging you. That might not be the case. If Shi Mujuan doesn't come back, doesn't that mean we can go? The sect protecting spell is such a big matter, how can senior brother Shi not come back? Xiaohua, you should think more about how to make senior brother Shi not suspect you. Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua's nonchalant look and frowned slightly. She asked curiously, could it be, you're so sure that Lord Leader will send you and me to the Dalan temple? How could it be? Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and smiled. Now that the incense cult is open, we'll have plenty of chances to fight side by side in the martial world. If we don't succeed this time, there'll be a next time. Bah, who wants to fight side by side with you? Meng said, her cheeks flushed. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and she held Meng's hand even tighter. The two of them looked at the secluded place and chatted until the sky turned dark. Then, they reluctantly parted. Zhang Xiaohua returned to his room and thought for a moment. Then, his figure disappeared into the ground. He didn't dare to go too deep into the ground. Following his memory, he arrived at the mountain path. Then, he jumped out of the ground and hid his figure. He carefully went down the lingering fragrance peak. He waited until he was outside the mountain. Then, he soared into the sky and used the flying technique to go straight to the first faith peak. Back in the day, Zhang Xiaohua rode the David's deer from the first faith peak to the lingering fragrance peak. It took him a few days, but it only made Zhang Pinger extremely worried in the distant fire hall. Cough cough, of course, it was also Zhang Xiaohua's fault for taking the time to go to the weapon refining hall to get a few useful artifacts. That unremarkable little mirror had saved Zhang Xiaohua many times. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua thought more than once. Since Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang also had divine senses, some elders in Mo Xian Palace should also have divine senses. But why did the small mirror, the crimson spirit shield, and the unknown bracelet in the human pavilion all fall into her hands? Could it be that she had a good character? But on Lingxiang Peak, she saw that almost every disciple had some magic tool fragments in their hands. Then, in the life and death battle with Nun Jinggang, she saw the Jialan plate. And, that was a magic tool that Nun Jinggang did not use. Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was not that she had a good character. It was just that Nun Jinggang did not like it. Nun Jingyi had divine senses. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use her divine senses to check. She must have a more powerful magic tool on her that she could not compare to. As for the small mirror, Zhang Xiaohua also had a trace of understanding. Didn't the founder of the immortal Tao, Huan Wuxin, say that before the immortal Tao, there was a cultivation world? Moreover, this world was also strange. There were Dharma artifacts that were even more powerful than the immortal Tao. These Dharma artifacts couldn't be discovered by divine sense alone. The small mirror might belong to this category. As for the crimson spirit shield, it was something that Abbess Jingyi didn't care about. Of course, the green gourd should be the magic tool that the founder of the fragrant religion, Yumingxin, used in the cultivation world in the past. It should be the same as the small mirror in her hand. The flying technique was indeed wonderful. In less than an hour, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Shixin Peak. Seeing hundreds of Wuming Hall disciples guarding the mountain path in front of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this must be an order from Nun Jingyi to prevent the Misty School disciples from doing anything strange. However, the disciples of Ruijin Hall on Lingxiang Peak could not discover Zhang Xiaohua, who secretly went down the mountain. How could the disciples of Wuming Hall detect Zhang Xiaohua going up the mountain? There was no one in Zhang Xiaohu's room. The oil lamp was lit and there was a half-opened book on the table. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the familiar room and sat on the chair with a smile. She picked up the book and read it with great interest. After a long time, the sound of light footsteps came from the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua listened and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Zhang Xiaohu pushed the door and entered. When he saw that there was someone in the room, he was shocked at first. Then, he was overjoyed. He looked back at the pitch-black courtyard and closed the door. He smiled and said, "Xiaohua. Why are you here now?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. She looked at her second brother and said, "Second brother, people are in good spirits. Looking at your complexion, it's really good." Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and looked around with joy in his eyes. Then he sat on the chair next to her and said with a smile, "No matter how good I am not as good as you. The female alchemist disciple on Lingxiang Peak is good, isn't she? Is she much better than Ye Qinyu?" Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hands and said, "Second brother, don't tease me. What are you talking about? What? You go to Lingxiang Peak to be an alchemist disciple. Isn't it because of that little girl? If you don't hug her thigh, do you want to hug Chen Chen's thigh?" Zhang Xiaohua showed a mischievous expression and said with a smile, "Second brother, this is what you said. I never said it. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly realized and punched Zhang Xiaohua on the shoulder. He laughed and scolded, Chen Chen and I have a pure relationship. Zhang Xiaohua felt wronged and said curiously, second brother, I didn't say a word. Okay. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and stopped pestering. You have been to Lingxiang Peak for more than 2 months. Have you become an alchemist disciple? Let's not talk about that first. Second brother, why did you suddenly read a book? Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the book on the desk with interest and said with a smile. I can't not read. Xiaohua, we were poor in the past. When I was young, I didn't know how to read. I didn't know how powerful the contents of books were. Your second sister-in-law forced me to read the things in the book. Only then did I know that this is reality and history repeating itself. Only by reading more and thinking more can I have a clear view of people and be ahead of others. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. That's right. He had been cultivating more, but he had read fewer books. Although the heavenly Tao was the truth of the heavenly Tao, the books contained the wisdom of his predecessors. It was also useful for him who lacked life experience. I understand. Second sister-in-law has high expectations of you. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, oh, by the way, how is the martial arts exhibition going? I remember you were going to hold it when I left. Zhang Xiaohu spread his hands and said helplessly, what else can we do? You gave Ding Chao and Du Feng a meridian nourishing pill each. If they don't get the first and second place, wouldn't it be unfair to you? Second brother didn't go on stage. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. How could he not go on stage? He just took advantage of his injury to fight with the deputy hall master. But Ding Chao and Du Feng were not convinced. They rebelled against me. Zhang Xiaohua said, how about I give that, whatever pill to second brother tonight? Let you be awe-inspiring. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up and he laughed foolishly, then, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua was excited again. He extended his hand towards his money pouch, but just as his divine sense came into contact with the jade bottle of qi-generating pills, his heart unconsciously stirred. He once again took his hand out from his bosom and said while shaking his head, second brother, I think it's better if you don't be so impatient. Why? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly. His eyes turned and he also came to a realization. He nodded and said, you're right. Now that I've just become the head disciple, it's better to gain the trust of Lingering Fragrance Peak. If I break away from their control, who knows what accident might happen. What second brother said makes sense. Moreover, not only that, at this critical juncture, they've sent so many disciples to prevent your Misty Hall from changing. If you, senior, suddenly achieve great success, wouldn't it give Sir Leader a headache? Critical juncture. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, these past few days, the peak has been shaking. Second brother, aren't you curious about what happened? Nonsense, of course I'm curious. It's just, what would a little alchemy disciple like you know? Zhang Xiaohu said snappily. Second brother, if you say so, then you're looking down on your Lingering Fragrance cult's only protector disciple. Protector disciple? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly and asked curiously, is it you? Yes, it's your only brother, Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of disdain. He asked again, I don't know how you tricked them. Oh, right, what's the deal with the shaking of the mountain? I asked Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Yang, but they didn't know either. However, I heard from the disciples that a lot of outer disciples came down from Shixin Peak. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. How is it a bad thing? It's a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about the opening of the restriction. Really? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, Xiaohua, second brother. Second brother knows that you're very resourceful. You should take advantage of the opening of the restriction and spread the news that we're both alive to the Guizhuang house. Let father and mother rest assured. What do you think? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's teary eyes, Zhang Xiaohua held his hand tightly and said with a smile, Don't worry, second brother. I'm here for this matter. You're running away? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. No. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I'm just looking for a good job. I'll go out for a walk and settle our personal matters. Chapter 958. Zhang Xiaohu could not bear it and said anxiously, Xiaohua, what happened? You mean that you are more popular than me, the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, in Lingxiang Peak? The inhibition was opened and we didn't even know about it. But you are going to go out immediately. Second brother, I have a good character, okay? Zhang Xiaohua was complacent and told him everything. No way. How could it be? You are so lucky. What? You are going to the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua talked for a long time and Zhang Xiaohu's heart went up and down with him. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him and did not lose a hair, he was his brother after all. How could he not be worried? The great master Chang'an of the Dalan Temple has seen you. Don't be found out. How could it be? Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest and said, Even Master Wen didn't find me, let alone monk Chang'an. He, Xiaohua, you are so lucky. First it was Nie Qianyu, then Zhang Pinger. There is a dream here. By the way, is Meng beautiful? How is she compared to Nie Qianyu? How is she compared to Zhang Pinger? Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Second brother, Meng is the disciple of Shirtai and is also your senior sister. Oh, yes. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said with a smile, I forgot about this. When I have a problem in martial arts, I will go to Lingxiang Peak to see my sister-in-law. I will check her for my parents first. Well, I think it's okay. Zhang Xiaohua did not show any weakness. It's better to ask second sister-in-law and Chen. Well, I think it's okay. Zhang Xiaohu raised his eyebrows and said, if we call the two of them, even Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger will be watching. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua was not as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaohu. She stamped her feet and said, all right, you won't be able to see it even if you want to. Dream of going to the Dalan Temple with me. That's great. Xiaohua, you don't have to send a letter. Just take your sister-in-law home and settle everything. Zhang Xiaohua was completely defeated. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohu and said, all right, second brother, don't make fun of your only brother. The opening of the incense cult seal is very bad for your Misty Hall. It may bring you some disaster. You should be careful. Okay, I understand. Zhang Xiaohu nodded solemnly. This was indeed not the right time to increase his inner strength. How is the situation in Misty Heights and Huanxi Heights? I don't know about Huanxi Heights. Miss O has never contacted Misty Hall, but I don't see any bad news. They should be fine. Under the leadership of Martial Ancestrally, the ethereal mountain villa is gradually moving closer to the ethereal hall. In the past 2 months, they have been in contact with each other. Many of the martial uncles have gradually recovered their internal strength. Their broken bones are also slowly recovering. Perhaps they will recover soon. What about Captain He, Hero 1 and the others? Zhang Xiaohua was a little nervous. Needless to say, they are all very good. Xiaohua, second brother. I really want to thank you. Zhang Xiaohu said sincerely. Second brother, are you okay? You've only been reading for a few days and you're so emotional. Alas, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, you should read more books. Okay, I know. Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, if there's nothing else, second brother, then I'll go back to Lingxiang Peak. Now. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky outside and said, it's not early anymore. How can you rush back to Lingxiang Peak? It's better to rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. No, it's still early. I can make it. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so sure, Zhang Xiaohu was suspicious. You won't sleep at night? Sleep. But it's still early. I'll sleep when I get back to Lingxiang Peak. But Zhang Xiaohu was still puzzled. This place is so far from Lingxiang Peak. You forget it, second brother. I won't explain to you. I'm leaving. I'll come back when I come back from outside. Zhang Xiaohua said and shrank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Good, she can go back to Lingxiang Peak at night. What ability does Xiaohua have? When the time comes, I'll have to ask him to teach me. Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua disappear. He only secretly coveted Zhang Xiaohua's ability to come and go quickly. The night of Lingxiang cult was no longer the same as before. On the mountain path and in the forest, there were some hidden sentries. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was not suppressed by the restriction. The range of his vision had greatly increased. He had already seen everything clearly. While sighing at Lingxiang cult's cautiousness, he concealed himself and directly returned to Lingxiang Peak. On the second day, Zhang Xiaohua finished his routine homework. He held the great wisdom sword and stayed at the door of the small house. Previously in the thick earth palace in the ruins of Huan, the shocking staff of the mysterious stone statue had left a deep impression on him. It was a supreme technique to use strength to overcome the enemy. Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to comprehend it. However, later on, he comprehended the sword of the world and put it aside. Now that he was about to leave the mountain, he still had to use the guise of martial arts. This method of using strength to subdue people still needed to be considered. Meng was also sensible. She did not come during the day so as not to disturb Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. She only came at night. Once she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she asked curiously, "You're a strange person. How did you know that senior brother she would not be able to come back in time?" "Just now, the cult leader sent a decree to let me prepare. If there are no unforeseen events tomorrow, I'll go out with you the day after tomorrow." "Hee, isn't that good? Isn't it what you and I want to join hands in Jianghu?" "But..." Meng's face was slightly red. "My martial arts are weak and your martial arts are about the same. If we go out together, won't we be laughed at?" Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. "We're going to deliver the invitation, not to fight. When two countries are at war, they don't kill the envoys. What can they do to us?" "I reckon that the cult leader is thinking the same thing. That's why he sent you and me. If that's the case, then I'm relieved." Meng patted her slightly towering chest with a relaxed expression. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly at Meng. Meng suddenly woke up and rebuked, "What are you looking at?" Nothing. I just want to touch the side of your armpit." Meng's face looked as though it was dripping blood. She slapped Zhang Xiaohua's hand and pretended to be angry. "What kind of thoughts are you having?" Meng Qi quickly walked away. Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously. She threw the great wisdom sword aside and followed behind Meng Qi. On the third day, as Zhang Xiaohua expected, Shi Mujuan, the eldest disciple of the dead elder Jing Gang of Ruijin Hall, did not return to Lingxiang Peak in time. The task of delivering the invitation to the Dalan Temple fell on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. In Mo Xian's palace, Zhang Xiaohua received an ordinary dark green jade and asked curiously, "This cult leader, are you sure? This is the invitation. Is it for my traveling expenses?" Nun Jing-yi did not speak. Chen Chen, who was beside her, laughed out loud, "You idiot, of course this is the invitation. It's just that you don't understand." Meng, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaohua, blushed a little. Zhang Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly and was about to put the jade away when Nun Jingyi said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you, what? Does cult leader have any other orders?" Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and asked. Nun Jingyi looked at Meng, who was supposed to be standing in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She opened her mouth but shook her head. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. You can go now. Be careful. By the way, you have to personally hand this invitation to the Dalan Temple's elder. Once you receive the elder's reply, come back immediately." "Yes, disciple understands." "Oh, by the way, the Dalan Temple's previous abbot, Master Yuan Tian, was taken care of by our cult when he was alive. If you have the opportunity, please pay your respects on behalf of our cult." "Disciple understands." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Of course, the journey of a peacock and a swallow was different, so there was no need to explain it here. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng left lingering fragrance peak with sweet smiles on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua was still the same as before, while Meng was riding a pure white steed. Meng originally didn't wear a veil, but due to the cult of fragrances rules, Nun Jingyi still gave her a veil to cover her face before leaving the mountain. Riding a pure white steed was a graceful woman wearing a light purple palace dress. Looking from afar, she exuded a mysterious aura. Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just left lingering fragrance peak, sneered, "Actually, there's no need for anyone to accompany you. Just this outfit alone is enough for everyone to know you're a disciple of the cult of fragrance. Who would dare bully you?" Meng rebuked, "What? You haven't even left the mountain and you're already tired of it. How about I go back right now? Let you have some peace and quiet." I know. Don't tell me you want to take this opportunity to leave the valley and meet that Rejuvenation Valley's Miss Nye." Zhang Xiaohua's face immediately turned green. She shut her mouth tightly and didn't speak again. After walking for a while, she heard Meng laugh, "Xiaohua, don't tell me I hit the nail on the head. Are you thinking about those sweet moments? Big sister, please spare me. When did I have any sweet moments with little fishy Nye?" Zhang Xiaohua begged for mercy. "I only heard you mention it, and only then did I remember. Didn't the cult leader say he was going to punish Rejuvenation Valley? I don't know how he did it. I'll be too embarrassed to meet her in the future." You do have some conscience to think of Rejuvenation Valley's consolation. Didn't the cult leader say he was going to be lenient? It shouldn't be a big deal. I didn't make any serious inquiries, but I vaguely heard my senior sisters mention it. It's just a punishment that's all bark and no bite. Oh, that's good. But why didn't your senior sisters say it more clearly? Rejuvenation Valley is only a small sect. How could it be worthy of the cult leader's attention? Even senior sisters only heard it by accident. Who would have the patience to talk about it in detail? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. That's right, Rejuvenation Valley was important in her eyes, but what about the disciples of Fragrance Cult? Even the disciples of Wuming Hall looked down on it, let alone the disciples of Mo Xian Palace. She wanted to get information from Meng Heng, but it was tantamount to asking the blind. Meng Heng glanced at her and said with a smile, "According to the cult leader's map, we need to pass by Mo Xian City. Why don't we go and take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. Let's take a detour." "No way, Xiaohua, if you don't have any ulterior motives, Rejuvenation Valley sent you to Fragrance Cult. Now that you've returned, you should at least go and thank them. Being ungrateful isn't your style." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say. Chapter 959. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream rode their horses because they wanted to see the scenery. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep on time, they would have traveled day and night. Even so, it only took them a few days to reach Jinghai Lake. Before they could see the Jinghai Lake, there were many disciples of the Wuming Hall patrolling the mountain path. Luckily, Meng was wearing a palace dress and a white veil. The disciples of the Wuming Hall knew that she was an inner disciple, so they were very respectful to her. Zhang Xiaohua also benefited a lot, so there were fewer checks. When they arrived at the mountain next to Jinghai Lake, they were stopped by another group of disciples. They respectfully asked, "Excuse me, senior sister, and senior brother, where are the two of you going on official business?" Dream looked at them and didn't answer. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with her 4 odd beasts. She cupped her fists and said, "I'm Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of Lingxiang Peak. I'm accompanying this senior sister from Mo Shuigong to the Dalan Temple. Junior brothers, please make way." Dalan Temple. The disciples were very surprised and showed envy on their faces. The leader walked forward and said respectfully, "Senior Marshal Brother Ren, this job is really good. Since the opening of Jinghai Lake, the sect master hasn't sent any disciples out. You're the first one." Zhang Xiaohua and Dream looked at each other and smiled. There will always be a first. There will be more in the future. I think in a few days, there will be senior sisters going to the Tenryu sect and the Righteous Alliance. Ah. Is that so? The disciple didn't understand and said flatteringly, then. "Senior brother Ren, I'm just curious. Why are you, inner disciples, going to these big sects? Can you tell us?" "Ha ha ha, not only that. I'm afraid there will be many inner disciples visiting the famous sects in Jianghu." The disciple was so curious that he was about to scratch his head. This. What on earth happened? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, I think you're pleasing to the eye, so I'm only telling you. Please don't tell anyone else, or else, I won't say it. Senior brother Ren, I have a nickname which is Taciturn Gourd. I'm the best at keeping secrets. Just tell me, I definitely won't leak it out." "Okay, then come closer." "What? They're going to hold a martial arts convention." The disciple almost jumped up and blurted out. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. "Junior martial brother, why are you beaming with joy? This isn't something an expert would do." It's been a long time since I've seen something exciting. This is the legendary martial arts conference. How can I not be excited? Alright, I still have to hurry." "You," the disciple shouted, "junior brothers, hurry up and make way. Senior brother Ren from the inner sanctum has something important to do." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped her hands. Then, she left with Meng. After entering the valley and seeing the calm Jinghai Lake, Meng complained, "How can you casually tell the outer sanctum disciples about this kind of thing?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "There are only 3 months until the martial arts convention. We still have to rely on the outer sanctum disciples to work. How can Lord Sect Leader not tell them in advance? Moreover, there will be a lot of Rui Jin Palace disciples going out in the future. How long can this kind of thing be kept a secret? I'm just a few days ahead of schedule." "You're always right." Meng curled her lips. At this time, there were more than a dozen medium-sized boats on the Jinghai Lake. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng coming over, a few disciples who were controlling the boats hurriedly came down. After asking about the situation and checking their waist tags, the disciples said respectfully, "Senior brother and senior sister, please board the boat. We will send you over." "Over?" Meng was stunned. She looked at the wide Jinghai Lake and asked curiously, "How do we get out?" The disciple who was controlling the boat pointed to the other side of the Jinghai Lake and said with a smile, "Okay, senior sister knows that there is a mountain ridge on the other side of the Jinghai Lake. Under the mountain ridge, there is a hidden waterway that leads to the outer sanctum, Genshi Lake. We discovered it after the sect-protecting Grand Formation was opened. The Jinghai Lake was quite big. There were dozens of similar boats shuttling back and forth on the lake. After traveling for half a day, they arrived in front of a towering mountain ridge. Below the mountain ridge was a pitch-black cave. The water of the Jinghai Lake was flowing leisurely. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine sense, so she could see the place clearly. Below the mountain ridge, in the cave, there was also a large lake, which was connected to Dianqi Lake on the other side of the mountain ridge. In the past, Yu Mingxin of the Fragrant Cult and Yang Haoya of the Misty School used this water to connect the two lakes with a restriction formation. Meng sat on the boat. With the help of the torch of the disciple who was controlling the boat, she could see the cave clearly. The cave was very low, hanging over their heads. The undulating cave top had protruding sharp stones from time to time. The sharp stones were like reefs in the water, covered with a lot of moss and unusually wet. Seeing that Meng was very interested, the disciple who was controlling the boat explained, "Senior sister and senior brother, the water level of the two lakes is not high on normal days, so it can reveal the passage. A few days ago, it was a full moon, so the water level was extremely high, submerging the passage under the water. Although we had the hint of the inner sanctum disciples, we still searched for a long time without any results. Later, when the water level dropped, we found the passage. Presumably, in the past, the Fragrant Cult could only travel together on the night of the full moon for the same reason." "Junior brother, you're right. We think so too." Zhang Xiaohua responded with a smile. The passage under the mountain ridge was also very long. After traveling for an hour, there was light outside, and they entered Dianqi Lake. Dianqi Lake was almost the same as Jinghai Lake, and the surrounding mountains were also similar. Meng had long been amazed by it. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and saw that the other side of Dianqi Lake was different from before. There were tents and simple caves, which were all set up. Many outer sanctum disciples were holding weapons and walking in a hurry. When the boat reached the shore, the outer sanctum disciples on duty looked back. They did not feel strange and only focused on the outside of the valley. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng got off the boat, the disciple who was controlling the boat tidied up a little and did not return. He stopped the boat not far away. "Senior sister, may I ask, what business do you have?" Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw a thin disciple walking quickly in front of her. His face was respectful and somewhat surprised. Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward, took out her waist token, and said with a smile, "I'm Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of Mo Xian Gong. I'm accompanying this senior sister on business outside the valley." "Outside the valley?" The disciple frowned and said with an embarrassed face, "Senior brother Ren, please wait here. I'll go and ask the inner sanctum disciples to come over." "Inner sanctum disciples?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She looked at the place where the disciple used his lightness skill and scanned with her divine sense. Yes, outside the valley, there were also some disciples on guard in different places. Looking at their clothes, they were the disciples of Rui Jin Palace. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She turned back and said with a smile, "Let's go. We don't need to act like a disciple of Mo Xian Gong." In the eyes of outer sanctum disciples, whether it's Rui Jin Palace or Mo Xian Gong, they are all inner sanctum disciples. Meng curled her lips and said, "It's up to you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. She lifted her feet and walked out of the mountain. Not long after, a disciple of Rui Jin Palace followed the disciple of Wuming Hall. When the disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua from afar, he took a deep breath and said with an embarrassed face, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out, it's junior brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Needless to say, this guy's weapon must have been broken when she went up the mountain. She cupped her hands and said, "Cough, cough. It turns out, it's the senior brother of Rui Jin Palace. I'm sent by the hierarch to deliver a letter to the Dalan Temple. Senior brother, please check the waist token." The disciple looked at Meng and asked in a low voice, junior brother Ren, this senior sister, Hehe, this is senior sister Zi Xia from Mo Xian Gong. Do you want to see the waist token? Zi Xia. The disciple was stunned again. There was admiration and jealousy in his eyes. However, he still said, this is my duty. Please don't blame me. Why would Meng talk to him? She raised her hand and threw the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua. After the disciple checked the waist token, he respectfully returned it to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, Junior brother Ren, you're the first group to leave the valley. Therefore, I have to be careful. Then, he looked at the two of them and said, Junior brother Ren, the Jianghu is not like the valley. You have to be careful. Many situations can't be solved by force. You have to be careful of unorthodox methods. When the disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were young, he wanted to protect them. As he led the two of them out of the valley, he told them about the things to pay attention to in the Jianghu. They walked very far. Before he finished, Zhang Xiaohua was touched. She bowed and thanked him, thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I've benefited a lot. When I return from the Dalan temple, I'll thank you in person. You're too kind. The disciple shook his head, junior brother Ren is the strongest person in the incense cult. In terms of martial arts, you're definitely 100 times stronger than me. However, in the Jianghu, you don't just look at martial arts. I've also left the valley in my early years. That's why I have some experience. After saying so much, junior brother Ren still remembers it in your heart. Of course, you can understand, but you have to rely on yourself for everything. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. The disciple pointed with his finger and said, if you follow this road, you'll reach Macho City. There's a fork in the road that leads to Shiyuan City in the north. If junior brother Ren wants to go to the Dalan temple, it's better to go through Shiyuan City. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she felt Meng's bright eyes behind her. She could only smile and say, thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Goodbye. The two of them set off. Meng laughed and said, how is it? Junior brother Ren, are you going to Shiyuan City or Macho City? Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, isn't that nonsense? Our mission is the Dalan Temple, not Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, we'll go through Shiyuan City. Are you sure? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest. What a pity. Meng pursed her lips and said, I don't know if it's as you wish or not, but we have to go to Carefree City. Chapter 960. Zhang Xiaohua was curious when Meng said that they had to go to Vow City. Why must we go to Vow City? Meng looked at him and shook her head. This is a matter of Mo Xian's disciple. You cannot know. Who cares? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes even more. Only you female disciples are so troublesome and mysterious. As she spoke, she patted Huan and sprinted forward. Meng saw that Zhang Xiaohua was angry and quickly caught up. She said carefully, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Xiaohua, this is a matter of Mo Xian's disciple. Yes, she is a direct disciple. I am also Master's only disciple. I must go to Vow City. You. Don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. Look at you, I am not a petty person. Zhang Xiaohua, do you really think I am angry? Even someone of senior peacock status came to Vow City as a messenger. Do you think I am an idiot who doesn't know there is a problem? Hehe, whatever secrets you have, they are yours. You don't have to tell me. Meng smiled brightly when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not mind. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua. The sound of horse hooves could be heard and under the setting sun, the sounds of joy could be heard. The two of them followed the route that Zhang Xiaohua vaguely remembered and arrived at a place in the forest. Meng was sitting on a white horse. She had already changed into the martial attire commonly seen in Jianghu. She had also taken off the veil on her face, revealing her original appearance. Meng looked at the rising and falling waves of trees under the west wind and said with a smile, although the scenery outside the mountain can't be compared to the incense order, but it's different everywhere. This continuous forest is rare even in the incense order. That is true. The incense cult has always been self-contained. Everything is similar. You have been in the incense cult for 4 to 5 years, so it is nothing. Peacock and Chen Chen must have been in there since they were young. They have long wanted to come out for some fresh air. Didn't you see the jealousy on Senior Chen's face when she heard that I was invited to the Dalan temple? Yes, even though I used to be here, outside, but, at this point, Meng's face became gloomy. She lowered her head and stopped talking. She shook the reins and moved forward. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng Qi was thinking about her past. But, she didn't know how to persuade her. So, she patted David's deer and chased after Meng Qi. She whispered, Meng Qi, although, you don't have any impression of your past. But, you can't guarantee that you won't remember it in the future. Think about it slowly, maybe. Meng raised her head with tears in her eyes. She looked into the distance and muttered, who knows? Even Master, only said that he met me in the mountains. I've thought about it for 5 years, but I can't think of anything. I don't know if my parents, my sisters, and my brothers, are still safe in this world. Where, are they? Haha. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Perhaps, they're all waiting for you to return. Oh, by the way, the aroma cult used to have a big array, so we couldn't go in and out freely. Now that the array is open, we'll have plenty of chances in the future, to find them. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohua emphasized the word we. Meng looked back at him and said, fortunately, Xiaohua, the first person in my memory is my master, and the second is you. My master has left me, but you can still be by my side. I'm already very satisfied. I only pray that, in this life, I can see you. Even if I can't find any family. I will. The last few words were like a mosquito buzzing. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua's ears were good and he heard it clearly. If it were someone else, they would have to ask again. Zhang Xiaohua patted David's deer and walked to the white horse. He held Meng's hand and said sincerely, actually, if we can find the fairy that we met that day, we may find some clues no matter how carefully we search. It's a pity that, only Shirtai knows where the cottage is. I don't have much of an impression of it. How about you? I'm also muddle-headed. It's hard for me to remember. Meng was very sad. Meng. I won't say anything unnecessary. I just want to say that if we can find your family, that's the best. If we can't. Zhang Xiaohua was about to express his determination when suddenly, there was a sound above his head. Something fell down. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his spiritual sense and felt very depressed. He stretched out his hand and caught a goose with a feather arrow in its body. Meng was very surprised. What is this? Nothing. It's just someone hunting. Zhang Xiaohua held the goose in his hand and said, Meng, if we can't find any clues, don't be sad. I'm here, Xiaohua, what is hunting? Meng asked curiously. Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless. Hunting? You don't even know. Forget it. I'll explain to you after I finish talking to you. You can explain now. I really haven't heard of hunting. Meng was ready to get to the bottom of it. Looking at the goose in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to throw it out of the sky. What time is it now? Can't you fall down a little later? If you fall down a little later, will you die? However, the goose was dead. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect it. Then Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain to Meng what hunting was, and he heard a rush of horse hooves. Who is it? Zhang Xiaohua almost flew into a rage. Why are these people so insensible? Haven't you been young before? However, when Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense, her face showed a strange expression. Meng also heard the sound of horse hooves, but it was blocked by the trees and couldn't see it. When the sound of horse hooves came closer, he saw a group of about 10 people, all dressed in martial attire. Only the 2 people in front were wearing long robes. One was empty-handed, the other was holding a folding fan. They looked like scholars. However, the 2 people's eyes were shining, especially the one in front. His eyes were deep, and his temples were slightly bulging. He was a master of internal energy. Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but his divine sense was constantly scanning the person in front. Who do you think this person is? It was the person who ambushed Peacock in the valley. Although this place is far from the incense cult, it is still within the incense cult sphere of influence. This person ambushed their inner disciples, how can he still have the guts to be here? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. There was still more than a year before the incense cult's next seal was lifted. Everyone in Jianghu knew this, and so did this person. This place was still very safe. The 2 people turned around the forest and suddenly saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. They were obviously surprised. Zhang Xiaohua's back was facing them, and the 2 people only glanced at his back before their eyes fell on Meng. The man in the back looked around as if he was looking for something. When the man in front saw Meng, he couldn't move his eyes away. It was as if there was a magnet firmly attracting his gaze. The man in the back looked for a long time, but didn't find anything. He smiled and said, "Young Master Peng, it seems that he is not here." However, young Master Peng didn't reply. When he saw young Master Peng's expression, he couldn't help but look at Meng. Meng was embarrassed by the 2 people looking at her. She patted her horse and went to Zhang Xiaohua's side. She used Zhang Xiaohua's thin body to block Senior Peng's view. Senior Peng woke up from his dream and asked, "Junior. Brother Huang, what did you say?" Junior Huang found it funny, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, "Young Master Peng's wild goose didn't seem to fall here. Should we go look elsewhere?" Young Master Peng raised his head again. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was blocking his view, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He shook the reins and stepped forward. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother, have you seen a wild goose fall from the sky?" Zhang Xiaohua saw young Master Peng's face clearly. She sneered in her heart and turned around. She raised the wild goose and asked, "Are you talking about this?" Young Master Peng's face was filled with joy. He smiled and said, "Yes, it is. I didn't expect little brother to find it. It is fate." Then, he looked at Meng and asked, "I am Peng Yeyu. I wonder. Little brother. Which sect are you from? It is fate that we met. I hope little brother will not be stingy with your guidance. With your talent, you should be from a famous sect, right?" Meng was about to open her mouth, but Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, How could I be from a famous sect? I am only a disciple of Beidou school. I am here with my senior sister to train. Young Master Peng, please don't laugh at me. Beidou school." Peng Yeyu was stunned. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then looked at Junior Huang and shook his head. Peng Yeyu raised his head and said honestly, "Forgive my humble opinion, but I have never heard of Beidou school. May I ask?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart, "It would be strange if you knew." However, when he saw that this so-called young Master Peng was so honest and didn't come up with any tricks, he had a good impression of him. Thus, he threw the wild goose in his hand to young Master Peng and cupped his hands. This wild goose just descended from the sky. Hee, I didn't expect it to be young Master Peng. Senior sister and I still have some matters to attend to, so we'll part ways here. Meng pulled a long face and looked indifferent. He circled around and was about to leave. Young Master Peng was reluctant, but he still cupped his hands and said, "All right, see you." Before he could finish, Junior Huang got off his horse and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, I am Huang Chang from the Falling Star Alliance. As the saying goes, it is fate that we meet. Young Master Peng just shot a wild goose, and I still have some game behind me. Why don't we find a place to barbecue some game and have a drink together?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and said, "Master has ordered that you are not allowed to drink alcohol before you reach adulthood." A strange smile appeared on Huang Chang's face as he said, "Little brother, this is your first time in the pugilistic world, right? One more friend means one more path. Have you heard of this before?" "No." Zhang Xiaohua's answer was unusually straightforward. Chapter 961. You. Huang Chang's expression immediately changed. He did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to reply in such a manner. When the dozen or so followers behind him heard this, their expressions also changed. They urged their horses to surround them. When Peng Yeyu saw this, his expression also changed slightly. He covered his mouth and coughed. When Huang Chang heard this, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, "This young man is like a newborn calf. He really needs to be praised. Back in the day, I was also like this. I only learned how to conceal my strength after suffering a great loss." Hee. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the threat in his words, she sneered in her heart. She patted Huan's protruding horn and followed Meng away. Peng Yeyu looked at Meng's back. When they were far away, he slapped his forehead and said, I forgot. I only know that they are from Beidou school. I didn't even ask for their names." Huang Chang smiled and said, "With young Master Peng's ability, isn't it a piece of cake for you to find out about this Beidou school and their names? However, since young Master Peng is a guest of my Falling Star Alliance, you can leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Huang Chang's smile was very flattering, which made Peng Yeyu feel a little disgusted. He did not think about the meaning behind Huang Chang's words. He just nodded and urged his horse to go in another direction. When he was far away, he still looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. The corners of Chang Huang's mouth curled up into a smile. He patted his horse and led everyone forward. Only one horse remained in its original position. When everyone was far away, the rider on the horse turned its head and galloped in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were far away, Meng asked, "Xiaohua, why did you say that you are from Beidou school? Where is this Beidou school? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Where did this Beidou school come from? I was just making things up." Meng Yi frowned, "A child who lies is not a good child." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "I am not a child anymore. Moreover, before we left the valley, the senior brother of the Rui Jin Palace repeatedly reminded us. Could it be that you have forgotten?" "Oh, I see." Meng was a little confused. "Then why didn't you say you were from the incense cult? No matter what, it's more famous than Beidou school." Listening to Meng asking such an idiotic question, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sad. She knew that since Meng lost her memory, she had been by Shirtai's side. In the incense cult, not only did she not understand the deception of Jianghu, she didn't even know the common etiquette of the secular world. She patiently said, "The leader didn't let the disciples leave the valley and only sent us to deliver letters to the major sections. He wanted to cover up the news of the incense cult opening so that he had time to prepare. He even had a plan to attack the sects when they were not paying attention. If we say we are from the incense cult, wouldn't everything be exposed? Ah, I understand. You told me to change my clothes and not wear a veil because of this. Yes, you are wearing a palace robe and a veil. Isn't it to tell others that you are an inner disciple of the incense cult? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face suddenly changed and became gloomy. What's wrong? Meng, who had been paying attention to Zhang Xiaohua, noticed this and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xiaohua? Are you not feeling well?" "No, I just feel that some people don't know the severity of things. Maybe there will be a good show to watch later." "What do you mean?" Meng Qi asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Let's go. Let's hurry up. Maybe there won't be any wild geese falling down. Instead, there will be a pile of bird poop falling on our heads." "Zhang Xiaohua, you are really disgusting." Meng seemed to be imagining the scene of bird poop falling on her head. She bit her lips and cursed before urging her horse to gallop away. The two of them urged their horses to move forward. After half a day, they didn't see anything unusual. They met many Jianhu people along the way, but they just looked at them casually and passed by. As the sky gradually darkened, Meng urged Zhang Xiaohua to find a place to stay. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed ahead, "There will be an inn soon. Don't worry." Meng Qi said, "You have always been unable to distinguish north from south. How come you remember it so clearly now?" Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. "When I came from Macho City to spread incense, I have some impression of it. Besides, I am like you said." Before he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he looked behind him. Meng saw Daki and also turned her head. Behind her, in the dusk, there were birds flying out of the forest from time to time. Faintly, there was the sound of horse hooves. I'm afraid it's not." Although Meng was not very sophisticated, she could tell from young Master Peng's gaze and Huang Chang's threat. She turned her head and asked, "Is it that young Master Peng?" "Maybe." Zhang Xiaohua stared into the distance and was calculating in her heart. "You knew they would come back?" Meng asked, "Is this the good show you were talking about?" "Yes. This is the danger of the Jianghu. Even if you don't provoke it, it will come flying by itself." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have made up her mind. She smiled and said, "Didn't you see the way young Master Peng looked at you? I wanted to dig his eyes out. However, he is reasonable and has some manners. I don't want to forget him. If he is among them." But. Meng panicked, "There are more than 10 of them. I'm afraid we are not their match." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. "If the hierarch hears you, he will definitely punish you. Don't forget your identity as an inner disciple of the incense sect. What kind of attitude should you have in the Jianghu? They are just small fries. Even the disciples of Wuming Hall can take care of them. What are you afraid of?" I've never fought anyone before, right? Besides, my martial arts are not complete yet." Meng's face was slightly red as she defended herself. "Don't worry. There is still me." Zhang Xiaohua took on the responsibility. "Don't think that I can't defeat Shimujuan. I am more than enough to take care of these small fries." "Really?" Meng could not believe it, but I heard senior sister Chen Chen say that your martial arts are very weak. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh. "That depends on who you are competing with." Meng nodded slightly. While they were talking and laughing, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The one leading the way was Huang Chang from the Fallen Star Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream ignored him and continued to move forward. Huang Chang and the rest chased after them, and the 5 of them surrounded the 2 of them, stopping them from moving any further. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and cupped her hands. "This. Senior brother Huang, you are." Huang Chang put on a fake smile and said, "Nothing. I just feel that we are fated to meet, so I would like to invite you to our Fallen Star Alliance for a gathering." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at everyone and asked, I have something important to do and dare not delay. How about I go to the Fallen Star Alliance to visit Brother Huang after I am done? How dare you? Huang Chang's expression changed, and he said angrily, you are just a disciple of a nameless sect. The Fallen Star Alliance thinks highly of you, but you don't want to give me face. Do you want me to lose face just like that? Zhang Xiaohua said in fear, Brother Huang, please calm down. I have something to do at my sect and dare not delay. Please forgive me, Brother Huang. Wait for me to come back. Huang Chang waved his hand, what is so urgent? You don't even care about the Fallen Star Alliance. This is a secret of the sect. It is not convenient to tell you, Brother Huang. Huang Chang asked again, I don't care about your Beidou school matters. Oh, by the way, do you need 2 people to do it? Zhang Xiaohua said in a daze, no need. Just 1 person is enough. That's good. Huang Chang glanced at Meng and said with a smile, if that is the case, then, you might as well go by yourself. Let your senior sister come with us to the Fallen Star Alliance as a guest. How can that be? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, why don't we let senior sister go, and I will go with Brother Huang to the Fallen Star Alliance. Before Huang Chang could say anything, Meng became impatient and said angrily, we are disciples of the fragrance cult. Now that we are here to do something, do you have the guts to do it? Fragrance cult. Huang Chang's expression was very interesting. First, he was shocked, then he laughed. His eyes were full of mockery. Finally, he raised his head and laughed, almost to the point of tears. He pointed at them and said, I didn't believe you when you said you were from the Beidou school. Now, I do. You can pretend to be from any sect. Even if you are from the Tenryu sect, I will think about it and think about it. Don't you know? There is still more than a year before the fragrance cult disciples go into the Jianghu. Meng was stunned and speechless. Chang Huang continued, I'll also advise your inexperienced teachers to educate you. Although the cult of fragrance has disciples in Jianghu, they only accept male disciples. They never accept female disciples. You say you are a disciple of the cult of fragrance, but why don't you wear a palace dress and a veil? Then, Huang Chang waved his fan and said, little brother, it seems like this is your first time in the Jianghu. Think about it. If you are invited to the Fallen Star Alliance, do you need me to personally invite you? Besides, the Fallen Star Alliance has a lot of country bumpkins like you. Who wants you? He then turned to Meng and said, Miss, what Beidou school? It is just a small sect that deceives people. Since you are so old and your martial arts are not good, why don't you join the Fallen Star Alliance? In a few years, you will become a famous heroine in the Jianghu. In a few years? Zhang Xiaohua was about to make a move, but when she heard this, she was surprised and said, in a few years, you will make my senior sister's martial arts great success. Why don't I believe it? In a few years. Martial arts great success. Huang Chang laughed when he heard this and said, you think the Fallen Star Alliance is a Tenryu sect? How can we make your martial arts great success in a few years? If there is such a good thing, the Fallen Star Alliance would be the #1 sect in the Jianghu. Then, how can I make my senior sister a famous heroine in Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. Chapter 962. To become a famous heroine, must one be skilled in martial arts? Huang Chang waved his fan with an unfathomable expression, one look and I can tell that you are disciples of a remote sect. Could it be that the famous green-clothed fairy, Merciless Guanyin, and Flying Plum in the Snow are all heroines with great martial arts? Who are these people? Zhang Xiaohua probed. You don't even know these people. Huang Chang seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. The 5 people around him also laughed. A lean man said in a sharp voice, you brat, let me tell you. These are famous heroines in the Jianghu. If you don't even know this, how can you walk the Jianghu? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled bitterly. Huang Chang laughed for a moment and kept his fan. These people's martial arts are not high, why are they so famous? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and shook her head, how would I know? Huang Chang looked at the dream and sighed, those with great martial arts are naturally famous. But how many women with great martial arts are there in the world? Do you think that all the women in the world are like the disciples of the incense cult? Moreover, practicing martial arts takes time. Once you master it, your youth will be gone. How can you be called a heroine? Also, being famous does not only require great martial arts. Even if your martial arts are high, your face is ugly. Who would treat you as a heroine? However, if you have a beautiful face, even if your martial arts are not good, you still have a chance to be a heroine. That's strange. Could it be that this face is the first choice to be a heroine? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Little brother is right. You have merciless Guanin's martial arts. How did you become a heroine in the Jianghu? Isn't it because of your outstanding appearance? There are many outstanding beauties. Could it be that they are all heroines? Of course not. There is a key problem that needs to be solved. Huang Chang said mysteriously. What is that? Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was ignited. Find a powerful godfather. Godfather? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What does being a heroine have to do with having a godfather? I'll let you, a poor country boy, know which of the three most famous heroines I mentioned just now doesn't have a famous godfather behind them. As long as I have a godfather, I will have martial arts manuals, money, and jewelry. Fame. That's easy. If he secretly found a few unknown thieves to do some bad things in front of others, and then let these goddaughters happen to bump into them and punish them, wouldn't it be righteous and righteous? If the price is a little higher, you can even buy her life. She will be known as the ruthless Guanyin. Moreover, with a godfather, no matter where you go, they will have to give in to you and follow your wishes for the sake of your godfather. Even if you make a mistake or offend someone, they will have to swallow their anger. Even if they don't give face to the monk, they have to give face to the Buddha. This is not a joke. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. So that's how heroines come about. But, are there no real heroines in the pugilistic world? Of course, there are true heroines, but, their reputation may not be as illustrious as these people who have added fuel to the fire. But, is there any meaning in being a heroine? Some want fame, some want money, and some, for power, for sex. Everyone has different needs and desires. Since you can be a heroine, you will have fame, money, and everything. Who would care about this heroine's false pretenses? At this point, Huang Chang became a little impatient. He looked at the sky and said, there are many reasons behind this, and I can't explain them all in a short time. Little brother and senior sister Gui should follow me back to the Star Alliance. The days ahead are long, so let's talk slowly. Then, he didn't forget to add, although the Fallen Star Alliance can't compare to the Tenryu sect, it is on the same level as the Xiangxiang cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. The words of the Fallen Star Alliance carry more weight than any so-called godfather. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and cupped her hands. Thank you for your advice, Brother Huang. But we are not interested in godfathers or heroines. Brother Huang, please make way. Huang Chang's expression changed. He said angrily, you rascal, you really don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for Peng, if it wasn't for your senior sister in the Fallen Star Alliance, I wouldn't have said so much to you. Alright, I'll leave my words here. You have to go whether you want to or not. My Fallen Star Alliance has always been a man of our word. I'm not going. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. I like men like you. Huang Chang was so angry that he laughed. However, men like you always don't live long. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. This is the legendary saying that good people don't live long while bad people live long. It seems like Brother Huang's life is quite long. Who has the patience to argue with you? Huang Chang waved his hand. In any case, you are a nameless junior. If it wasn't for your senior sister, this young master would have already killed you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then become a nameless spirit. As he spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, capture this untactful brat. Regardless of whether he's dead or alive, be careful of this woman. Peng. Peng thinks highly of her. Yes. The 5 people surrounding them got the order and surrounded them. Meng's expression changed. She clenched her teeth. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Meng, see. This is the true nature of Jianghu. The strong bully the weak, the strong bully the weak, and the bloody rain. You need to be careful. Meng blamed. Don't worry. Since they want your brother Xiaohua's life, then I'll let you see brother Xiaohua's methods. Let's see if he is as useless as Chen Chen said. Before he finished speaking, he held the great wisdom sword in his hand and his body suddenly rose. Like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, he flew towards one of the people. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's excellent qinggong, Huang Chang's eyes twitched. Just as he was about to warn her to be careful, Zhang Xiaohua's sword came down like lightning. Although this strike was very similar to the one Zhang Xiaohua had used before he entered the fragrant cult, there was a huge difference. This was the result of Zhang Xiaohua's meticulous study of the heaven-shocking strike over the past month. When the man on the horse saw Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword coming at him, he was first disdainful, then surprised. However, when he felt a gust of wind that made it difficult for him to breathe and the sword seemed to have locked down all the space he could dodge, he was scared out of his wits. He hesitated, not knowing where to thrust his sword. With a "kacha" sound, the man's sword finally pierced out. It was a pity that his sword was broken into 2 by the heavy sword. Moreover, the sword didn't stop Great Wisdom sword from falling. With a "poo" sound, Great Wisdom sword fell on the man's chest. The man's chest immediately caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on his horse. Not only that, Great Wisdom sword continued to fall. With a "pa" sound, it hit the man's horse. With a "kacha" sound, the horse looked up to the sky and neighed in grief. Its 4 hooves went limp and it fell to the ground. Blood seeped out of its mouth and nose. Ah! Huang Chang was shocked. What kind of strength is this? While Huang Chang was panicking, Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. She killed 2 people like 2 horses. This is bad. It seems that this young man has some skills. Huang Chang was panicking at first. However, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still using the same sword, his heart gradually calmed down. He held the folding fan in his right hand and reached out with his left hand to pull out the sword at his waist. He circulated his energy and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. You also want to come? Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly turned around and said as if she had eyes behind her back. You. Huang Chang was shocked. Without waiting for Huang Chang to get close, Zhang Xiaohua lifted the Great Wisdom sword and easily killed 2 people. The remaining person's eyes flashed and he wanted to retreat. He turned his horse around and wanted to escape. Zhang Xiaohua didn't let him escape. Her figure didn't even touch the ground. She floated forward and stepped on his head. With a "poo" sound, Zhang Xiaohua's head was pushed into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of the momentum and turned around. The Great Wisdom sword in her hand smashed towards Huang Chang's head. Huang Chang originally despised Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship. However, when he faced this heavy sword himself, he understood the terror of this sword. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the essence of the heaven-startling staff of the immortal way. How could a martial artist like Huang Chang imagine it? Although Huang Chang's martial arts were second-rate in Jianghu and were much stronger than the previous 5 people, under this sword, he was no different from the other 5 people. Even the way he died was the same. With a poo sound, the heavy sword broke Huang Chang's long sword and fell on his chest. In Huang Chang's incredulous and unwilling eyes, his chest immediately collapsed. Wao Meng's eyes flashed with stars. She covered her mouth with her hand. She never thought that Zhang Xiaohua would win so easily and kill without hesitation. You broke through the mountain like this, right? Meng asked. Although Zhang Xiaohua had told her about the process of breaking through the mountain, Meng still couldn't believe it when she saw it with her own eyes. No, those are the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. I can't kill them. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Meng would say that he was ruthless. He explained, but these people obviously wanted to kill me. Moreover, I can't leave them alive. Meng didn't care. She patted her chest and said, I didn't expect. You are so powerful in Jianghu. It makes me feel relieved. Hee, next time when there is a chance, let me practice. How about it? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He had never seen Meng display her martial arts. Naturally, he didn't know the level of her martial arts. However, she was the disciple of the Mo Nen Palace of the Fragrant Cult. Although she only had 4 or 5 years of cultivation, she could be considered a chivalrous woman in Jianghu. Thinking of chivalrous woman, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Huang Chang's godfather. He felt disgusted for no reason. What? You don't believe me? Meng was a little angry when she saw Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. No. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, next time, I'll leave it to you. Okay, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Meng Yanran smiled sweetly, but suddenly asked, Io, after talking for so long, you still haven't told me what hunting is. Chapter 963. Zhang Xiaohua rode on the odd beast while Dream rode on the white horse. They chatted and laughed as they continued their journey. It didn't seem like they had just gone through a battle of life and death. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of Dream's inattention and threw a few fire talismans on the ground. She separated a few strands of divine sense and controlled the fire talismans to burn the corpses of Huang Chang and the others. Not a single trace was left behind. They didn't encounter any trouble in the next few days. They arrived at Vow City safely. Zhang Xiaohua followed the convoy of fragrance cult to fragrance cult. It took almost a month. This time, they came out quickly. It only took a dozen days. Looking at Macho City in the distance, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily released his divine sense. The entire Macho City did not seem much different from before. There was still a faint fluctuation of primordial qi at the bottom of Macho Lake. However, there were many more Jianghu people in the city, dressed in martial attire and wielding weapons. Could it be that there's a martial arts competition for marriage? Why is Vow City so lively? So this is Carefree City. Meng looked at it curiously. You haven't been here before. Shirtai didn't bring you here. Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. I'm not too sure. I don't remember. I was muddle-headed at that time. Everything was out of curiosity. Perhaps I have been here before. I don't remember. Dream shook her head. Following the crowd into Vow City, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, What did Lord Leader tell you? Didn't I tell you? This is a matter of Mo Xian's disciple. I can't tell you. You don't have to follow me. Let's find a place to meet at night. Ah. You want to go alone? Zhang Xiaohua was still worried. She thought for a moment and said, "There's a Moon Elder Temple in the west of the city. That's the only place I know. Why don't we meet there?" Moon Elder Temple. A strange expression appeared on Meng's face as she said, I seem to have heard that this Yu Lao is in charge of people's marriage. How come you are so familiar with this place? This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. She could only stammer, "That day when I sent Nie Qianyu to the west of the city, it was on the way to Rejuvenation Valley. I just passed by at night." He. Meng didn't say anything and just smiled. However, this smile seemed to make Zhang Xiaohua feel worse than any words. "Oh, right, take this." Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade pendant from her bosom and attached a strand of her divine sense to it before handing it over to Dream. "Why are you giving this to me?" Meng felt a little strange. "Why are you giving it to me for no reason? I don't want your things." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohua forced the jade pendant to Dream and said with a smile, "This is my amulet. I got it from the Taoist temple. Later when I'm not by your side, I'll let it protect you. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Meng held the small jade pendant in her hand and felt sweet inside. She hung the jade pendant on her waist and scolded, "What are you talking about? Although my martial arts aren't good, you've practiced for 5 years and so have I. There's no reason for my martial arts to be worse than yours. There shouldn't be anything that can't be moved around in this Vow City. Alright, you're the best. No matter what, it's still my goodwill." Zhang Xiaohua felt at ease when she saw Meng accept the jade pendant. She watched Meng leave and then stood on the side of the road. She rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. Then she stopped a passerby and asked a few questions. Following the direction the passerby pointed, they walked through several streets and arrived in front of a large gate. She saw that the gate was the entrance of a cave. On both sides of the gate, there were stone lions that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They stepped on embroidered balls and looked mighty. There was a golden signboard above the gate that said, "Tong de Escort Agency." Zhang Xiaohua looked around and tied the David's deer to the gate before walking in. All the escort agencies in the world had the same layout. Zhang Xiaohua had been in the Lotus Escort Agency for a long time and found the place very easily. At this time, there weren't many people in the agency. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the place, she was greeted by a short and skinny escort. He cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, are you here to deliver goods or people?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I have a letter that needs to be delivered to the vicinity of Pingyang City. I wonder if your agency can accept it." "Deliver a letter?" The escort was stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe. She was dressed in bright clothes and didn't look crude. He didn't dare to be negligent and said apologetically, "Little brother, is there a mistake? My Tong de Escort Agency has always been a guarantor of people and goods. We have never delivered letters before." "You don't deliver letters?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "Why can't you deliver letters?" The escort frowned slightly, but he still said patiently, "Letters aren't worth much. How do you expect us to deliver them? A letter from home is worth 10,000 gold. Look at you." Zhang Xiaohua lamented. Little brother, you better go to the Storm Carriage Company on the street. They should be here to deliver letters." "Little brother, you have found the wrong place. Carriage Company? They are in charge of delivering letters." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She had never thought that the Storm Carriage Company would be in charge of delivering letters. Seeing this, the escort ignored her and cupped his fists to greet the rest. Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and went out to look for a carriage company. Indeed, when the Storm Carriage Company's worker heard her, he asked, "Do you want to send to Pingyang City or somewhere near Pingyang City? If it is too far away from Pingyang City, we will charge a fee." Zhang Xiaohua was elated to hear this. He was obviously an expert. "Then, Do you deliver to Lu Town in Pingyang City? Lu Town. Please wait a moment, I will check. The staff said and was about to go to the counter to check. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Do you deliver to the Guizhuang house in the north of Lu Town? Zhang Xiaohua quickly asked. Little brother, can you make it clear in one go? The staff looked at her angrily. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood and didn't mind. She said, this is my first time delivering a letter. How would I know so much? Okay. The staff returned to the counter and took out something that looked like an account book. He flipped through it for a long time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling uneasy, he smiled and said, I found it. You can get to Lu Town. Our storm carriage company has a business in Lu Town called Storm Carriage Company. We can entrust them to deliver it. However, the Guizhuang house in the north of Lu Town. Our carriage can't reach there. I'm afraid we can't deliver it. It can't be. Zhang Xiaohua wailed, then, of course, it's not that we can't negotiate. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, the staff smiled and said, however, we will have to make a trip to the Guizhuang house alone. We will have to charge more. Sure. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this and asked, how much will it cost? Copper coins. The staff laughed and picked up the abacus. He made some calculations and said with a smile, customer, I've calculated it. It's exactly 3 taels of silver. 3 taels of silver? Zhang Xiaohua shouted, why is it so much? As you know, Macho City is far from Lu Town. You still have to entrust someone to deliver it to the Guizhuang house. This is very complicated. This little bit of silver. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that you are in a hurry, it wouldn't be so cheap. In a hurry? Cheap? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. It was probably because he was in a hurry that he asked for more silver. But did he have a choice? However, although he had a lot of treasures in his purse, he lacked silver. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, shop owner, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua turned back and took out a letter and 2 taels of silver. She handed it over and said, shop owner, this is 3 taels of silver. Take it and deliver it to the address on this letter. The shop assistant beamed with joy and weighed the silver in his hand before putting it into his pocket. Then, he took the letter and looked at what was written on it. He smiled and said, sir, please be at ease. My storm carriage company's reputation has always been good. I will definitely deliver this letter. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. After Zhang Xiaohua left, a trace of confusion flashed across the staff's eyes. He quickly walked to the back of the shop and not long after, a lean man came out with the taels of silver that Zhang Xiaohua gave him. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the lean man came back and handed the taels of silver to the staff. He whispered a few words into the staff's ear. The staff frowned slightly, but his eyes were shining with joy. He couldn't help but nod his head. Although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was powerful, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. He left the carriage company and walked to the street with a relaxed mood. He couldn't go back to the Guizhuang house, but he could use the carriage company to bring the news that he and his second brother were still alive back to the Guizhuang house. This way, his parents wouldn't be worried. There was only one sentence in the letter. When he entered the carriage company, he checked with his divine sense and didn't find anyone strange. There shouldn't be any mistakes. There were still many people on the streets of Sorrowless Lake. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a moment and found a tea house. He asked for a pot of tea from the tea server and sat upstairs to look at the people below. Just as he was thinking about the time he met Ji Xiaohua in Songning town in the same tea house, a few words from a few well-dressed men beside him fell into his ears. Brother, this rejuvenation valley is really something. They've been surrounded for more than 20 days and they still haven't been breached. Oh my, that's right. That's the Soaring Dragon Villa, Moon Sea Sect, Flying Fish Sect, Raging Waves Sect, and more than 10 other sections. Yet, they still haven't taken down this Rejuvenation Valley. They're really something. What's so strange about that? I heard that the entire Jade Foundation Alliance is here. Of course, they can withstand it. Forget it. How would the entire Jade Foundation Alliance dare to come? Weren't they afraid that someone would raid their lair? Even if the Deer Cry sect was included, there were only 6 sections. How could they compare to the other sects? Although Rejuvenation Valley has held on for more than 20 days, it will be breached sooner or later. This Rejuvenation Valley. I don't know how they offended the fragrant cult and lost their protection. Serves them right. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her expression changed greatly. Chapter 964. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face immediately changed. She took out a piece of silver and threw it on the table, shouting, "Shopkeeper, the bill." She got up and went downstairs. The waiter came over and saw the large piece of silver on the table. He quickly shouted, "Customer, there's too much silver." But when he reached the stairs, there was no one there. Rejuvenation Valley. When the sun rose, the orange light shone in front of the 100-herb hall. Everything was full of vitality. But, at this time in the hall, more than 10 people were frowning. How could there be such a beautiful scene in their eyes? Valley Master Nye was sitting in the seat of honor. His left arm was wrapped in a white cloth. Although the white cloth was pure white, there were faint traces of blood seeping out. His black hair was also somewhat messy. On the left side, there was a large patch of hair that was much shorter, as if it had been cut off by a sharp weapon. Looking at the people in the hall, other than Nye Qianyu and Nye Qianrong, the others were more or less injured. Even Master Yu of the Deer Cry sect had a slanted cut on his face. Although it was not enough to kill him, it was enough to disfigure him. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that they did not rest last night. Nye Qianyu and Nye Qianrong's faces were pale and could not bear it. Valley Master Nye looked at his 2 daughters with heartache and said, "Little Yu, Qianrong, go rest first. They attacked last night and there were countless casualties. They probably won't come again for a while. When they come again, I'll send someone to call you." "I'm not tired, father." Nye Qianyu bit her lips and said, "You and the other martial uncles should rest first. This 5 elements formation needs my attention. If I'm not careful and they attack, it won't be good." "Little Yu, is your body okay?" Nye Qianrong also advised, "You're the same as us. You haven't rested for several days. Don't, it's okay, big sister. I can support you." Nye Qianyu forced a smile. "Don't lie to big sister. It's not like I don't know your body. I reckon that I've already taken away half of your life. If you didn't try to be brave, sigh." Nye Qianyu was also puzzled. She had been weak since she was young and could not practice martial arts. If it were in the past, she would have collapsed long ago. However, she had not had a good rest for several days. Although she was tired, it was not as serious as what her father and elder sister said. Could it be that, this is related to the mental cultivation method that Big Brother Ren taught me? Nye Qianyu thought of the mental cultivation method that she often practiced but had no effect at all. She could not help but understand. AI. Seeing that Nye Qianyu wasn't going to rest, Valley Master Nye couldn't help but sigh. He looked at everyone and bitterly smiled, "Big Brother C, brothers, and Brother Yu, I've implicated you all. It's already come to this point. What's the point of saying that?" Si Yakong chuckled. "We're all brothers of the Yuli Alliance. If we don't come to help, how can we call ourselves the Yuli Alliance?" "That's right, second brother Nye. I haven't seen you for a few years, but your martial arts have improved a lot. It's actually, it's actually slightly higher than my Nigong cultivation. Ingzhizhu said. Look at what you're saying. It's as if your second brother will never be able to compare to you. Valley Master Nye did not mind. Second brother Nye, sixth brother is right. I've always been curious. Your performance in the past 20 days has also been extraordinary. It's far beyond what I know of you. You, are you? Si Yakong looked at Valley Master Nye and asked. This. Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. There is indeed a reason, but. But what? Are you saying that we brothers can't talk about it? Are you afraid that all of us brothers will surpass you? Sua Siqing laughed. No, no. Valley Master Nye knew that Sua Siqing was joking. He shook his head and said, if it's possible, I naturally hope that all of you can improve greatly in your martial arts. It's just that, there are too few opportunities. Even Qin Xian and Fei He didn't, otherwise, they wouldn't have died in the hands of the enemy. When Mu Qin Xian and Fei He were mentioned, everyone fell silent. The two of them led the troops and killed the enemy in the Five Elements formation, but they were killed by the enemy. Their martial arts were not high, but they represented Rejuvenation Valley. They had to go. If Valley Master Nye had the means to improve their martial arts, he would have improved their martial arts long ago. They would not have died in the hands of the enemy. However, brothers, don't worry. If Rejuvenation Valley escapes this calamity and has such a fortuitous encounter, Rejuvenation Valley will definitely not disappoint you. Second brother, you've said too much. We only asked because we saw that second brother's martial arts had improved greatly. It'll be good if we have such an opportunity, but if we don't, we won't be jealous, Ma Fuhu said disapprovingly. Right, it's been 20 days. Elder Zhang and the others have gone out to travel. Shouldn't they have received the news and returned? Returned? What's the use of returning? Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. Although the Five Elements formation is powerful and has blocked Longting Villa and the others, it can't kill people. Under Little Yu's guidance, it can only confuse the enemy. We still have to rely on our brothers from the Jade Foundation Alliance to kill the enemy. If we use the Five Elements formation, we will lose 300 of our own men, but we can't stop Longting Villa and the other sections. There aren't many disciples left in Rejuvenation Valley who can kill the enemy. Even if Elder Zhang and the others return, what can they do? It's better to let them escape. At least we can protect Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, Old Master Yu of Deer Cry sect also smiled bitterly. That's right. We've been surrounded for 20 days, but no sects have come to help. Usually, when there's nothing to do, all the sects come to Rejuvenation Valley to take advantage of us. Now that there's trouble, none of them dare to come. This Jianhu is too realistic. Longting Villa and Yuehai sect are even more despicable. They actually used Big Brother Ren as an excuse. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let Big Brother Ren meddle in their affairs. Nye Qianyu said in exasperation. Sigh, it's all. Valley Master Nye didn't know what to say. It's our Rejuvenation Valley's fault. Don't blame Ren Xiaoyao for this. Nye Qianrong consoled. This is probably related to the force that chased after Little Yu. If it weren't for them, why would Longting Villa make things difficult for us? I remember Ren Xiaoyao said that there was something wrong with this young Master Long. That's right. Ma Fuhu chimed in. But we've been watching them for a long time at Subdue Tiger Racecourse. We didn't find anything and were surrounded by them instead. It's been 20 days. I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Zhen Xian sighed. Outside Rejuvenation Mountain Villa, the original walls had disappeared. Only clouds of white fog were left covering the entire mountain villa. There were some different colors in the white fog. The white fog looked very faint, but the sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Even when the wind blew, the white fog billowed and couldn't be blown away. The sun gradually rose, but the outside of the white fog was still peaceful. When the sun was high in the sky, there was a sudden commotion on the east side. Not long after, an injured disciple ran into 100 Herb Hall. "Valley Master, there are a dozen people fighting with Longting Villa's men outside the great formation on the east side. From their shouts, it's the whale gang in the second miss." "Qianxiu." Valley Master Nye frowned. "Why did they only arrive now?" Valley Master Nye looked at Si Yakong, then at Elder Yu. He said in a low voice, "I've already notified the whale gang, but Elder Yu arrived a long time ago, but the whale gang didn't reply. I originally thought that they wanted to draw a clear line between themselves and Rejuvenation Valley. I didn't expect that they would only arrive now. Could there be something fishy going on?" "I'm afraid there is." Si Yakong nodded. "Longting Villa has been attacking for many days without success. They've also suffered great losses. They'll definitely think of other ways. The whale gang might be one of their tricks." Sua Siqing was quite certain. "But Qianxiu is also outside." Valley Master Nye didn't quite believe it. "A married daughter is spilled." Ma Fuhu blurted out, but then realized something. He looked at Nye Qianrong and said with a smile, "Little Rong, Martial Uncle wasn't talking about you." Nye Qianrong smiled bitterly and nodded. Valley Master Nye looked at the disciple who came to report, then instructed, "Ignore them for now. Let's wait and see. If anything happens, report back." The disciple returned in the time it took to eat a meal. He reported, "Valley Master, the whale gang sent 19 people. 4 have already died in battle, and there are 15 left. The second miss is anxiously crying outside the villa. She said that they brought 40 people, but now there are only a dozen left. If Rejuvenation Valley doesn't send help, they'll all be killed by Longting Villa. The whale gang's elder Chang is also cursing. He said that he was blind. He came to Rejuvenation Valley to help, but he had good intentions. He also said that if Valley Master doesn't go out to help, no one else will come to help in the future." Valley Master Nye was in a difficult position. He looked at Elder Chang, then at Si Yakong. The two sighed and said, "It depends on your decision. This is a difficult decision to make." Sigh, Valley Master Nye thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Then this old man will believe in familial love one more time." As he spoke, he stood up and said, "Little Yu, open up a small path in the great formation on the east side. We'll kill our way out. Once we bring your second sister and the others back, immediately close the path." "Yes, father." Nye Qianyu nodded. She didn't forget to remind her father, if anything goes wrong, father will immediately return to the great formation. "I understand." Valley Master Nye led the group out of the 100 Herb Hall. When they reached the area shrouded in white mist, the mist in front of them gradually thinned, revealing a small path. Valley Master Nye waved his hand and brought a few people with weapons in their hands. They used their qingdong to rush out. Outside, the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa's men were locked in battle with the whale gang's men. When they saw Valley Master Nye and the others emerge from the white mist, the whale gang members' faces lit up with joy. A short old man shouted, "Disciples, Valley Master Nye from Rejuvenation Valley has come to rescue us. Let's put in a little more effort and charge over." The whale gang disciples shouted, "Good, good, good. Kill, kill, kill." In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. It was as if they were working together from the inside and the outside. They slaughtered their way out of the encirclement of the people from Longting Villa. Chapter 965. The Whale Gang's disciples and Rejuvenation Valley's disciples met up. Without further ado, they turned around and rushed back to the villa. Valley Head Nya was also a bit more cautious. He had the disciples cover their backs to prevent any accidents from happening. The Whale Gang disciples were astonished when they saw the Rejuvenation Manor shrouded in white mist. When they saw the passageway through the mist, their astonishment was indescribable. The leader of the group was an old man who wasn't very tall. His triangular eyes blinked continuously, revealing the envy in his heart. The two groups entered the white mist. The mist swirled and returned to its original state. When everyone disappeared into the white mist, Manor Master Long looked on expressionlessly from a distant mountain forest. He waved his hand and ordered, "Follow the plan." Yes. A disciple cupped his hands and left. A smile appeared on Manor Master Long's face as he disappeared into the forest. Elder Chang of the Whale Gang entered the white mist. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything. He could only see the backs of the Rejuvenation Valley disciples. After following them for a long time and making several turns, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the Rejuvenation Manor from before. Elder Chang. A shout came from behind him. Valley Master Nya, my in-laws. I'm ashamed that I came late to your rescue. There's no need to say anything. It's good that you came. Please, come to 100 Herb Hall for a chat. Nye Qianyu also came out of the white mist. Her face was clearly paler than before. When she saw Nye Qianxiu, she said, "Second sister, your waist is injured." Nye Qianxiu smiled and waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's just a cut from a sword. Hurry up and bandage it." Nye Qianrong also walked over. The three sisters chatted and entered the room. When everyone returned to 100 Herb Hall, Valley Master Nye said, "Old brother Chang, this Nye can't thank you enough for coming to our aid. I heard from Qianxiu that you lost dozens of people at the Soaring Dragon Manor. This Nye is truly apologetic." Elder Chang cupped his hands and said, "Old brother Nye, this Chang hasn't come for a long time. I don't have any news. I'm afraid that you are a little, not at all." Valley Master Nye shook his head with a smile. "Father-in-law, it's not that my Whale Gang didn't come to your aid in time. It's just that, the Jade Foundation Alliance has already come to your aid. Even if my Whale Gang comes, we'll only be able to contribute some meager strength. It won't be of much use." Chang Sheng stood up and explained, "After considering all of this, Father secretly contacted some sects in the southern Wulin that were dissatisfied with Longting Mountain Villa's actions. There were 11 sects in total. However, in order to conceal the news, we didn't dare to inform father-in-law, fearing that Longting Mountain Villa would find out. It was only yesterday that my Whale Gang led 11 sects and 300 people to Worry City." When Valley Master Nya heard this, his expression changed greatly. He stood up and walked in front of Old Man Chang. He bowed to the ground and said with shame, "Old Man Chang is so righteous, this Nya really can't compare. I'm ashamed. How could that be? You and I are related by marriage. Furthermore, the Soaring Dragon Manor has gone too far. Sending 11 sects as reinforcements isn't just the Whale Gang's idea, but the entire southern martial world's. This is also Rejuvenation Valley's repayment for their kindness to the southern martial arts world." Valley Master Nya seemed to understand now, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. "However, letting the Whale Gang charge into the encirclement and losing so many of our brothers really makes this Nya sad. Living in the pugilistic world is like licking blood from a blade's edge. Everyone is prepared to die. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley has always been known for their benevolence. Being able to shed their blood for you is also a worthy death." Old Man Chang was a bit dejected as he said, "Besides, if this Chang hadn't come and brought this news to Old Man Nya, even if our 11 sects disciples attacked from the outside, Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't have been able to coordinate with us and defeat Longting Mountain Villa. Valley Master Nye nodded. Old Man Chang's words are reasonable. Longting Mountain Villa has used all sorts of schemes to lure us out in the past 20 days, but we didn't fall for it. If Old Man Chang really did attack, my Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't dare believe it. This Longting Mountain Villa is also ruthless. They actually surrounded Rejuvenation Valley so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. If it weren't for the other sects attracting attention from outside, my whale gang really wouldn't have been able to enter. But then again, this Chang didn't think that we would be able to attack Rejuvenation Valley so easily. Otherwise, this Chang wouldn't have waited for the news and would have led people to attack directly. Old Man Chang, this is considered lucky. Rejuvenation Valley had just fought fiercely with Longting Mountain Villa for an entire night. If it were any other time, how could you have gotten so close? Old man, you said with a smile. Ah. Is that so? Old Man Chang's face was full of astonishment. It seems that the heavens really are protecting Rejuvenation Valley, allowing this old man to enter so easily. Moreover, this is also the heavens' help. Our pincer attack this time was successful. This. Gang leader Chang. Zhou Siqing coughed and said, the Jade Foundation Alliance hasn't thought of breaking out of the encirclement yet. This pincer attack, shouldn't we have a long-term plan? What? You. Are you going to defend Rejuvenation Valley to the death? Old Man Chang raised his eyebrows, feeling that this answer was extremely inconceivable. Although, the white fog outside the villa is very powerful, but, if we are suppressed by Longting Mountain Villa, we can only retreat like a turtle. We can only be annihilated forever. Si Yakong stroked his beard and said with a smile, Old Man Chang, you're wrong. What Siqing said was only a long-term plan. She didn't say that we shouldn't break out of the encirclement. Right now, our Jade Foundation Alliance has easily taken over Rejuvenation Valley and killed many enemies of Longting Mountain Villa. If we suddenly change our strategy, it's possible. Old Man Chang didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and said, the men I've brought are currently lying in ambush in the forest not far from Rejuvenation Valley. If we cooperate with the outside, at the very least, most of us can escape from here. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as Brother Nye leads the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley out of here, there's always a chance for us to succeed. Moreover, if it's as Brother C says, that Longting Mountain Villa's vitality has been greatly damaged and that even our whale gang can't stop them, then we should cooperate with them from the outside and annihilate them in one go. This. Hearing these words and thinking about the 11 sects outside as reinforcements, even Si Yakong and the others felt a rush of excitement, let alone Valley Master Nye. However, they still couldn't be sure, if there were really people from the 11 sects outside the valley. Gang leader Chang, then, how do we contact our brothers outside the valley? Ma Fuhu asked. Old Man Chang took out a signal from his bosom and said with a smile, this is my whale gang's special signal. Once we've finished our preparations, we'll follow our previous agreement. As long as we release this signal into the air, we'll attack from the inside out. Then gang leader Chang, what time did you agree on? Zhen Xian suddenly interrupted. Oh, I've temporarily agreed on midnight. Longting Mountain Villa has been attacking for a day, but they still haven't stopped at night. Isn't that when they're at their weakest? After Old Man Chang finished speaking, he said apologetically, but I didn't expect that Longting Mountain Villa would attack from morning to night. This is difficult. Si Yakong looked at Valley Master Nye and said, then let's do as gang leader Chang says for now. Let's discuss it again. Alright. Brother Chang, it must be tiring for you to come from afar. Why don't you take a rest first? Valley Master Nye stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he heard hurried footsteps outside. When he looked up, a Rejuvenation Valley disciple covered in blood ran in and said loudly, reporting to Valley Master, Longting Mountain Villa has launched another attack. Third Miss, please hurry and take charge of the Great Formation. Also, the brothers of Rejuvenation Valley who were lying in ambush in the Golden Formation have suffered heavy casualties. There's almost no one who can fight. Valley Master, please think of a way. What? Longting Mountain Villa is attacking again? Nie Qianyu walked out with her two sisters. She was very surprised. Little you, I'm afraid that Longting Mountain Villa has seen us attack. Perhaps they're angry out of humiliation, or perhaps they're afraid that something unexpected will happen. That's why they seized the time to attack. Nie Qianxiu frowned. Then, she said to Valley Master Nie, Father, Rejuvenation Valley's matter this time might have something to do with my recommendation. I feel very guilty. Yes, father-in-law, your son-in-law thinks so too. If it wasn't for my nephew, then the incense cult might not have. Changsheng said sincerely. Ai, now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying all this? Let's think of a way to get through this crisis. Valley Master Nie sighed and waved his hand. Seeing Nie Qianyu turn around and leave, Nie Qianxiu said anxiously, Little sister, who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, can still contribute to Rejuvenation Valley. My martial arts are even stronger than big sisters. There's no reason for me not to go. Father, I just heard a disciple report that our Rejuvenation Valley's disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Changsheng and I didn't bring many disciples this time, only a dozen or so. If we can contribute, then we'll contribute. When Valley Master Nie heard this, he frowned slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at Si Yakong. After exchanging a glance, he thought to himself, although the whale gang came suddenly, they're still relatives by marriage. Moreover, I was the one who presided over the 5 elements Great Formation. What can a dozen or so people do? Even if there are some abnormalities, it's fine. Thus, he nodded and said, Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have any disciples left. If you want to go, then go. However, you must listen to Little Yu's arrangements. Otherwise, if you fall into the Great Formation, your lives will be in danger. Nie Qianxiu was overjoyed. She nodded and said, Your daughter understands. Old Master Chang also stood up. In-law, I won't rest either. Let's get through this matter first. Oh. In that case, I'll have to trouble old brother Chang. Let's discuss the pincer attack tonight. Hee, alright. Take your time to discuss. There's still time. Old Master Chang said as he led the whale gang members out with Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu brought the whale gang to a corner and briefly explained the things they needed to pay attention to. She pointed at a few Rejuvenation Valley disciples and said, Second sister, you don't need to take the initiative to attack. Just be like these disciples. Wait for the enemy to walk up to you, then quietly attack. However, you must take the enemy's life the moment you attack. Otherwise, you'll be exposed in front of them. Nie Qianxiu was shocked. Little you, Since when did Rejuvenation Valley have such a miraculous thing? Why didn't I know about it? Nie Qianyu smiled but didn't answer. Nie Qianxiu said again, If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Xiaoyu, go ahead. I can do such a simple thing well. Okay, be careful, second sister. Nie Qianyu nodded and left in a hurry. Less than half an hour after Nie Qianyu left, the battle cries of the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa drew closer. Nie Qianxiu looked at Changsheng, and Changsheng looked at Old Master Chang. Both of them nodded, and the dozen or so whale gang disciples gathered around Nie Qianxiu. Nie Qianxiu calmly took out something from her bosom. Chapter 966. By the time the battle cries from the soaring dragon villa drew closer, the whale gang disciples had already formed a circle. Nie Qianxiu stood in the middle, taking out a diamond-shaped object from her bosom. The object was light purple, and a tear-shaped object was suspended in the middle of the diamond-shaped object. This should be the place. Elder Chang looked around and said, Villa Lord Long said that this object must be placed in a place where the Rejuvenation Valley disciples appear. It cannot be placed anywhere else. At this moment, a person dressed in Whale Gang disciple robes stepped out from the crowd and walked up to Elder Chang. He smiled and said, "This is the place. Thank you for your hard work, Gang Leader Chang. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find this place no matter how much effort we put in. You're welcome. This is part of my duty. It's all for the Master's plan." Elder Chang said politely. The ordinary disciple didn't say anything else. He walked up to Nye Qianxiu and took the diamond-shaped object. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the crowd, holding the object in his right hand and taking out a small stone from his bosom with his left hand. The disciple circulated his energy for a long time. The small stone in his left hand glowed faintly. At the same time, the diamond-shaped object in his right hand glowed purple. Although the purple light was dim, when it shone on the white mist, it was like boiling water splashing on snow. The white mist immediately disappeared. This disappearance seemed to spread. Silently, a large patch of white mist didn't even wait for the purple light to pass through. It immediately turned transparent. Not only that, but at the same time, the white fog in other parts of the Five Elements formation also disappeared abruptly, revealing the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples hidden within. More and more of the white fog was disappearing at an increasing speed, like a chain reaction. In less than 10 minutes, all the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples were exposed. Even Nye Qianyu, who was commanding the formation, and Valley Master Nye, who was channeling his inner energy, were exposed. Nye Qianyu's face was filled with astonishment. "Father, what's going on?" Valley Master Nye activated a key stone in his hand, trying to activate the Five Elements formation. However, using his inner energy to simulate true energy, the key stone only glowed faintly before disappearing. Whale Gang. Nye Qianyu immediately thought. Sure enough, a wild laugh rang out from where the Whale Gang was. Manor Lord Long's plans are flawless. Valley Master Nye, you should just surrender. Wasn't that old Master Chang's voice? Let's go. When Valley Master Nye heard this, he immediately pulled Nye Qianyu and rushed back to 100 Herb Hall. Behind them, the battle cries of the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa were several times louder than before. They must have been prepared for the Whale Gang's scheme to succeed. The battle cries of Longting Villa had long alarmed everyone in 100 Herb Hall. Seeing Nye Qianyu, who was commanding the Five Elements formation, and Valley Master Nye, who was controlling the Five Elements formation, returning, they were all shocked. Si Yakong shouted, "Nye, you just went out without telling old man Chang. Why, let's not talk about it anymore. We've all been deceived by old Chang. He was sent by Longting Villa." Ing Zhizhu stomped his foot and cursed, "Damn it. I knew that there was something wrong with this fellow. However, he still managed to sneak up on me. But right now, with the Longting Villa going all out, I'm afraid that our Jade Establishment Alliance, don't panic." Valley Master Nye's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and said, "Before Longting Villa attacks, let's set up an empty fort strategy and escape from the back mountains of Rejuvenation Valley." Back mountains? Si Yakong asked curiously, aren't the mountains of Rejuvenation Valley all extremely tall? What kind of path would there be? Enough idle chatter. Valley Master Nye snorted. Rejuvenation Valley has been operating here for 1,000 years. How could we not have a backup plan? Only the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley knows about this path. Even little you doesn't know about it. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go. The members of the Jade Foundation Alliance saw that they had a chance of survival and did not intend to fight Longting Villa head-on. They counted their men and immediately retreated into the inner valley. The members of the Jade Foundation Alliance had been guarding Rejuvenation Valley for more than 20 days. Now, there were only a few dozen of them left. They left a few men of sacrifice to guard the entrance of the valley while the rest followed Valley Master Nye to the elixir refinement area in the inner valley. Valley Master Nye walked to the elixir refinement room. There were 2 earth fires inside. One of them had an elixir furnace while the other was empty. Valley Master Nye walked to the front of the elixir furnace and hugged it without hesitation. He exerted force in his arms and rotated the elixir furnace 3 times in the direction of the furnace. Then, he rotated it 4 times in the opposite direction. Everyone heard a creaking sound and a stone cave appeared on the stone wall on the left. Inside the stone cave, there was a flight of stairs that led to the top. "Let's go." Valley Master Nye heard the noise outside the valley and urged them. After everyone had entered the stone cave, Valley Master Nye moved to a spot inside the stone cave and the stone cave slowly closed up. Outside the elixir refinement room, a commotion could be heard. The interior of the stone cave was pitch black. Yu Zhongwen lit a torch in the stone cave and led Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianxiu in the front. Behind them, everyone lit their own torches. "Little Yu, did you know there was a mountain path here?" Nye Qianrong asked quietly. "I didn't know. I've never heard father mention it before. This is also my first time here," Nye Qianyu said without hesitation. Seeing how certain Nye Qianyu was, Nye Qianrong didn't ask any further. Everyone looked curiously at the man-made staircase and quietly climbed up. The staircase was very long and it took them a full hour to walk out of the cave. Everyone's eyes lit up. When they saw clearly, they had actually arrived at the peak of Rejuvenation Valley's inner valley. Si Yakong shook his head and said, "Second brother Nye, you really hit it well. I never knew that your Rejuvenation Valley had such a secret passage." Beside him, Old Man Yu also asked curiously, "Brother Nye, your Rejuvenation Valley is also strange. Why don't you just dig a secret passage that leads to the outside of the valley? What's the use of running to the top of the mountain?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Brother Yu, I'll let you know that there is a secret passage that leads to the outside of the valley. However, the 2 secret passages are not together. As for why, the previous Valley Master didn't explain, so I can't answer you." Zhen Xian stomped his feet and said, "Maybe there's earth fire in this mountain, or maybe there's some rock that can't be directly excavated. That's why we have to go to the top of the mountain first. And then go out of the valley. Who knows? I'm afraid it's not the time to be calculative. Let's get out of the valley first." Ma Fuhu urged. "Hee, don't worry. This secret passage can't be found by Longting Mountain Villa no matter what. We should rest here and wait until we have enough energy, or when Longting Mountain Villa's guard outside the valley relaxes. It won't be too late to go down." Valley Master Nye squinted his eyes and looked at the sun directly above his head. "Ha ha ha ha." Just as Valley Master Nye's voice fell, a burst of wild laughter came from behind everyone. "Valley Master Nye, how have you been? I just wanted to talk to you. Why is it so difficult? You. How did you find this secret passage?" Valley Master Nye turned around and asked incredulously with his eyes wide open. "Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's because of your precious second daughter." Manor Master Long laughed and pointed at Nye Qianxiu who just walked out of the secret passage. "Qianxiu. You." Valley Master Nye said angrily, "How can you be such a traitor? Father, look at what you're saying. I'm a married woman, a spilled water. It's not like I'm a traitor." Nye Qianxiu smiled and said, "Besides, what's the use of guarding the fragrant religion? You've worked hard for so many years and they still didn't protect you. It's better to follow the master." "Master?" Valley Master Nye was shocked, "Who's your master?" "This." Nye Qianxiu realized her slip of the tongue and immediately covered it up. Let's not talk about this first. You'll know sooner or later. The point is, if the fragrant religion doesn't protect Rejuvenation Valley, then Rejuvenation Valley will become a big piece of fat meat in the pugilistic world. You've seen it too. Cold Ice Garden, Divergent Yellow Mountain. They're all eyeing it covetously. Rather than letting them benefit, why not let my daughter benefit? Don't you think so? You. Valley Master Nye was so angry that his face turned white. Besides, I've asked the emissary for a promise from the master. If you submit to the master, then our Rejuvenation Valley won't be divided up by others. Father can still be the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. You can just let me be the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley after 100 years. Evil creature. Valley Master Nye scolded. Father, don't be angry. This is all my wishful thinking. I still don't know if His Excellency will agree. His Excellency possesses remarkable abilities. If His Excellency doesn't agree, our Rejuvenation Valley will only have the path of annihilation. Of course, I and the Whale Gang have contributed a little to the Master. Who knows, maybe the Master will agree. As they spoke, more and more people came to the mountain peak of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. They surrounded the Jade Foundation Alliance in front of a stone wall. Old Nye, is there still a need to consider? Your daughter is doing this for your own good. She has no choice but to do this. She's also saving your Rejuvenation Valley. Bah, if it weren't for this evil creature, how could my Rejuvenation Valley be invaded by you? Now that you've turned black and white upside down, it's all your fault. Hee, old Nye, you think too highly of yourself. It's just a 5 elements formation. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have anything useful, I would have broken it long ago. Ah. You. How do you know this is a 5 elements formation? Valley Master Nye was a little surprised. Is there a need to ask? Of course it was the Master who taught me. The Master is a celestial being. His wisdom is as vast as the sea, and his abilities are vast. Your little tricks are nothing in his eyes. Manor Master Long then shouted, Old Nye, haven't you realized it yet? Even now, you're still thinking of spreading the Incense Order's protection. Why don't you submit to the Master now? That way, you can still escape with your life. Also, give your Nye Qianyu to me as a concubine. Only then can I get rid of the shame of being humiliated by a nameless junior. Another voice said arrogantly. Nye Qianyu was ashamed and angry. When she looked up, she saw Mr. Long walking out of the secret passage. Chapter 967. Young Master Long was still as handsome as ever. However, the lustful expression on his face revealed all his ugliness. When the sect masters of Freezing Ice Garden and the other sects heard Villa Master Long of Soaring Dragon Manor mention something about Master, they were shocked. Which one of them wasn't a sly old fox who had been in the pugilistic world for a long time? When they heard that Villa Master Long seemed to be summoning them to surrender, which was different from their agreement, their expressions changed subconsciously. When they heard young Master Long's arrogance, their hearts were once again at ease. Frozen Ice Garden Sect Master Peng smiled and said, Young Master Long is indeed a dragon among men. Your words are exactly what this old man wants. Rejuvenation Valley used his daughter as bait to lure us in and humiliated us. Now that we have taken down Rejuvenation Valley, we will humiliate his daughter and give them a taste of their own medicine. Flying Fish Sect's Zhou Tai stood beside Villa Master Long and whispered, Villa Master Long, right now, we're like fire and water with Rejuvenation Valley in Yuli Alliance. How can there be any room for reconciliation? Why don't we destroy them on the spot? 1 valley, 2 sects, and 3 horse farms will be our spoils of war. We can discuss it later. A bunch of ignorant fools. Manor Master Long despised these boorish people from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, who knows how many treasures this Jade Foundation alliance has behind the scenes. Even this 5 elements formation. If it wasn't for Master's men, how could we have broken it? Just Rejuvenation Valley alone has the legendary item of the Immortal Tao. Needless to say, the other 4 sects have even more. Of course, I have my reasons to persuade them to surrender. Before Villa Master Long could speak, Valley Master Nya laughed bitterly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Old Fogey Long, bring out your sword and let me experience it. As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand and leaped towards Villa Master Long. Little Nya, how can I not know how good your martial arts are? Even if I let you have 8 to 10 moves, you're still no match for me. Seeing that there was no room for reconciliation, Villa Master Long thrust his sword forward. The 2 of them stood in a circle. Brothers, we'd rather die than live in dishonor. The Yuli Alliance only has men who die on the ground, there are no pussies who live on the ground. Go, let's fight it out with Soaring Dragon manner. Ma Fuhu roared and charged forward. The 2 forces immediately clashed. Yu Zhonglin was originally standing beside Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianyu to protect them. Now that someone was attacking them, he was also defending himself. As he drew his sword, he didn't forget to remind Nye Qianrong, little Yu doesn't know any martial arts. Protect her carefully. Yes, I know. Be careful. Nye Qianrong watched as her husband tried his best to defend himself, but soon fell into a disadvantageous position. Her heart turned cold as she stood in front of Nye Qianyu with a dagger in her hand. Although the number of Jade Foundation Alliance members was small, those who remained were all elites. Even though Longting Manor and the others tried their best to kill them, they did not seem to have any significant effect. You, what are you doing? Nye Qianrong held the short sword in her hand as she stared at young Master Long who was slowly walking towards her. What am I doing? What else can I do? I just want to bring my beautiful wife home. Young Master Long glanced around the battlefield as he sneered, I didn't expect Rejuvenation Valley's first miss and second miss to be as beautiful as flowers. This third miss just has to be a flower bud that hasn't bloomed yet. TSK, under my nourishment, I'm sure she'll be a great beauty in the future. As he spoke, young Master Long took a step forward and grabbed Nye Qianrong's chest. You! Nye Qianrong's face flushed red. She swung her short sword towards young Master Long. Young Master Long retracted his hand and raised the long sword in his right hand. Very exquisitely, he tapped on the short sword. With just a slight activation of the Soaring Dragon mantra, Nye Qianrong felt waves of boundless power surging from the short sword. She couldn't hold it in her hand and the short sword flew diagonally out of the mountain. That wasn't all. Just as Nye Qianrong's gaze shifted to the flying short sword, young Master Long's left leg kicked Nye Qianrong's chest. With a pu sound, Nye Qianrong spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying to the other side of the stone wall. First miss, although you're dignified and beautiful, you're still a withered flower. This young master doesn't care for you. It's better for you to hide to the side. Big sister Nye Qianyu shouted and chased after Nye Qianrong. Little girl, let this young master see, how old are you? Young Master Long was obviously humiliated by Zhang Xiaohua in the past. Now that he had a chance to regain his face, he actually acted like a ruffian. He didn't restrain his words and didn't have the bearing of a young master. His hand actually grabbed Nye Qianyu's slightly protruding chest. Little you. Seeing that Nye Qianyu was about to be humiliated, Valley Master Nye, who had been paying attention to this scene, was furious. The sword in his hand was a little flustered. With a chi sound, Manor Master Long's long sword pierced Valley Master Nye's wrist. With a clang sound, Valley Master Nye's long sword fell to the ground. Valley Master Nye, you're too stingy. You're actually multitasking. Manor Master Long pointed his long sword at Valley Master Nye's throat and sneered. At this moment, how could Nye Qianyu escape from young Master Long's hands? How dare you! There was a clear roar and a figure jumped out from behind Nye Qianyu. It was Little Orange, who had been hiding behind Nye Qianyu all this while and didn't dare to make a sound. She only jumped out when her young mistress was humiliated. Little thing! Young Master Long was furious. It seems that if I don't show you my power, you won't know how powerful my Tinglong Villa is. Young Master Long threw his long sword away and grabbed Little Orange's left hand with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand moved forward and grabbed Little Orange's left arm. You! What are you doing? Little Orange shouted in panic. Young Master Long didn't answer. Instead, he glanced sideways at Nye Qianyu, who was also a little frightened. With a chi-la sound, Little Orange's scream was heard. Little Orange's left arm was torn off by young Master Long. Little Orange! Nye Qianyu couldn't bear it anymore. She forgot to run to Nye Qianrong and turned back to run. Young Master Long's body was splashed with blood. With a hideous smile on his face, he opened his left hand and grabbed Nye Qianyu again. This time, he didn't grab her chest, but her throat, Little Yu. Seeing that Nye Qianyu was about to fall into young Master Long's hands, Valley Master Nye ignored Manor Master Long's long sword and rushed over. At this moment, a roar that resounded through the 9 heavens came from the distant sky. Thief, how dare you! Before the voice died away, 8 rays of sword light fell from the sky like lightning. They didn't wait for anyone to react and shuttled through the crowd at lightning speed. The first ray of sword light flashed through young Master Long's throat with a poochie sound. With a slight trace of blood, the sword light turned and rushed into another group of people, cutting the throat of the disciple who injured Yu Zhonglin. Who? Young Master Long didn't move. His left hand was still stretched forward, but his head was slightly tilted as if he was looking for the person who scolded him. His right hand moved back and was about to cover his throat. When he touched his wound and saw the trace of blood on his hand, he didn't know what was going on. With a plop sound, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He died with grievances. When Manor Master Long heard the scolding in the air, he felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect things to turn out so quickly. When he saw young Master Long fall to the ground after being stabbed to death by the flying sword, he shouted. Just as he shouted, a ray of sword light appeared in front of him. Manor Master Long was shocked and raised his sword to block it. However, the sword light was invisible and couldn't be blocked at all. Before Manor Master Long could make any other plans, the sword light had already reached his throat. Manor Master Long felt a chill in his throat, and just as he touched his wound, he blacked out and fell to the ground. 8 streaks of sword light flashed with a cold glint, like a sickle used to harvest crops. Everywhere it passed, a life would be reaped. The man who was so arrogant earlier and had killed many of the Jade Foundation Alliance's disciples was now like a baby without any ability to move. He was easily killed on the spot. Little Orange. Nye Qianyu didn't notice what was happening. She only focused on the girl who grew up with her. Although she treated her as a sister, she had always been taken care of by her sister. Just now, she knew that nothing would happen to her, but she was afraid that Nye Qianyu would be humiliated and blocked in front of her. Little Orange's left arm was torn off and fresh blood covered the ground. Her face was extremely pale and it was obvious that she wasn't going to live. Little girl, you, get out of the way first. A somewhat familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice rang out in the air. Big Brother Ren. Nye Qianyu was overjoyed. When she turned her head, she saw a handsome young man dressed in a simple robe standing in the air outside Rejuvenation Valley's mountain peak. He was not very tall, but he was not very handsome. Nye Qianyu's face turned red and she felt sad. It wasn't her big brother Ren. Ah! Only then did Nye Qianyu see clearly that the person was floating in the air. Deity. This was the first thought that came to Nye Qianyu's mind. Then, her eyes lit up and she fell to the ground. She knocked her forehead on the mountain rock and cried, "Granddad Deity, quick, save Little Orange." The mountain rock on the mountain peak was very sharp. Nye Qianyu only knocked a few times and her forehead was bleeding. The person who appeared in the air was Zhang Xiaohua. He originally wanted to save Little Orange, but he didn't expect Nye Qianyu to treat him as Granddad Deity. Moreover, after knocking her head, he waved his hand and a force appeared out of nowhere. He lifted Nye Qianyu up and said, "I don't know medicine, but there are a few pills here. Maybe they can save this little girl's life." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle flew to Nye Qianyu. Nye Qianyu reached out to catch it and kowtowed again, "Thank you, Granddad Deity." However, she couldn't continue kowtowing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and looked at the secret passage again. Chapter 968. Zhang Xiaohua came from Don't Worry City and saw everything that happened on the mountain peak with her divine sense. However, she was still a little late and couldn't stop young Master Long's evil deeds. Therefore, the 8 sword rays showed no mercy and killed all the disciples of Soaring Dragon Villa, Flying Fish Sect, Raging Wave Sect, and those who weren't part of the Jade Foundation Alliance. However, there were many disciples of Soaring Dragon Villa and many of them were gathered at the side of the secret tunnel. When they saw the sudden change, they hurriedly rushed into the tunnel like a swarm of bees. Zhang Xiaohua killed all the leaders with her sword. Then, she killed some of the lackeys. When she saw the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples chasing after her, she frowned and recalled her flying sword. The 8 sword rays flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's side like fish and in a flash, they turned into one and circled around Zhang Xiaohua a few times before disappearing. Sword Immortal. When the Jade Foundation Alliance saw this, they were dumbfounded and thought of the legendary term. That's right, the mountain peak of Rejuvenation Valley was extremely high and this person could fly beyond the cliff. Moreover, she didn't even need to use her hands to execute sword techniques. That incomparably strange sword ray that even the eyes couldn't follow. Who else could it be but a sword immortal? Everyone was terrified and didn't know how to face this legendary immortal. When they saw Nye Qianyu kneeling down and begging for help, everyone came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. She flicked her sleeves and the people in front felt a surge of energy surging towards them. They couldn't kneel down. Zhang Xiaohua then said, "I don't like conventional etiquette. Feel free to do as you wish." How could they dare to do as they wished? Although Zhang Xiaohua disguised herself as Panin and looked young, everyone knew that immortals could regain their youthful appearance. Perhaps this person before them was a few hundred years old. Therefore, Valley Master Nye took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. He said respectfully, "I am Commander Nye from Rejuvenation Valley. Greetings. Immortal Elder." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's easy. I have heard of Rejuvenation Valley's reputation before, and it has quite a clean reputation. And, what exactly is going on?" Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nye Qianyu, who was holding the jade bottle, and said to Valley Head Nye, "I've long heard of Rejuvenation Valley's amazing medical skills. Although I have some medicinal pills, I still have some ability to save a little girl. I'm afraid I can't satisfy this girl's request." Valley Master Nye said respectfully, "It is already Little Orange's great fortune that Senior Immortal has bestowed the medicinal pill. How would my Rejuvenation Valley dare to ask Senior Immortal to help? It's just that, my disciples have all died. If you want to save Little Orange, only I can do it. I'm afraid I've neglected you, Senior Immortal." Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. She scolded, "A life is at stake. Although she is just a maidservant, she may have stood up to save her master. She has noble moral integrity. How can you delay the treatment for mundane matters?" If Rejuvenation Valley is like this, I would have saved you in vain. Valley Head Nye's face was filled with shame. He bowed deeply again. Thank you, Senior Immortal, for your teachings. I'll do it right away. Although Little Orange's arm is broken, it hasn't been broken for long. With Rejuvenation Valley's medical skills, it should be able to be reconnected. With Senior Immortal's medicinal pill, it should be fine. Go, don't be noisy. Zhang Xiaohua was worried about Little Orange's life and was too lazy to be long-winded with him. Valley Head Nye didn't dare to delay. He turned to look at Si Yakong and Old Man Yu, and hurriedly led a few disciples to carry Little Orange down the mountain peak. Nye Qianyu was anxious and wanted to follow, but Valley Head Nye pushed her and gave her a look, telling her to stay where she was. Nye Qianyu knew her father's intentions, but she was really worried about Little Orange. Her gaze followed Little Orange's bloody body until it could no longer be seen. At this time, Si Yakong stepped forward and saluted. I'm Si Yakong from Weapon Forging Sect. Greetings, Senior Immortal. N, you're from Weapon Forging Sect. Why are you in Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked even though she already knew the answer. Tell me the reason. Yes, Senior Immortal. Si Yakong was unusually respectful. He stood there and told her the whole story. After listening to the process of the matter, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. Her heart was also in turmoil. What happened to Rejuvenation Valley was because of her. If she hadn't entered the fragrant religion, how could there be so many waves? Admittedly, in order to enter the fragrant religion, she had given Rejuvenation Valley many benefits and also taught them the 5 elements formation, which could be considered as helping Rejuvenation Valley defend against the enemy. However, if she hadn't entered the fragrant religion, there wouldn't have been so many effects. Mu Qingxian and Fei He also wouldn't have lost their lives. Thinking that Mu Qingxian, who once earnestly taught her, was no longer in this world, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad. After Si Yakong finished telling the story, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still floating in the air, with an apprehensive expression. These were all mundane matters of Jianghu. He didn't know if this Senior Immortal cared. Looking at her calm expression, perhaps she just treated it as a story. Because this was the first time they saw someone from the Immortal Tao, and because they didn't know her temperament, they were also shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's thunderous killing methods. Other than Si Yakong, who told the whole story, the rest of the people were silent and solemn. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Nye Qianrong, who had fainted by the stone wall, woke up with a groan, startling Zhang Xiaohua out of her reverie. Even Yu Zhonglin, who was lying at the side with serious injuries, woke up at this moment. He struggled to get over. Nye Qianyu had been standing quietly by the side, frowning as she looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She clearly knew that the person before her was an immortal. Although she looked young, she was definitely older than her grandfather. Moreover, her height was obviously different from that person. But, why did she feel a sense of familiarity? Hearing Nye Qianrong's groan, Nye Qianyu seemed to wake up from a dream. However, she moved her body and stopped. She carefully looked at Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua nod, she hurriedly ran over. Big sister, as she spoke, she helped Nye Qianrong up, took out an elixir, and fed it to Nye Qianrong. At this moment, although the scene was still silent, everyone was relieved. Although they didn't know this Senior Immortal's temperament, based on his actions just now, he should be kind. Or rather, he was kind to the people of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Sigh, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. The grudges of the pugilistic world aren't something that I can meddle in. But I happened to pass by here and saw that this girl's bones were very good. Perhaps fate has brought us together, so I made an exception and wanted to take this girl as my disciple. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she pointed at Nye Qianyu. Instantly, the eyes of the people of the Jade Foundation Alliance flashed with eagerness. Becoming a Senior Immortal's disciple. That was something that they had never even dreamed of. Moreover, he was the one who offered himself to be their disciple. This was a rare opportunity. Although Nie Qianyu wasn't their disciple, she was still a member of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Everyone knew that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. With a senior immortal as her backing, who in the pugilistic world would dare to bully her? This was so much more powerful than the incense cult. Everyone wanted to reach out a third hand from their eyes and grab Nie Qianyu, forcing her to kowtow to him immediately. However, an unexpected answer came out of Nie Qianyu's mouth. Senior Immortal, I appreciate your kindness, but I've already become a disciple of the Beta school. Although I haven't officially taken you as my disciple, I've already cultivated the internal cultivation techniques of the Beta school. If I don't get the approval of the Beta school and become your disciple, wouldn't I? Everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. Putting aside the fact that Nie Qianyu had rejected such a great opportunity, even going against the senior immortal's wishes was a huge risk. If the senior immortal got angry, no one dared to think about it. Zhang Xiaohua frowned as well. He had personally taught the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qianyu, so he naturally knew about this. However, he wanted to take Nie Qianyu as his disciple because he wanted to find a reason to help her. Even if Nie Qianyu had countless reasons, he would have countless ways to deal with it. Nie Qianyu said this, but she was also nervous. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's solemn expression, she didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Beta school. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, what school is that? I've never heard of it. However, you only learned the chant and didn't take anyone as your disciple, so you can't be considered a disciple of Beta school. Although I haven't taken anyone as my disciple, but I've long considered Beta school as my master. Haha, good girl, good disciple, whatever, everyone felt extremely regretful. This was a great opportunity to become an immortal, and it was, wasted just like that. Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and said, I'll temporarily take you as a registered disciple. If the elders of Beta school don't agree, then forget about it. As she spoke, she took out an item from her pocket. With a stretch of her hand, the item flew to Nie Qianyu's eyes. This is a jade talisman for communication. If Beta school replies, crush it and I will know. This is, fate for I to meet you. Everyone was shocked again. Of course, Immortal Elder's jade talisman had a profound meaning. It was simply a life-saving talisman. Further down the line was Rejuvenation Valley, the life-saving talisman of Yuli Alliance. Whether it was useful or not aside, with this item, who would dare to touch Rejuvenation Valley? How could Nie Qianyu not understand? She reached out to take it and bowed to thank her. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal Elder. Before Nie Qianyu could finish, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, don't thank me, don't thank me. I'm leaving. As she spoke, she headed in the direction of Don't Worry City, disappearing in an instant. Farewell, Immortal Elder. On the mountain peak, everyone bowed and called out. Even when Zhang Xiaohua was gone, they didn't dare to stand up. Sigh, we can't do as we please in the Jianghu. Although Mu Qingxian and Fei He are in Rejuvenation Valley, taking care of the herbs and managing Qihuang, their lives are still in danger. Second brother is now the head disciple of Ethereal Hall, which is even more dangerous. With Incense Sect open, won't Abbess Jing Yi care more about Ethereal Hall? Since we're already in the Jianghu, perhaps we can only cultivate our martial arts to the peak to have the ability to protect ourselves. The Immortal Tao. The Qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. The Immortal Tao will be the main character in the future. The martial Tao may gradually decline. It's better to find an opportunity, to see if second brother has any immortal fate. Chapter 969. After Zhang Xiaohua left Rejuvenation Valley, she saw the disciples of the Jade Foundation Alliance chasing after the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. The disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa fled pathetically, not daring to fight back. She couldn't help but think of drawing Zhang Xiaohua into the path of immortality. Immortal fate? In the eyes of others, it might be an indiscernible thing, but what about me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little proud. Although the qi of heaven and earth was recovering and not enough for cultivation, she had already learned the spirit-gathering array in the jade mine under 9 Radiance Peak. Moreover, the 5-colored jade essence was the essence of the 5-elemental jade. In time, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely be able to use this jade essence to set up a true 5-elemental spirit-gathering array. The problem of the qi of heaven and earth needed for cultivation should be solved. The only thing left was Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. This wasn't something Zhang Xiaohua could help with. Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew to a secluded corner of Sorrow City. She revealed herself and released her divine sense, wanting to find Meng's location. However, after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find her. Strange. Did something happen? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious. However, she thought again. If something had happened, her divine sense would be able to find traces as well. She must have entered some kind of restriction that concealed her tracks. Then, she thought about the methods of the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved. She strolled to a tea house and sat at the side, slowly sipping her tea. News spread quickly in the tea house. In less than half a day, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa attacked Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley retreated to the top of the mountain in defeat. Just as Rejuvenation Valley was about to be exterminated, another immortal appeared and killed everyone from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. There were even rumors that the immortal was more than 50 feet tall, had white hair and a youthful face. He even held a walking stick in his hand. With a wave of his walking stick, there was the sound of thunder and lightning, killing everyone from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa while leaving those from Rejuvenation Valley unharmed. You don't know this, but that immortal was standing hundreds of meters in the air. His body was glowing with multicolored light, and everyone on the mountain peak was kneeling down. When that immortal waved his hand, everyone involuntarily stood up. That's right, Valley Head Nya of Rejuvenation Valley has always been benevolent. The immortal said that he came down from the heavens to help because he's usually a good person. What do you know? That's the immortal Tao, immortal Tao. More powerful than martial arts. I heard about it from Grandmaster. Say, when that immortal waved his walking stick, could the internal energy in his meridians fly out? Kill him. It's not internal energy, it's flying swords. I heard that when the immortal waved his hand, thousands of flying swords flew out of his sleeves and chopped Manor Lord Long and the others into minced meat. Listening to the rumors in the tea house, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Rumors stopped with the wise. Perhaps it should be so, but could the rumors stop? Perhaps it was Rejuvenation Valley's intention, or perhaps it was the boredom of bored people. It wouldn't be long before this rumor spread throughout the pugilistic world. But thinking of the consequences she brought to Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to correct anything. Perhaps this was also a kind of protection she brought to Rejuvenation Valley. There were more and more people in the tea house, and all of them were glowing with excitement. As soon as they entered, they opened their mouths and told her what they knew had happened in Rejuvenation Valley. Seeing that the tea house was even noisier than the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Suddenly, her mind stirred, and she released her divine sense. She saw Meng appear beside Carefree Lake, and she was still dressed in her original attire. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua went down the tea house and headed straight for the Moon Elder Temple in the west of the city. The Moon Elder Temple was still cold and cheerless. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the back of the 4 odd beasts and watched from afar. She didn't push open the door and enter. When she saw the smiling Moon Elder in her divine sense, she thought of Meng and felt a trace of sweetness. It was a pity that although her divine sense was strong, she couldn't see if the two people's feet were tied with the same red thread. Just as she was thinking, Meng appeared in her vision riding a white horse. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's bald horn and said with a smile, "Is everything settled?" Yes. Meng smiled and then hesitated. "But, on the way to. I heard someone talking about Rejuvenation Valley. I don't know how it is now." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I also heard about it. But now, things have taken a turn for the better." Turn for the better? Meng was a little puzzled. Could it be that Qinglongting Manor has been withdrawn? You didn't hear any other rumors after you finished your business? Other rumors? What do you mean? Meng was a little puzzled and said with a slightly red face, "I finished my business and was in a hurry. I came to the Moon Elder Temple and didn't hear anything." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She said gently, "I heard in the tea house that someone from the immortal Tao came to the rescue and killed the people of Qinglongting Manor. Now that Rejuvenation Valley is very safe, there shouldn't be anyone in the Jianghu who would rashly invade." Someone from the immortal Tao? Meng was shocked. "Who is that? How would I know?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. "There are all kinds of rumors in the tea house. I don't know either." Meng said, "Then, should we go to Rejuvenation Valley first?" "Sigh, I don't know either. Since we're already here, we should go and take a look. But the root of the matter in Rejuvenation Valley is still with me. I'm a little embarrassed to go. Moreover, we're going to the Dalan Temple with a heavy responsibility. We can't leak the news of the incense cult opening. I'm afraid that the cult won't be able to make proper preparations. If we go to Rejuvenation Valley, won't everything be leaked?" Meng pursed her lips and smiled. "Then when you came out, did the cult leader tell you not to go to Rejuvenation Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Of course the cult leader didn't say that." "That's right." Meng said, "In the cult leader's eyes, the matter in Rejuvenation Valley is really insignificant. The punishment that day was only because Rejuvenation Valley agreed on the surface but disobeyed in secret. Otherwise, the cult leader would have absolutely ignored it. Since I came to Sorrow City, you must follow. The cult leader must have thought that you would go to Rejuvenation Valley, but she still didn't say anything. Firstly, she didn't take it seriously. Secondly, she didn't care about whether you went or not. As for your whereabouts being leaked, that's even less of a consideration. You're just a nobody in the Jianghu. Who would know who you are? Heh, even if you made a name for yourself in Rejuvenation Valley's arena, who would remember you now? You and I entered the valley at night and warned them repeatedly. Do you think the people of Rejuvenation Valley would dare to spread the word? Even if they made a connection with someone from the immortal Tao, our incense cult is a great sect of the immortal Tao. Rejuvenation Valley will probably have to rely on our incense cult in the future. They definitely won't place their hopes on an illusory person from the immortal Tao." Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. "You're right. I originally thought too lightly. The grace of a drop of water must be repaid with a gushing spring. I still have to go. However." Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. "Nye Qianyu and I really..." Meng laughed out loud when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's cautious appearance. She pinched Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "I've already said it no less than 100 times. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why are you nagging here?" Heh, I actually want to see this little girl." Night quickly arrived. The entire Rejuvenation Villa was shrouded in darkness. The walls surrounding the villa had long been removed. Now, only a few idle disciples were patrolling around. Presumably, even they themselves knew that the appearance of someone from the immortal Tao during the day had already shocked the Jianghu. Even those who coveted Rejuvenation Valley couldn't reach out to Rejuvenation Valley at this time. "Say, do you think our third miss has a screw loose?" A disciple looked at the lights of 100 Herb Hall in the distance and said in a low voice, the immortal elder wanted to take her as a disciple, but she, actually refused. She wants to be a disciple of some Beta school. She'll lower your voice. Another disciple said, our Rejuvenation Valley managed to escape with our lives. Isn't it all thanks to the third miss? It's not that I don't appreciate the third miss, but I just don't understand. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. The immortal elder didn't take a fancy to you. The disciple said disdainfully, besides, according to the immortal elder, there will still be opportunities in the future. As long as the people of Beta school agree, the third miss can still become an immortal. Also, don't you think that Beta school isn't normal? Yeah, now that you mention it, I kind of understand. You should have known long ago. The third mist set up some kind of formation outside the villa. I heard, it was taught by Ren Xiaoxia who used to be here. Yeah, if it weren't for that formation, you and I might have died in the hands of the enemy long ago. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the forest not far away. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, what formation? Heh, it's nothing much. It's just a strange formation I learned in the past. I used it to exchange for Rejuvenation Valley's pill formula. And a book from the Jade Foundation Alliance's weapon forging sect. Where did you learn it from? Can you keep it a secret for now? Let's go out now. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Remember to tell me in the future. Sure, of course. With that, the two of them drifted away like the autumn wind, drifting through the silent night sky. They went straight into Rejuvenation Mountain Villa without attracting the slightest bit of attention from the patrolling disciples. At this moment, 100 Herb Hall was also filled with people. The atmosphere couldn't be described as festive or gloomy. It was just quiet, and no one spoke. Two people were kneeling in 100 Herb Hall. One was Nie Qianxiu, and the other was, of course, Chongsheng. Father, I did it for Rejuvenation Valley out of goodwill. Don't you know? Longting Mountain Villa allied with a group of sects to take over Rejuvenation Valley's foundation. I had no choice. I knew that I couldn't fight them head-on, so I discussed with Chongsheng. Rather than letting Frozen Ice Garden take advantage of us, it's better to let the Whale Gang, no matter what, we're still family. Family? Valley Master Nye was furious. Since we're family, how could you lead a wolf into the house? If you hadn't broken the formation and led Longting Mountain Villa's people to the mountain peak, I wouldn't have been able to escape from Rejuvenation Valley. Father, the people outside the valley are all from the Longting Villa. Where are you going to escape to? Among the conditions that I discussed with them, there was a condition that they couldn't harm father and little sister. Chapter 970. Then as her father, I have to thank you. Valley Head Nye's face was full of mockery. Didn't you see that young Master Long's appearance? He didn't plan on taking your little sister's life, Valley Head Nye couldn't continue. He tore off Little Orange's arm in front of Little You. Wasn't that a direct threat? If it weren't for the fact that an immortal elder passed by today and was fated with Little You, not only would Little Orange's life have been lost, but Little You and I, even if our lives were saved, we would still be humiliated. Father. Nye Qianxiu begged. Soaring Dragon Villa, Flying Fish Gang, and even the disciples of my Whale Gang were all killed. Right now, the Whale Gang has no leader. If Chongsheng and I don't return, then our ancestors' foundation will be taken over by others for nothing. Father, if you let us live, Chongsheng and I will definitely merge the Whale Gang into Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think? I'm already old, and I don't have much ambition. I'm already satisfied to be able to protect Rejuvenation Valley. Why would I covet anything else? Valley Head Nye sneered. Moreover, you're the daughter-in-law of the Whale Gang. You led your Whale Gang disciples into Rejuvenation Valley. Right now is the time to punish you for your crimes. What's the point of saying all this? Father. Nye Qianxiu wailed. Father, I've said so much to you. Isn't it because I want you to know my difficulties? You don't know how great the power of that Longting villa is, and how powerful the master behind them is. Daughter's actions are also to find a bright way out for Rejuvenation Valley. After all, without the protection of the fragrant cult, who knows how many rascals in the pugilistic world are eyeing our Rejuvenation Valley. If I can clear the path of the master of Soaring Dragon Villa, then I can protect Rejuvenation Valley. I won't let down Father's decades of kindness in raising me. Nye Qianxiu's words were sincere, and tears flowed freely. It was as if she was going to dig out her heart for Valley Head Nye to see. Valley Master Nye sighed and said to Si Yakong, Big Brother Si, you're the boss of the Jade Foundation Alliance. You should make the decision. Si Yakong also sighed. He had watched the three sisters of the Nye family grow up. Based on Nye Qianxiu's crime, even if she was executed on the spot, it was only right. But this was Rejuvenation Valley after all, Commander Nye's place. At this moment, Si Yakong was almost complaining to the immortal elder. Why don't you just casually stretch out your hand and kill these two people? Wouldn't everything be over? Second brother Nye, this. Si Yakong shook his head slightly. The people of the Jade Foundation Alliance are all here to help Rejuvenation Valley. Of course, Rejuvenation Valley should be the leader. Qianxiu is your daughter. You should decide for yourself. Valley Master Nye looked up. Zhuo Xiqing, Zhen Xian, and the others all lowered their eyebrows and didn't say anything. Valley Master Nye was truly in a difficult position. He unconsciously raised his eyes to look at Old Man Yu of Deer Cry sect. Old Man Yu was originally lowering his head, but when he felt Valley Master Nye's gaze, he sighed in his heart and raised his head. Brother Nye, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Valley Master Nye was overjoyed. Brother Yu, please speak. From what I heard from Qianxiu, although there were many fallacies in her words, they were filled with the intention of protecting Rejuvenation Valley. Perhaps she fell into the enemy's trap and her kindness was taken advantage of. Valley Master Nye pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Yu's words make sense. Moreover, after this battle, the Whale Gang is no longer a force to be reckoned with. It's not that I'm exaggerating, but by the time the sun rises tomorrow, someone might have already swallowed up the Whale Gang. Even if they return strong and powerful now, it's useless. Our Jade Foundation Alliance can forget about meddling in their affairs. Of course, I'm not saying this to side with Qianxiu. After all, she made a mistake by opening the formation and sending the enemy into the secret passage. She can't shirk her responsibility. So, since the immortal elder on the mountain peak didn't kill her with his sword, we, as her elders, shouldn't be too ruthless. When Nye Qianxiu heard this, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle Yu. You don't have to thank me. As the saying goes, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided. What I mean is, to cripple their martial arts and imprison them in the valley. Nye Qianxiu was shocked. She turned around and begged, Father, please be merciful. If you cripple my martial arts, won't I be powerless? This can't be done. When Valley Master Nye looked at Elder Yu again, he had already returned to his chair and was silent. Valley Master Nye knew that there was no other way out now. He could only wave his hand and say, take them away and break their dantian, Father. Nye Qianxiu begged. Changsheng's face was ashen. Wait. A voice sounded from outside the door. It sounded familiar. Who is it? Valley Master Nye was shocked. When he looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng slowly walking in from the door, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is it Nephew Ren? Valley Master Nye asked in disbelief. It is me. How is Uncle Nye? Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaohua, everyone in the hall stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng in surprise. Nephew Ren. Didn't you go to the fragrant religion? How? How can you appear here? Could it be? You didn't enter the fragrant religion? This lady. Who is she? Valley Master Nya asked several questions in a row. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I will answer these questions later. Now I would like to ask Valley Master Nya. Can you lend me these two people for a while? Valley Master Nya frowned and said, Nephew Ren, what is the matter? Please tell me clearly in person. Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, after thinking for a while, he said, Uncle Nya, please know that this nephew is now a protector of the fragrant religion. This young lady is an inner sect disciple of the fragrant religion's fragrant peak. Just now, I heard the two of them talking about a master. This master has some grudges with the fragrant religion. This nephew wants to know from their mouths who this master is. You are. Fragrant religion. Protector disciple. She is an inner disciple of the fragrant religion. With Master Kong and the others. Valley Master Nya is right. I am Senior Peacock's junior sister. Meng said coldly, then took out a token from her chest and said, I wonder if Valley Master Nya wants to check. This. Valley Master Nya hesitated. Then he seemed to think of something and shook his head. How can Rejuvenation Valley compare to an inner disciple of the fragrant religion? Naturally, I don't dare to verify your authenticity. However, if the fragrant religion doesn't protect Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, this Qian Xiu and Chongsheng can't be questioned in private. Of course, if Nephew Ren has any questions, it is better to ask them in person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook her head, since Uncle Nya has such thoughts, then forget it. Good, take these two people away. Come and find a seat for Nephew Ren and this lady. When the two were seated, Valley Master Nya invited them to drink tea and asked, there is still a year before the fragrant religion leaves Jianghu. Why did Nephew Ren come out? Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and turned to Valley Master Nya with a smile, Uncle Nya, how I came out is a secret of the fragrant religion. Moreover, the reason why I came here at night is because I considered that this matter is very important and cannot be leaked. Therefore, I cannot tell you for the time being. Also, I ask Uncle Nya and everyone here to keep my whereabouts a secret. If anything is leaked, I don't need to tell you the consequences. I'm sure all the uncles here know. Valley Master Nya looked at everyone with a slight change in expression. Since Nephew Ren's whereabouts are a secret, why? Valley Master Nya was very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua stood up, bowed to the ground and said, because I came to Sorrow City because I heard about Rejuvenation Valley being surrounded by Longting Villa. I also know about the punishment that the Hierarch has given to Rejuvenation Valley. Furthermore, this punishment was caused by this nephew. Therefore, this nephew has no choice but to come and explain the reason behind this. You. It's really you. Valley Master Nya was angry. He had some suspicions earlier. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had become some guardian disciple and even went in and out with the inner disciples, how could he not vaguely know? But when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say it personally, how could he not be angry when he thought about Rejuvenation Valley's current miserable state? However, when he thought about the method of refining pills, the wonders of the 5 elements formation and Zhang Xiaohua's current identity, Valley Master Nye's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Alas! He let out a long sigh and waved his hand, Ren Xiaoxia, things have already come to this. Even if I blame you, what's the use? The matter of going to the fragrant religion was also brought up by me. Sending you to the fragrant religion was also agreed by me. You have also given Rejuvenation Valley a lot of benefits. When all these things are tangled together, I can't explain why. Since Ren Xiaoxia has now made a name for himself in the fragrant religion, I hope that you will take care of Rejuvenation Valley in the future. Valley Master Nye. Zhang Xiaohua changed her words, no matter what, this disaster was caused by me. If not for the appearance of the people from the immortal Tao today, my sin would be great. I have nothing to compensate. These few bottles of pills are from the fragrant religion. I hope that Valley Master Nye will accept them as my apology, Big Brother Ren. Is that you? A timid voice sounded from behind Valley Master Nye. Nye Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's me. Are you, well? A petite figure flashed out from behind Valley Master Nye and quickly ran in front of Zhang Xiaohua. However, when she saw Meng beside Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't help but be stunned. A woman's intuition flashed through her and she immediately stopped. She was somewhat vigilant as she asked, this young lady is? Xiaoyu. Valley Master Nye scolded, this is the inner sect master of the fragrant religion. Don't be rude. Ah. Nye Qianyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed, Nye Qianyu of Rejuvenation Valley greets. Master. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and held Nye Qianyu's hands, don't be so polite, Nye Xiaoyu. My name is Zi Xia, a disciple of Mo Nai Gong. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, Ren Xiaoyao talked a lot about you. When these words stopped in Nye Qianyu's ears, it was like thunder in the night sky. It shocked her so much that her face turned pale. Chapter 971. How would Nye Qianyu know what a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak was? She was only thinking about what Meng said just now, on Lingering Fragrance Peak, Ren Xiaoyao talked a lot about you. Suddenly, Nye Qianyu's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. She bowed again and said, greetings, Lord Zixia. I said you're welcome. I mean it. Meng said with a smile. Little you, these are the pills that Ren Xiaoxia took out. He said it was compensation for Rejuvenation Valley. Ren Xiaoxia has just admitted that the leader of Lingering Fragrance sect blamed Rejuvenation Valley because of him. This disaster was caused by him. Father. Even if it's because of Big Brother Ren, he also left behind a formation to help us defend against the enemy. Moreover, because of this matter, all the sects in the pugilistic world that coveted our Rejuvenation Valley were wiped out in one fell swoop. In the future, no one will dare to underestimate our Rejuvenation Valley. Nye Qianyu glanced at her dream and continued to defend Zhang Xiaohua. Little you. Valley Master Nye was a little unhappy. Nye Qianyu, you should accept it. Rejuvenation Valley suffered heavy casualties because of me. If you can accept these, I'll feel better. Zhang Xiaohua said. Take it, Nye Qianyu. These are healing pills from Lingering Fragrance sect. If anyone in Rejuvenation Valley is injured, taking one will be extremely effective. Meng also advised. Thinking of Nye Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin's injuries, Nye Qianyu's heart moved slightly. She nodded and said, then. I'll accept it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Then, she said, the matter has been explained. I have something important to do, so I'll take my leave. Please keep the matter of my arrival a secret for me. Okay, I understand. Valley Master Nye stood up and said. Everyone also stood up. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and was about to leave. At this time, Si Yakong pulled Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, Ren Xiaoxia, I don't know if I should say something. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Please enlighten me, Sect Master Si. Yes. Si Yakong looked at everyone and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side. He said in a low voice, that, the heavenly book that I gave to Ren Xiaoxia to comprehend. Cough, cough. I wonder if Ren Xiaoxia brought it back to Beta School. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, not yet. Headmaster Si knows that this is the first time I've left the School of Fragrance. I haven't returned to Beta school yet. I see. I'm sure Xiaoxia hasn't comprehended the secrets of the heavenly book yet. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, but Si Yakong didn't give her a chance. He smiled and said, of course, it's a bit difficult for me to bring it up now. Although I had an agreement with Xiaoxia before, but my sect has a senior, he seems to be able to decipher this heavenly book, so. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her expression became very strange. She asked, Sect Master Si, you mean, yes, it's a bit embarrassing to take the heavenly book back from Xiaoxia now, but this heavenly book is related to the future of our weapon forging sect. As long as there's a glimmer of hope. I want to give it a try, ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I thought it was something else. It's okay, Sect Master Si. Since you have a better solution, I will definitely support you. However, the heavenly book is in my mount's bag. Please wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua went out and returned in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. She returned Si Yakong's wordless heavenly book intact. Si Yakong flipped it over and over again. When he saw that it was exactly the same as when he gave it to him, he carefully put it in his pocket and cupped his hands. Many thanks to Ren Xiaoxia for your kindness. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, You're too kind. I still have to thank Sect Master Si. Si Yakong didn't understand. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't explain and left 100 Herb Hall. In the shadows outside 100 Herb Hall, Valley Master Nye and Nye Qianyu were accompanying Meng as they waited for Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua come over, Valley Master Nye whispered, Ren Xiaoxia, I also have something to tell Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua was even more curious. Valley Master Nye, why didn't you say anything earlier? Valley Master Nye glanced at Nye Qianyu and told her about how the immortal elder asked Nye Qianyu to become his disciple. He then laughed and said, I know. Of course, it was just a joke that you accepted little Yu as your disciple on behalf of your sect's elder. Although you taught little Yu some formations, it wasn't an internal cultivation technique. Also, I don't think you've returned to your sect, I think, Valley Master Nye means to pretend that I didn't say anything. Or, when I return to the sect, I don't need to mention it to the sect's elders and head. Zhang Xiaohua said calmly. Father. Nye Qianyu said, I've already told you that I'm a disciple of Beta school, shut up. Valley Master Nye scolded. You're still young, how would you know the pros and cons? Listen to your father, it's definitely not wrong. Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Valley Master Nye, whether she wants to become my disciple or not is up to Miss Nye. If she doesn't want to become my Beta school's disciple, how can I force her to become my disciple? Even the immortal elder you mentioned didn't force her to become his disciple. So, all the initiative is in Miss Nye's hands. I already understand Valley Master Nye's meaning. Before Miss Nye tells me that she wants to become my disciple, I definitely won't tell my sect's elders in advance. Of course, if Miss Nye doesn't want to become my disciple, then don't practice the cultivation technique that I taught. Big Brother Ren. Nye Qianyu felt bitter in her heart. Alright, I've finished my business here. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and pulled Meng along with him as he left using his lightness skill. Nye Qianyu felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart when she saw Zhang Xiaohua holding Meng's hand. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng left Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She whispered, Meng, wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. What are you doing? Meng whispered, don't tell me you're going to meet Nye Qianyu behind my back. Forget it. Do I need to do that? Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She said, didn't you hear Nye Qianyu's second sister talking about some master? This is a big fish. No matter what, we have to see if we can find any clues. I'm fine with it, but if you can find out who's behind all this, wouldn't it be a great merit? Pfft. Meng laughed. Aren't you worried about Nye Qianyu? You want to borrow the sect leader's hand to get rid of this person? I'm not thinking that much. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Forget it. Even if what you say makes sense, the atmosphere in the incense sect has been so foul because of these people that they even dared to make a move on Grand Elder Jing Gang and the others. If you really can find the culprit behind this, perhaps Rejuvenation Valley's punishment will be reduced. Maybe Rejuvenation Valley doesn't care about this punishment anymore. Meng said with a meaningful smile. Alright, then I'll go now. You aren't coming with me? No. You're familiar with this place. It's better if you go early and return early. Meng shook her head. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and slipped into the darkness of the forest. She entered Rejuvenation Valley like a wisp of smoke. When did Xiaohua's lightness skill become so good? Meng was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and easily found Changsheng and Nye Qianxiu's location. The two of them were in a secluded hut by a pea oil lamp. Their faces were filled with dejection and disappointment. They appeared to be in a sorry state. Outside the hut, several Rejuvenation Valley disciples were patrolling the area with weapons in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut. Before the two of them could react, she sealed their acupoints in the air. Then, she walked in front of them and stretched out her finger to seal the acupoint on Nye Qianxiu's head. It was the bewitching finger. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua appeared under a big tree outside the hut. Her face was filled with disappointment. It was obvious that she hadn't gained anything. She was about to leave the valley, but when she used her divine sense, she had a strange expression. She formed an incantation gesture and entered the ground. However, the direction she went wasn't outside the mountain villa. In the peach blossom forest of Rejuvenation Valley, the peach blossoms had already turned into fallen petals. At this moment, they had turned into spring mud and nourished the peach trees. In the dark night, under the full moon, a slender figure knelt in the peach blossom forest. She put her palms together and muttered, "Mother, I really can't tell if I like it or if I'm in pain. Today, I unexpectedly saw Big Brother Ren. I'm so happy that I'm even happier than when I saw the immortal earlier. However, Mother, Big Brother Ren didn't come alone this time. There's a girl called Zixia with him. She's an inner disciple of the fragrant sect. She looks very kind and treats me very well. She's even more kind than the previous inner disciples, but I know that she's here because of Big Brother Ren. Actually, I quite like Lord Zixia from the bottom of my heart. But, when I saw her standing together with Big Brother Ren, my heart began to ache. Moreover, when I saw Big Brother Ren holding her hand, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Mother, I know that I'm in the wrong. Big Brother Ren, he didn't say anything to me before. I'm definitely not worthy of him. Now, he's seen the person he likes. I should smile and give him my blessings. But I really can't do it. Mother, I can't do it. Nye Qianyu choked with sobs and covered her face with her hands. Mother, just now Father told me that although Big Brother Ren has done a favor for the fragrant sect, he's also brought us trouble this time. Let's call it even and don't have any more dealings with him. Although he's a guardian disciple of the fragrant sect, but our Rejuvenation Valley has the immortal as our backer. In the future, we don't have to give face to the fragrant sect, but, Mother, if I crush that jade talisman, although I can follow the immortal to practice the way of immortality, but, in the future, how can I meet Big Brother Ren? I'd rather follow Big Brother Ren to practice that obscure mental cultivation method than to learn the immortal's cultivation method. Mother, I've also told you before. Every time I practice that mental cultivation method, although Big Brother Ren isn't around, but I feel that Big Brother Ren is beside me and even watching me, this way, I'll have the energy to practice it, but Father, the Rejuvenation Valley has become like this. If we don't have the immortal support, I'm afraid. Sigh, Mother, I know Father's difficulties, but, Mother, tell me, what should I do? In the distance, on top of a tall peach tree, a slender figure stood. He stared in a daze and listened in a daze. It was as if he had long been dumbfounded. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.